What is good, people? How are we doing today on this beautiful Monday? Hope that you are all doing fantastic. You've had a fantastic weekend, guys. Hope you are all doing well, happy, healthy, and ready to smash out another day or another week in this market. But not only that, guys, it was indeed St. David's Day yesterday. For those Welshmen out there, for those Welsh celebrators, it was indeed St. David's Day. So happy St. David's Day to my fellow Welshmen. Also, guys, it's a new month. It is a new month. It is now March. Guys, how are we in the third month of the year already? I genuinely cannot get my head around it. Just yesterday it was January, and just the day before it was Christmas. So this year, like every year, seems to be absolutely flying by. So I don't know what's happening at the moment, but we're in some sort of time shift parallel universe where time seems to go extortionately quicker compared to certainly when I was a lot younger. So guys, let me know how your year has been or how your year so far has been. We are coming up to the end of the first quarter. Q1 is nearly over, guys. That is bonkers. So do let me know how you're getting on in your first Q1, in your first quarter of the year, and let me know if you're going to be up, down, left, right, sideways, or just about break even. So let me know how you are getting on with that. But if you haven't already, guys, make sure you smash out this like button. Make sure you subscribe to the channel if you are new here, and let's have a bit of a catch up with chat. But first things first, I'm going to go grab my screen up. Let's go ahead and bosh. There we go. Just got to make sure everything is working as should be, because it is indeed the first time I'm coming to the markets as well. So, yeah, there we go. Seems about right. Awesome. Fantastic. Guys, like I said, come say good morning to everyone in chat. Come say good morning to me, because I'm going to come say good morning to you people. There we go. MGN Volunteer. He is out first, out of the gates. Greetings. How are you doing, my friend? Greetings to you. Good morning, team. Good morning, Louis. How are you doing, my man? Ty Keith. Good morning, guys. Yo, what is good, Ty? How you doing? How are you doing, my guy? Happy Monday, everyone. Welcome to the brand new week in the Fivers trading room. Not only a brand new week, a brand new month, nearly a brand new quarter. So, dude, that'd be super cool. End of this month, I'll be able to say brand new week, brand new month, and brand new quarter. So that would be that'd be really cool. Maybe we'll do like a quarterly review on how the trades have been getting on, how my account's been getting on. I think that'd be really cool. England versus India again in semi-finals, T20s World Cup, Willie. Dude, I don't usually watch the cricket. I find it a bit boring. I used to play a little bit of cricket back in school. I found it a little bit boring, but the T20s is such an exciting game. So that's super interesting. Obviously, England are going to win. Come on. Dude, good luck. Good luck, Ayan. I hope that the best team wins, which of course is going to be England. But I'm sure that you're going to be rooting for India. let me know. I obviously I'm so busy at the moment. Got a couple of things I got to do after stream as well, so I'm probably not going to be able to watch it. Maybe I'll try and watch the highlights. If I don't catch it, come in tomorrow and let me know how it got on. Smash that like button right now. It tells the YouTube algorithms that we are active and brings more traders into the room. Absolutely. Guys, like I said, yeah, smash that like button. Come chat with me in chat. And I don't know, you've got like a reactions tab at the bottom right. Just like spam that. I don't know what it does, but just like spam it anyway. Let's just try and boost this algorithm. Let's boost the algorithm and see if we can push it out to more traders wanting to join this fantastic community and live trading room. Henry, good evening. How are you doing, Henry? To my good friend down under. Who is longing gold and WTI? I wasn't longing gold. No, I know a couple of guys who were longing gold, and let's just put it this way, they got fed. they woke up in some nice profit. They were holding longs on the market close last Friday and ended up banking some serious profits. this morning on the open. So I will admit I was a little bit jealous that they had that weekend holding. So we'll be touching down on the volatility in the market in just a little bit, because there is a lot of volatility coming in the market with everything that has broken out in the past couple of days over the weekend, which has created some fantastic trading conditions in the market. So if you haven't already, now is a fantastic time to be learning trading. Or if you are new, then just take your time with it, because obviously there's going to be a lot of market volatility coming into the markets, which is a great opportunity to make money, but it is also a great way to lose money if you're not careful. So just be very careful with that, guys. And for those experienced traders out there, I'm assuming you're going to be making some bank over the next couple of days and weeks. Happy New Month, everyone. Welcome to March 2026. It still doesn't sound right. It still sounds so odd. Month 3 of 12 in 2026. God alive. Short German DAX presently. Awesome stuff. The German 40, which is the DAX. Oh, nice. Yeah, so I'm assuming you were shorting it from around here somewhere, and then you shorted this leg down. I'll be honest, on the 5 minute, I'm not trying to put you off. We have got this massive gap here, as well as some nice consolidation just here. So if we break structure here, then I wouldn't be surprised if we can have something along the lines of this and try and fill this gap in. That would be nice on the DAX. Doesn't mean it's going to happen. It's just a slight prediction on a real quick analysis on what I think could happen. Now, it could be completely invalidated, and I could be completely wrong. It's Vinny. What's up, people? What's good, Vinny? How you doing, broski? What's good? Ty Keith, good morning, Will. My man, how you doing? Hit subscribe if you're new here. Don't want to be the only one who misses when we go live. Absolutely. Do not forget to hit that bell notification if you haven't already as well. Get some notifications when we do go live. It is every single day, Monday to Thursday. And then we take a couple of days off because I feel like we deserve it in these trading conditions. So, there's a lot of stress in the markets. There's a lot of volatility going on. A lot of opportunities to earn money and lose money. So we like to chill and just have a 4-day working week and then have a nice 3-day holiday, because, that's what we're about. Where is the fives located? All over the world, my friend. You can trade them absolutely everywhere. Even in America now. I know some of you guys were a little bit thing with the whole regulations kicking in with America. But not to worry, you can indeed trade in America now. Not only that, we've also got the futures. So for those futures traders of you out there, then go ahead and check out our futures accounts and get yourself on that list. Great to be here. Liquid market today, major pairs almost 1%, most of them. Great sell on GU and EU, AU and NU. Quick scalps there. That's super interesting. I'd love to take a look at that, because I did have a quick look at EU just now and see this absolutely massive plummeting price drop, which was super interesting. Same goes with GU. Check out that. So there's going to be some super interesting price action coming in over the next couple of days, especially now that we got this gap here, which actually nearly filled, which was quite nice to see. Same goes with EU. It didn't fill as much, but it still tried. It attempted, which is quite nice to see. So hopefully, we can try and fill these gaps over the next couple of days, but we'll see how it goes. Infinity and beyond. Hello, friends. How you doing, Infinity? Good morning, all. How you doing, bro? Hope you are doing well. Hello, Will. How are you? I am good, bro. I'm really good, my man. I haven't had a coffee today. Actually, no, I had half a coffee today. It was like a hazelnut coffee, a little bit sickly. So I'm trying to smash down the waters. Smashed out a 5-mile run this morning. My body's aching a little bit, but I am feeling sharp. I'm feeling good. Ready to get into the market. You just hate drinking water when you've got like a beard or a mustache. You feel like it never dries. Musa Jib saying that I'm targeting the breaker block or some stuff on what. Let us know on what asset, my friend, and I shall do a bit of a drop down for you, and I'll take a look. Selling gold if there is an M30 engulfing candle now. Okay, interesting. Let's have a look at gold. Okay, yeah, fair. So you're looking. Okay, I got the 15. Let me get the 30. Yeah, here we go. Okay. I see. So you're looking to close beneath. Typical. Beneath here. So as long as you can close the engulfing candle below here, you're going to be considering selling. I'll be honest, I like that, man. I do like that. If we can get some nice bearish price action under here, I mean, it makes sense. You know, it's a basic consolidation breakout. We failed to create a new high. We attempted to. You know, we're price, it pushed up, pulled back, consolidated. Oh, for God's sake. Let's try that again. Price pushed up, pulled back, consolidated for a bit, pushed up one more time, and if we can get a break and close under here, pull back, continuation. I feel like that would be some really nice price action for today as well, especially given that we've had such bullish movements on the open, and that we've also got a gap, which again, very much like EU and GU, it was attempted to fill, but we didn't quite fill it. So we've still got a bit of room there that we can try and fill that gap. So very nice, my friend. Hopefully that does well. We are counting down to our massive 100k subscriber celebration on March the 11th. Guys, yes, indeed. It is the 2nd of March now, which means we've only got 9 days. Yeah, 9 days. Quick maths. I'm rubbish at mental arithmetic, by the way, guys. I cannot survive maths unless I've got a calculator. Guys, yes, so March 11th, you must be a subscriber to be eligible. Hit that subscribe button and turn bell notifications on so you do not miss it. Absolutely, my friend. Make sure that you subscribe to the channel because we have got a big 100,000 subscriber giveaway and celebration on March the 11th. So make sure you are subscribed and make sure you are part of the channel for that. What about GU? SJ Forex, I will indeed take. I'll be taking a look at GU, EU, and gold today, and then if I'm not joined by then, I will hand it to the audience, and you guys can let me know what assets you want me to break down. England, of course, as we are English. Absolutely. I'm guessing this is the T20s. Guessing this is the T20s. Comment. Yes, absolutely. Of course, you're going to be supporting England. Yeah, we've got to be proud of our country. Yes, just scalped a few pips towards the downside. Thanks. Absolutely awesome, my friend. FX Darth Vader or Darth Vader. Hi, William. Where is your other friends? I'm all by myself today. I'm lonely, ever so lonely. I got nobody. I'm joking. They'll be coming in soon. They're coming in very soon. Do not panic, my friend. I think LJ. I think Rich is going to be a little bit late. He's got a lot going on. He's really busy at the moment with planning the big celebration. So he's a busy boy. So I think LJ will be coming on a little bit earlier. So we will get LJ on soonish. So do not panic. Hey, Will, how are you? Sarab, I'm brilliant, my friend. I'm doing really well. Like I said, I had a nice run. I feel like a run in the morning really gets you going. And it releases those endorphins. Plus, I'm signing up to the gym tomorrow. I'm changing over to a gym. It's a bit further away. It's a bit cheaper, but it's a bit nicer. So ticks all the boxes other than the distance. So I'm looking forward to joining that gym. And I'm going to be running in the morning, gym in the evening, and then trading during like midday. So it's like the perfect setup. You know, life is starting to fall into place in Hong Kong here. How to join in stream with you? Well, if you're not already, make sure that you're a subscriber for a start. Make sure that you get into the Discord. So make sure that you are a Fivers trader. Get into the Discord and have a chat with the guys behind the scenes in the Discord. I'm sure they will help you and maybe get you on as a guest. That'd be super cool, my friend. GomBG, good morning. Yo, what is good? How you doing, my man? Let's have a look. Well, can you please look into this and advise? I can try my best, my friend. Let's have a look. I was long 10 lots in crude oil, WTI, 10 lots in Friday, 67 USD. Today I closed it at 72.9 US dollars. Okay, 70, so break even-ish US dollars, but it is still shown in loss due to swap. Okay, so you're trading with MetaTrader 5, I'm assuming. You can check out the swaps. Of course, if you're holding over the weekend with oil, I don't know what the swaps are like. I don't know if you pay commissions with oil. I'm not an oil trader. I know with indices you don't pay commissions, but you will pay swaps, especially over the weekend. So just check out the swaps and commissions over the weekend. You can check that on MT5 as well. If you go down to where you have profit, right click, go to, let me check. Let me fire up my MT5 here. I think it's like under columns, and then you click commissions and swaps. Let me fire up my MT5 and I'll check that out for you. Right, there we go. Let me just. Okay, so yeah, right click, yeah, columns, and then go swap, and it'll be under commissions as well. So commissions will be in the history tab. You'll have columns, and then you'll have commissions and swap there. Hope that helps. If you closed for $70 $70 profit, 10 lots. Again, I don't know commissions and swaps on 10 lots. I know for FX it would be $4 per round lot. So yeah, just bear that in mind. Rates, how can it be possible? I'm not sure, my friend. I'm not sure. Like I said, I don't trade oil. If you have got any questions, unfortunately, I'm not an oil trader. Otherwise, perhaps I could help you a bit more. If you are and go into the profit column, right click, find swaps, and then go into the history column, right click, go to columns, and click commission and swaps, and it'll give you all the information on that trade. Like number 14, I am waiting, Dr. Strange. Dr. Strange will be in soon, do not worry. He is on his way. He's just busy prepping and trying to organize the YouTube for this big celebration giveaway for everyone for the 100K celebration. With current fundamentals, the gap, don't get me wrong, I would like to see it fill, but it could, but I see it leaving as it is just a push up. Maybe. Yeah, I mean, look, fundamentals are going to have a big play in this, and obviously there's going to be a lot of volatility coming into the market, and that is why I say if you're just gambling, be very, very careful, and if you're a new trader, be very, very careful. But when we have such fundamentals like we have had over the past couple of days, it is a fantastic opportunity to utilize on the markets. Now, I know there's going to be a lot of people, stressing, saying, oh, this, that, and the other, and, news. However, there's going to be a lot of people over panicking about what's going on in the news. And then you have the real smart people utilizing on it, making money on it, profiting on it. So join the big banks, join the big corporations, and profit on these volatile situations and fundamental news. Gold re-entry long 51.99 on gold. Wait, hang on, 51.99. 51.99. Sorry, that's 53.99. Let me go 51.99. Damn. Re-entry long 51.99. Okay. We're going to a higher time frame, so that's clearly higher. Okay. I kind of see that. I can see why you're hunting down there. That's a long way down to go. That's a long ass way. Do you know? I mean, look, I don't know your strategy. That could be a highly profitable strategy, of course. Damn, maybe on the 4 hour. Even on the 4 hour, that's quite low down. Hey, look, fair. I mean, I like that for a long swing. That is a really nice opportunity. Yes, yeah, I thought so. Exercise, nice. Yes, absolutely, my man. Yeah, dude, there's you gotta exercise, you gotta be fit, you gotta be healthy. You gotta stay strong. Without a strong body, there ain't no strong mind. You gotta have you. This all gotta be working as one functioning unit. A weak mind creates a weak body. Strong body creates a strong mind. And what I mean by strong, I just mean fit and healthy. I don't mean going out there and becoming the next, strong man, Eddie Hall. I mean just literally move. You don't have to go for a 5 mile run. You don't have to go for a 10 mile run. Just go for a quick 5 mile walk, 2 mile walk, 3 mile walk. Just a quick get out there into the fresh air. Keep your body moving. Keep your body exercising and limber and flexible. You'll find that your mental stresses outside of trading will slowly fizzle away, and then you'll be able to give more attention to trading. So I'm a massive advocate in exercise and trading, and the correlation between staying fit and healthy and productivity in trading and success in trading. My brother's an online PT as well. He's very much the same. He actually focuses on people in successful careers, successful people in careers, just to make sure that he can keep them level. And we talk all the time about the correlation between successful people and not necessarily super fit people, just staying healthy. So yeah, absolutely, my man. Perfect. So Howells B. William, nice habits. Yes, absolutely. CC smile. Morning all. Yo, unbiased trader. What is good, my friend? Good morning. Thank you very much. Thanks, Will. Check it out. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, go check it out, and then see how it goes. Anyway, guys, I do apologize. I'm gonna get straight back into the charts now, so I'm not gonna leave any of you guys hanging for too long. If I haven't said good morning to you guys, good morning to each and every single one of you in the chat right now. Keep on messaging, keep on putting your input in there, and I shall keep up with chat as much as possible. But let's have a quick gander on Euro USD. Now I'm going to drop back down to the 15-minute. Okay, so yeah, nice. In fact, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to get the history up because we haven't looked at the history for this week. So let's go into Forex Factory. And then I'm going to share this tab instead. So you guys should be able to see my screen. Perfect. Okay, so this is all Hong Kong local time, by the way, guys. So just take into consideration that it is GMT +8. So just take that into consideration. Remember, 9:30 is 1:30, 10:30 will be 2:30. So we got CAD news at 2:30, and then 3 p.m. we've got, so this is London time, 3 p.m. Or Hong Kong time, 11 p.m. We've got manufacturing prices as well. Euro at 10 p.m. Okay, which is 2. We've got President Lagarde speaking. A lot of medium impact news until the ISM manufacturing PMI, which is high impact. So not a huge amount today, which is quite nice. Tuesday, we've got a little bit more. We've got AUD news. We've got JPY news. That's 2 high impact news, but that's going to be mostly over Tokyo session or Asia session. 6 p.m., which is an hour from now, which is going to be 10 a.m. We have got the Euro news, flash estimate CPI year on year. Again, medium impact, but be careful on medium impact because it can catch you off guard. And then 8:30 p.m., which is going to be 12 12:30 in the afternoon GMT, we've got annual budget release, high impact news for the pound. This is high impact news. So this is going to be high impact news. This is going to be very volatile for the pound. So be careful trading anything like the UK 100 or the pound against the dollar. Wednesday isn't looking too bad. A lot of it. Okay, we got a bit of Swissy here. Odd news, that's going to be Asia session. This is still early, so it's not quite. It's like in between. It's early news. So that I think that would be 7:30 if I remember. Yeah, so 7:30 we got Swissy news. 9:15, so 1:15 p.m. we've got the ADP non-farm employment. Of course, guys, new week. Friday is the big one. Friday, 9:30, we have got high impact news, including NFP, non-farm employment change or non-farm payroll. So, guys, be very, very careful on Friday. I personally won't be trading. I'll be staying well away. I'll be trying to stay away from everything that happens on Wednesday later session as well. But the rest of it seems okay trading. So, fair game. Willie, what's your favorite or recommended pip size, TP on gold or any other pairs? Local highs. Doesn't matter what my pip range is, always local highs. There we go. Yeah, so I tend not to be focused on pip sizes. So for me, let me try and find. Oh, nice. Gold. This looks good. Okay, we got a bit of an area here. Wrong one. Got a bit of an area here for rejection and potential continuation up. So just be careful, those guys trading sells. However, so for me, it's not so much. Let's hypothetically sell right now. I'm not entering in on this sell, guys. It's just it's a hypothetical. Stop loss for me isn't necessarily a certain pip range. Instead, it is where I'm wrong. There we go. So what I mean by where I'm wrong is the trade could come all the way up to here, and I'm still in a valid sell. The trade could come to here, still valid sell. The trade could come to here, still valid sell. The minute the trade goes above this high here, it's created a higher high. And for me, that makes it an invalid sell. So that is where I'm going to put my stop loss. You guys just try and delete all that. There you go. So I'm going to put my stop loss. I usually give myself a bit of pip breathing room just in case we do get a sweep. So I'll give myself a couple of pips, just breathing room. Where do I like to have my TP? Now, there's a couple of areas I like to have my TP. I can have a 1 to 2. I like a 1 to 2 with some of my strategies. Now, that depends. We've got an area of interest here, so that is a point of potential reversal, meaning price may want to come down here, bounce off, and then continue up. So that could be a reason to get out, but I won't put my TP there. I'll usually put an alert there, and then I'll watch it. And then once it pings my alert, I'll see what happens. And if I get an instant reaction, then I'm like, okay, there's a reaction here. Don't know if I want to be in this. It's reacting, and then maybe it'll drop. Okay, that's fine. That's my discretion. Or if it consolidates and just holds, then I'm like, okay, look, truth be told, I don't want to be in this trade. I want to be in and out as quick as possible. I'll take out the trade. And then the next one is my most recent lows. Now, again, you have got a slight low here. So, again, that could be a TP1 area. Or, in my opinion, I like this for a more noticeable low, a more valid low. And that is usually where I'll put my my hard TP, which will be down here. So yeah, that's where I like to put my TP. No pips involved, no calculations involved, just invalidation and validation zones. And that's how I most optimize my trading. Hey William, on last Saturday, the trading plane in Euro and Victor, yeah, and Victor asked you Euro plan, yeah, absolutely. So dude, that worked out really well in the end. Our Euro analysis was, oh god, I think um, Rich had that marked up. I'm trying to remember where that was. This was just over here somewhere. I think we predicted to be up here. Again, I can't remember. I know that Rich Butler has got that marked up on his screen. But yeah, me and Victor were bang on. So that was pretty cool. This is really interesting. Unnamed quadruple seven. Hi, what is the usual spread from the broker when trading in pips? Well, I don't quite understand the end of that question. We're always trading in pips, unless you're trading anything else other than FX. But yeah, so usually it's about zero. I think it is with the fivers. We've got the best spread and the best trading conditions in the industry. I'm pretty sure, certainly up there. But I mean, feel free to go check out. Feel free to go check out the MT5, and it'll be there. But yeah, I'm sure it's like 0 or like 0.01 or it's yeah the spread's really good. Yeah, okay, let's have a look back at gold. So we've had this close under, so I'm guessing I can't remember who it was now who actually said that they were looking for that engulfing on the 30-minute. You actually got the engulfing and we closed, so I'm assuming you're going to be looking at buys now. Oh, sorry, sells. If I was to be looking at selling gold, it's a bit risky, but I'd be looking about here. Should we go for 1-to-1 or 1-to-2? I mean, you could go for a 1-to-1, that'd be quite nice. Let's predict a 1-to-2. We can always take a TP1 at. In fact, you know what? Let's label it as TP1. There we go. No, it's supposed to be in the middle. There we go. Cool. Yeah, so that's what I like the look of on gold. Ideally, if you were to really hold this, like if we got some real validation move, I think I'd like to see this on a higher time frame, like maybe the 1 hourly or the 15-minute. But ideally, I'd love to see something like this, which would be a 4.5 hour. But I don't know. That's a bit risky for my blood on the 5-minute. I'd like to see that on like the hourly or the 15-minute, and I'd like to see something a little bit more, decisive, something like that. Euro, dude, Euro's buying up. It is going up, up, up. GU as well. Thing is, I can't trade from these areas. I mean, okay, actually no, Euro looks kind of nice. We got this move here, which we put in a slight low. It's not the most valid low in the world, because you go anything higher than the 5-minute and there's no longer a low there. But I mean, I suppose if you are 5-minute trading, we have got this sort of break through the high. I think I'd like to see something a little bit like this. Pull back, consolidate, break, close, retest, continue. And then maybe something like this. Now this is the absolute ideal, like the perfect world trading. This doesn't always happen or go to plan, but something like that would be mega cool on Euro. But I mean, it's playing out. It's doing well so far. But right now it's too soon. It's too early for me to get in. You know, I suppose it's 9:10, so it's not too bad. We'll see. Gold's looking quite nice. In theory, I suppose it depends how you're trading. If you're trading the break and retest, I wouldn't have been tapped in. If you're trading the break and close, then this is where you got in. Looks nice though. Gold, GU is looking bearish, obviously, considerably so. And we are currently in this consolidation area here on the 5-minute. You know, we had this, continuation lower, pull back into this consolidation zone. The theory of price action now would determine price is going to continue bearish and reject here and continue lower and continue lower. However, there is also the chance that this could become possible. And then something a little bit like EU. Like that. That is an awful drawing of consolidative price action, but that's what you're gonna get. That's what you're getting, guys. So let's again draw out the hypotheticals. And then consolidation here, very nice, yummy, yummy. And then potentially your fib here. Oh, look at that. And then potentially some form of confluence over here. Oh, in fact, there you go. I've automatically drawn out a confluence. And then entry, stops at the high, stops at the consolidation low, TP at the gap fill close. And yeah, 1 to 2R. So that would be what I'd like to see on GU. But immediate price action, I'm bearish. I'm not interested in buying this right now. I think you wouldn't be you wouldn't be stupid. I'm not going to say you'd be stupid to. According to my strategy, you'd be stupid to sell to buy this now. However, dropping down to the 1 minute, scalp buys, I wouldn't say no. Consolidation, break and close above, pull back into it, just like that. Stops at the low. 1 to 2 would be here. Let's try and make it as close to 1 to 2 as possible. There you go. 1 to 2 would be here, and you're about to hit 2%. Let's assume that you're risking half an hour because you're 1 minute time frame trading. You're not going to risk a 1 hour and a 1 minute. I mean, maybe you will. But let's assume you're risking half an hour. You're potentially going to achieve and bank $1,000 now, only on a 1 minute time frame due to a lower time frame consolidation break, retest, continuation. Now that is of course going to be on a lower time frame, high risk scalp strategy. But who knows? Sometimes it's the scalp strategies that earn the best returns. Draw M15 trend lines. Draw 15-minute trend lines on what pair? How do you mean? What are you what are you looking for exactly? On daily, EU and GU hit an order block. Okay, no, that I understand. I think. Are you calling this an order block? And are you taking into consideration wick or just body close? Let's go with just body for now. Yeah, I suppose we've hit this base candle here. Hit this base candle. Wick rejected it. Potentially, there's an area to consider buying up from. It looks like a really nice pullback as well. Oh, sorry, gold is at a 50. Okay, that's better. I can work with that. 15-minute trend line. Okay. Where are we drawing the trend line from? I'm gonna go with here. Not quite. We got a little bit lower to go. I feel like we've got to come down to here. I feel like that's going to be our 50-minute trend line hit, no? FX Darth Vader, hey William, please share the Fivers Discord link. So you've got to get into the, you've got to sign up with the Fivers, and then you'll get it in your hub. So it's not an actual link. You've got to be within the Fivers website. So log into the Fivers website. You must have purchased an account at least once. So even if you haven't got an account, or maybe you're not quite ready for an account yet, get yourself a really small account. The smallest account they do, I think, which is like $25, something like that. I can't quite remember what the smallest account they do is, so it's definitely worth it. Even if you got full lifetime access, even if you just buy one account, so it's definitely worth it. Get yourself in there. I think you would need to have an account with the Fivers to access it. It'll not be on. It will be on the upper left of the dashboard Fivers landing page. Yes, exactly that, Offie. Okay, body. Yeah, fair. Yeah. Okay, so I assumed correctly. Sorry, I was wrong. Henry, $22. Yes, unbiased trader, $22 for the 20K bootcamp. Yes, so those of you who aren't quite ready for an account yet, maybe you're nearly ready, or you want to become part of a community where they're genuinely going to push you and help you. The best investment you can do is genuinely $22 for an account, because you've got an account. Don't rush it and trade it. You don't have to trade it right away, but you have an account. But then you'll also have full access to the Fivers Discord. So guys, I honestly can't recommend it enough. But yeah, for you, who was the 15-minute CS Abu Dak? Dude, I'm so sorry if I butchered that. I'm just going to call you CS because I don't want to embarrass myself anymore. CS, your 50-minute trend line, let me know where you've drawn that from, because this to me would be a 50-minute trend line hit. But you said it's already at it. So maybe you've drawn it from a bit lower than I have. Maybe you've drawn it from like down here. And yours looks something a little bit more like that. Even then, it's not quite there, but it's a lot closer than mine was. Yeah, I'm going to assume that that's your trend line. I'm just going to put that up there. There we go. But yeah, that looks nice. Yes, Discord is indeed unbiased trader. Discord is good, as that you can access the daily performance coaching 100%. For those of you who know Richard Wells, the performance coach at the Fivers, he is indeed in there, and you can have access to his workshops, should we call them, and you can just have a little bit more personalized to you. You can speak, come on, share your story, and he can actually help and guide you through that. Trying to smash down the water today. I can feel a bit of a sore throat coming on, which isn't good for streaming. 5 minute. Okay, that's tolerable. Pulling back now and then entering into a consolidation would be nice. GU. Oh, look at that for those 1 minute traders out there. Who says 1 minute trading strategies do not work? I have taken my strategy that works on the 5 minute and the 15 minute, applied it to the 1 minute, and boom, you've just hit a 1-to-2 R risk-reward ratio. Do not try this at home, kids. I'm joking. Definitely try it at home. 100% try it at home. Back test it, forward test it, demo test it, but don't live trade it until you've got data backing it. I did not take this trade. This was just a quick charted, scaled up analysis. But that's super cool, the 1 minute. So for those who are trading the 1 minute, that's Nice little opportunity there. Something like that. Thanks. Absolutely. Yeah, no problem. Just call me Chubba. Dude, that is such a sick name. I will definitely call you Chubba. Dude, that's awesome. Gold reaching the lows for the trends. Yes, indeed. Scotty has set his limit orders. Okay. Okay. I'm going to get off the 1 minute. This is EU. There we go. Oh, there we go. GU has, gold has now actually hit your trend line and reacted off it beautifully, by the way, which is nice. I would rather see it come down to here. If I was to buy, I'd rather be buying somewhere around. Thing is, where did I put my stop? My stop loss would either have to be here, or it'd have to be down here. And then target the highs for a 4R. Yeah, I think if I was to sell this now, if I was to buy this now, I'd have to wait for price to come down to here, consolidate here, break up, pull back and continue. I think that's what I'd have to see on gold. I mean, look, I like the trend line. I respect trend lines, but I don't use them for entry analysis. Prem Kumar saying, hey, did you short entry in gold? No, it's just my quick analysis. I'm not trading right now. I'm just not seeing anything in the markets. It's a bit soon. I'm hoping so. I'll be back in about 2.5 hours, and I'm hoping I'll get something then. It's going to be like pre-New York session, like late London. So I'm hoping it's going to give price time to mature, which will be hopefully around this area here then. Same on GU, price can mature around here. And then same on gold. I don't know what I want to see on gold. Either price to, if we break and close under this low, then yeah, I'm going to see some really valid sells. If we come down, tap into here and just consolidate, then I'm potentially going to be seeing continuation buys. But we'll see. I like this. What does the title, The Traveling Trader, mean? So basically, I don't know if you guys have watched Funded Freedom. It's basically where me and my brother get dropped in different parts of the world, and we've got to trade our way through. And I was in London, so I had to go from my house in Pembrokeshire, Wales, and then take a train all the way up to London. And my brother was the one who had to trade. I wasn't allowed to trade. I had to teach him just before we left, and then he had to do all the trading. And then we got dropped in Italy, up in Venice. We got dropped in Venice, and then we had to make our way down to Naples. So all through trading. So that was our most recent one. I'm obviously, as you guys know, I'm from the UK. I'm from Wales, and I'm currently in Hong Kong. So I just sort of travel. I'm sort of seem to be traveling around the world trading. I'm supposed to be in Dubai next month as well. And then I'm also potentially going to be in maybe Thailand. I'm not sure yet. We'll see. Maybe in Thailand the month after. And I've also had a message inviting me to Chicago to speak at an event in America. So I'm not on purpose traveling. I just seem to end up in different parts of the world. So yeah, hence the traveling trader. Now I will watch Funded Freedom. Dude, 100%. If you haven't already, guys, get yourself over and watch Funded Freedom. It's not just me and my brother. You can see the link. Thank you very much, Rami. You can see the link just down here in chat. Go over and watch it. I think me and my brother, of course, have the best videos because, it's just me and my brother, innit? But there is some awesome guys in the background doing some other trips as well. We've got David. He is in the Grand Canyon. That's fantastic watch. That's a really interesting one as well because I've never been to America. So to actually watch him explore the Grand Canyon is pretty cool. And then we've also got Jordan, who has done a couple of Australian sessions as well. So again, never been to Australia. So it's quite a good watch. But, I still think me and you are the best because we've gone from one side of Italy to the other side of Italy. We went through Rome. That was amazing. Rome was really cool. Venice was amazing, but it wasn't as nice as I thought it was going to. Look, again, me and my brother, so, we're not romantic. So, I mean, if you're going to bring, like, your partner or, your significant other, or maybe if you want to impress someone, take them to a romantic city on water, then, yeah, like, Venice is perfect. But for like me and my brother, we just felt a bit awkward there. We were sitting there having dinner one night, and we were just getting some weird looks. Like we were sitting there eating sandwiches. In fact, it's all recorded. You can actually watch people giving us weird looks as we're sitting next to the river eating like handmade sandwiches. Dude, it's so funny. It was like we were laughing, like we were stressing while videoing it. It was really, really stressful because obviously hungry, thirsty. Me and my brother were very much, if we disagree, we sort of like collide heads. So especially off camera, it was so stressful. But when we got home, we chilled out, we relaxed, and we watched the video back. We were absolutely hysterically laughing. Was teaching your brother easy? No, it really wasn't. I mean, I had to teach him basic fundamental strategy. So I literally just said to him, do this, do that, do that, do that. And he was like, okay, why? And I was like, I haven't got time to teach you why. Just follow the rules. And in all fairness to him, he followed the rules to perfection. But market conditions weren't great, so had it have been me trading, it would have hit my discretionary areas that I could have taken out manually of the trade for a little bit of profit. But because I taught my brother a mechanical strategy, of course he was like up to $300, and then he lost it, and then he ended up trading through news, which I did tell him not to. So that again, more stress. So yeah, it was. And then the worst part is the next day on the train home, obviously being a trader anyway, I'm always watching the markets. I actually said to my brother, I was like, pick out what you see. And he would have hit a TP on every single trade that he would have placed on the way home the next day, which was so frustrating because, yeah, I'm not going to spoil it, but go watch the London episode if you haven't already. It wasn't easy. It was fun, but it wasn't easy teaching him to trade. Okay, we're getting a bit of consolidation over in gold. Yo, LJ.
Hello. How we doing? Sorry, guys.
How
I
you
had
doing,
some personal stuff to deal with. So
I didn't problem. Yeah, not a problem, my friend.
We're here now. Dude, yeah, guys, definitely go check out Funded Freedom. Like we were saying.
Yeah. It was good fun. Content. There's rumors that there's going to be another episode coming soon. Rumors. Who knows? Maybe not. But it's going to be completely different to every single one that's already been made.
Yeah.
And there's going to be a new person there as well. So there's going to be another person on screen. So I'm not giving anything away, but I'm going to build hype because I want to get you guys excited because I am excited.
Definitely. And the more you guys get into it, the more we can bring to you.
Mm-hmm.
You guys might even see me there someday. So
who knows?
It'll be a lot of fun. Got Aussie abroad.
That would be sick. You should do a tour of Australia, but no planes allowed. Dude, that would be sick. Do you know what I really want to do? I want to do like a trader in Outback.
Could definitely do that, dude. I will be if like myself and Jordan or something.
Yeah,
Do that.
that'd be sick.
Or one of you guys. It would be good to have one of you guys like foreign, not from here, coming through
Yeah, true.
and experience it,
I
you know,
mean,
for
that would
fun.
be,
Like a bit of the
that,
like in between
that'd
banter.
be interesting. Yeah,
Right?
that'd be interesting.
Come on, Will. Come on. Don't be scared. It's all right. Just a
Yeah.
kangaroo, and a crocodile,
It's not so
couple of
much the
snakes,
kangaroos. It's like,
couple of
yeah, I was gonna say it's them
spiders,
like going to the toilet and then
jellyfish.
yeah, mid toilet, like you're just recording the bathroom door, knowing that there's gonna be a reaction because there's gonna be like a spider or a snake or something there.
Yeah, anywhere rural, often you go into a public toilet like
Mm.
near a park or something or some kind of area, and yeah, there'll be like a snake just like eating a bird or something, just in around the toilet, just hanging over there, and you just go like, all right, sorry to bust in
My
on you
bad.
guys, but just
My bad.
snake, do you want to close your eyes whilst I just do my
Yeah.
business? Like, okay.
Can you at least lock the door next time? Like, come on, have some, privacy in that.
At least put the little what are you at hotels, like the little nook over the handle, right? Just
Do not disturb or do not clean.
yeah, do not clean. Yeah, the do not clean sign. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, oh man.
And yeah, the drop bears, Henry, the drop bears. You got to get some good
Is that
videos.
not is that not just like koala bears, no?
No, dude, they're rabid.
Right.
Absolutely rabid. Yeah.
I've not heard of that.
So like all koalas have, and I don't know if we can say this here, but like 80%. Well, I guess it's just a nature fact. We're just doing
Yeah, I was going to say, if it's facts, it's facts, it's nature.
this Discovery Channel over here.
Mm.
Like 80% of koalas have chlamydia, right?
No way. No, that's
Yeah,
not.
they actually do. And then so hence some of them end up turning like kind of rabid after years of having it sustained. It goes like systemic, and then
Yeah.
they pretty much like drop out of trees and like attack people.
No
And so
way.
they go
What?
from being more like herbivores into being like kind of semi cannibalistic, and then anything else that climbs up the tree, they'll just attack them. And then so if you're like a person in Australia, you go and having a picnic, sit down under a tree or something, and if one of them is up there and you haven't noticed, they'll literally just drop out on you and go ham. So,
Dude, can you imagine? Can you imagine coming home from an Australian holiday? Like, could you imagine? Okay, could you imagine? So, okay, this is where my humor goes. Could you imagine like getting back to the UK after being in Australia, and like you say to your partner like you caught chlamydia out in Australia, and then she's like, you cheated on me. You're like, nah, I got attacked by a koala. They're like, oh, how can you be attacked by a herbivore, like a really cute and cuddly herbivore? And you're just trying to justify that. Like, dude, I was like, no, I promise, it's a koala.
Yeah, it's like getting like rabies or something going to America. Instead, you come to Australia and you get from koalas.
Oh man, dude, how can you imagine how nuts would that be?
Oh boy.
Man.
How you guys doing? Some of you guys are saying poor stream quality. What is the FPS dropping or something? Or is this screen looks super blurry? Is this the overall stream, guys, or is it one of us? Or
it seems okay to me. So some of the guys say normal for me.
Yeah,
Maybe
maybe.
if
I
you
mean,
just go into the YouTube settings and then, you know, oh, not the YouTube set, like watch the video and then click settings and then just, go on quality and put it on the highest.
yeah. I mean, how do I even say that? Like Tribui?
Tribui.
Is saying it's normal. So, but yeah, you guys might have to check your resolution in your actual YouTube to see how that's going. Henry's saying it's fine as well. So, yeah, it might be your own YouTube settings. Maybe you watched a prior video on lower quality, or you've had too many videos open at once, which YouTube will set each incremental video that you open to a lower quality per your computer system settings, so it doesn't overload it. So it might be the case. But yeah, how you been doing? Get better internet.
Bro, I feel you. I need to get better internet. Mate, I've been good, man. I've had a pretty chill weekend. I went to a cigar and whiskey tasting. I
did see
don't
that.
know if I got many photos. Did it? Oh man, it was so good.
I saw. You're real.
So many people say that. Oh, can you do like a event actually going to and getting ready for? And I was like, people want to watch that. They were like, yeah, that would be super sick, to like just do like a get ready with me. And I was like, bro, I don't know. So I did it anyway, but I felt weird doing it. But yeah, anyway, I tried this. Yeah, it felt odd.
Yeah.
I tried this cigar here. I'm not going to show you like the burning of the cigar or anything because I don't want to flag up YouTube, but I'll show you like the actual cigars. And you got to pick your own limited edition cigar, and it was Year of the Horse, limited edition Chinese New Year celebration. This was a female-made cigar. Now, a lot of people will be thinking,
pink. Okay. It's very thin, aren't they? Like, a lot of couldn't quite see, but
no, that was actually a standard gauge cigar. It was actually one of the nicest cigars I've tried in quite some time for a New World. Anyway, it wasn't a Cuban, and I think the pink was just the lighten. But yeah, a lot of people will be like, "Oh yeah, cool. What's the big thing about a female cigar roller?" It is the only female cigar creator in the world. So that was super cool. And I actually managed to smoke her limited edition cigar. So that was mega cool. Only one female cigar creator in the world. Yeah, dude, that was super cool. I didn't know that at all. Yeah, so bit of trivia for you guys.
Yeah, I would have expected, more than one, right?
I thought there would be more than one, but apparently not.
That's wild. God damn.
Yeah, I know. Like when I was chatting to the host, they were like, "Yeah, it's a limited edition. She's the only one in the world that has created this. That creates cigars. The only female in the world that creates these cigars." I was like, what? I was like, surely there's more than just... Because, a bit of cigar history for you guys. Cigar rolling was originally a female job because they've naturally got a more delicate, softer touch. And obviously, the cigar, the tobacco leaves are very sort of fragile. So originally, like back in history, it was a woman's job to roll the cigars back in Cuba. And so I was really surprised when I found out that turns out she's the only woman. I kind of felt like that was like, really?
That sounds like a very open market, especially on I don't know, social media to gain mass attention and that thing. Like,
yeah, exactly. I'm surprised she hasn't really capitalized on that yet.
Yeah, immediate audience, right? For sure. Easy.
Yeah, absolutely. Having said that, though, I mean, on the other side of the spectrum, playing devil's advocate, maybe she feels like she would get a bit of stick for being a female in the industry. I don't know. Who knows?
I don't think so.
Maybe.
I don't think so.
I don't think so either. I thought, if anything,
I think we all know how much. If we're talking about that, like males love prominent females coming into a male.
Yeah, 100%. Like,
I
I know a couple of big cigar
whatever
connoisseurs as
reasons,
well.
we'll put it that way.
Yeah. For reasons we shan't, explain. Tell Granny how to suck eggs on.
It's like women's golf, right? That pops off on social media.
I mean, to be fair, yeah, that's true.
And then it interconnects with the whole watches, investment world, cars, like the whole rest of the traditional type aspects. So, cigars are right there as well. So I'm surprised it hasn't been done, to be honest.
So, dude, so am I.
Yeah, sorry, go on. You go.
Yeah,
I think they were just saying it's more just Wi-Fi. So, look, part of Will's issue is not his own fault. He's moved to Hong Kong from Wales, so his internet is not necessarily up to his own preference. He's got.
I've gone from pretty good Wi-Fi to pretty not so good Wi-Fi, and it's stressful. I'm not actually using Wi-Fi right now. I don't know if you can see that green button. That's my mobile data
you're
hotspot.
Hotspotting. Is that how bad it is?
I'm actually hotspotting. Dude, I cannot watch a TV program, or I can't watch Netflix. I think me and my partner sat down last night to watch Netflix. Can't watch anything. Nothing would load.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh my God, as I give up, as I'm going to bed.
Yeah, so he's trying to get it fixed out. It's not necessarily up to him. It's up to the landlord and what offering they have. He's trying to shop around and try and get that fixed. Either stay there, get it fixed up, or move somewhere else, that kind of stuff. So apologies, guys, for that. But if it gets too bad, yes, we can shift screens and that kind of stuff. So
this is really interesting.
Sorry, first of all, no, I was there, dude. I was there on Friday. What are we talking about? What are we talking about? Oh, damn.
To be fair, I know he did show up late because he showed up as I left.
Oh, unbiased. Yeah, fair. Okay.
This is really interesting. It sounds like Will was conned. Google Maya Selva. I think it is Maya Selva. I think that's exactly who I'm talking about. I'm following her on Instagram. Gianni Garcia, Litz Azuna, Justin Andrews, Mariella Pereza. Interesting, dude. I was bullshit.
Yeah, probably.
It wouldn't surprise me if so. Don't get me wrong. They weren't, priced because she was the only female in the industry. It wasn't like that. It was more of just here's a bit of trivia for you.
He's sold the story. So there we go.
Yeah, exactly. They probably just sold some form of story.
Alrighty, update me with what you've been talking about before I jumped in.
Just checking out a little bit of EU, GU, gold. We had a nice little 1 minute time frame trade on GU. I didn't take it, but I was just talking about potentially optimizing on a scalp market. So there's a nice 1 to 2 here. I was just saying on the higher time frame, on the 5 minute time frame to the 15 minute time frame, I'd like to see a bit of consolidation, put in a higher low, break and put in a higher high, confirming that change in trend, and then that's when I want to be looking at an entry. Same goes for GU. Gold's a little bit different. Gold, we had the break and close under on the 5 minute. Now, that is in theory a part of my strategy, but however, we're so heavily bullish, I thought, no, I don't like this. So if we can continue down and then hit TP1, consolidate at TP1, and then continue up, I think that's what the price action for today on gold will look like, something like that. But I don't know. I think due to everything that's happened fundamentally, I think we're going to need to give it a day to wait for price to properly, kick in and move into the flow of it.
Isn't this such a day when you wish you just had fundamentals under your belt?
Yeah, no. Yeah. Like now is the time where I'd be like, get your fundamentals.
You're like, yeah. It's just funny after like obviously the chat with John.
Oh God, yeah.
Yeah. Very funny.
Dude, I'm looking for this. I'm looking for this.
But
this
yeah, okay.
woman.
So you were saying you want a long GU and EU. Is that what you said though? Is that correct?
Yes, yeah. I want a long GU and EU, but when it's right to do so.
Yeah. Because I think you will get technical players within here, and I think GU and EU have been quite sold throughout today, and it's been pretty sustained. Now, obviously, the main question for them, like we'll get more into the macro stuff. Saw a couple of you guys asking and such, just like unbiased trader. We'll stick to more technical stuff for now, and then when like Dirk comes in, we'll talk about some of that stuff. But yeah, so for instance, actually, let me share my screen first of all.
So gold is now dropping, which is quite nice. I'm still trying to find. I'm scrolling through to try and find the name of the cigar woman.
Okay, so typically we see. Let's go away from the 4 hour. Let's go down to let's just go to 30 minutes. We'll zoom in, maybe into the 15. Right.
Sorry, mate. Just to let you guys know, the name of this woman was Maya Selva. So yeah, and she has her own brand. So that's what it is. It's her own cigar brand. So not necessarily just a cigar maker.
Yeah. Right. Okay.
So apologies, guys. There you go. There's the name.
Yeah. Because I was like, dude, there's no way that it's just one female maker.
It raised flags in my head as well.
Not.
I was like,
surely not.
Yeah, I was like, nah, I don't believe that for a second.
Yeah.
So walk us through AU. What was your thoughts there?
So typically, I mean, you'd always see Aussie dollar getting very heavily sold off in risk off times, as we did on the open. Obviously, we saw quite a large gap. We closed up here at about 71.12, right, on Friday. Open back down here, 70.52. So a good 60-point drop. But we've seen a massive recovery all the way up to that top. Not quite to the exact point, but close enough to close the full gap. Now, euro dollar. Oh, that's the old chart. That hasn't updated. Hang on. This one. There we go. So euro dollar, we haven't seen that at all, nor with the pound, which is quite interesting because typically you'd see the Aussie dollar under more stress than the euro and the pound. So that's my only concern with going long euro or pound. Now, we have had this sustained pressure. At some point, we're going to get basically, you buy the rumor, sell the fact type situation, and we will get this driving up. We're starting to see that now. So we did have this slight recovery when Iran was saying they're willing to talk with the US. Then they said, no, we're not wanting to talk whatsoever. We saw everything come off again. That's basically the driver we've had. Now, the trouble with with Europe and the UK is going to be where gas prices go, which is a major cost inputs into inflation, a whole bunch of things. And then it's a question of how long that may or may not be sustained for, even more than the oil input for the UK and Europe. So oil here, if we go out to this 4 hour, I mean, I got to say that this swing trade since October has been very nice. Very happy with this. So we'll talk about that later when Dirk turns up. But yeah, the main thing with the European type currency, so EU, the euro in general, the pound is going to be mostly related to gas. The Aussie is in like a weird position where, as far as the standings on this, we're pretty neutral per se. We're just kind of chilling over on our island over here. And at the end of the day, we sell all the commodities to certain people. And if you do have a gas constraint elsewhere in the world, Australia exports a whole bunch of natural gas as well. So that's why I think, oddly, in these times, you normally see the Aussie getting smashed. We're weirdly positioned to actually do well in this current circumstance. And that's basically why you're seeing the Aussie actually holding up a bit better than some of the other majors, which might typically seem more defensive in a risk-off type situation. Yeah. What else? What else have you looked at? Will at all? Are you actually in anything, or are you sort of
No,
waiting for
no,
stuff
I'm just watching
like you were
today.
saying
Well,
before?
not necessarily today, but this morning, London session. I'm just gonna watch and then see how late London, early New York kicks off. Yeah, but
That's fair.
right now
That's fair.
I'm not in anything.
Fair. Um, yeah, I think you were late, unbiased trader, because at least I assume you're talking about poker. I had my partner's grandma's 80th birthday or whatever. I had to go and travel for, so I went down to the Gold Coast for that in the morning. So I had to at least get, I think I had 2 hours sleep before I had to leave. I needed something, right? I needed something. So yeah, you might have come in just after. Um, why spreads are higher today on the fibers? Because spreads are higher across the market because we have increased volatility overall. So if you guys are seeing any higher spreads, that is a normal market functionality, right? So when you have increased uncertainty, increased volatility across the market, you're going to get a higher differential of what kind of price can be offered. Because basically all the participants in the market are less certain about where they can buy or sell a certain asset. So there's basically a volatility risk premium that becomes baked into the spread. So just the same way that you see on news, when you get a news release, obviously spreads are very tight before. You see the news come out, the spreads widen massively because everyone's trying to digest the news. So the same thing now, we have a lot of geopolitical risk going on. So there's a lot of uncertainty. You guys can watch this via the VIX, for instance. You can find the VIX on TradingView, for instance. You can see this is the elevation of the VIX that we've had. A massive gap higher, and we're still sitting higher overall. Now, when you get to absolute extremes, when you have some of the biggest market turmoils, right, this is where we pop up to. Right, so this is around a bunch of the, Trump stuff. You can go back here. This is COVID, obviously. But you can see in terms of general trading, obviously this period is all through COVID and elevated inflation. Back through normal market trading, we've been through here. So we're definitely at the top of the range. And this includes the past while that we've had Trump kicking off with everything he's doing with tariffs, right? So we're definitely at the higher upper range of volatility in general in markets. So when you see that, you're going to see spreads and everything expanding. It's just a normal market operation.
Yars. Yar.
So I'm just catching up if I've missed anything else in chat in general.
GU standard consolidate dropped into that zone. EU's actually dropped into that zone as well now. So if we consolidate here, it's nice.
Hang on, let me shift over to your screen.
Okay, sweet. So gold is consolidating, which we don't want. It tried to drop and then it just sort of pulled back again. So we'll see what happens there, but it's edging closer to our area of interest for potential longs. EU is dropping into our zone, which is nice. So if we can consolidate, here somewhere, that'd be nice. And then GU's consolidating where is, which I don't oppose. I'd like to see a break and close higher first, but I don't oppose it consolidating where it is now. I think EU looks nicer.
Interesting. Because I think, we've had a lot of digestion over the weekend, right? And then we've had more things going on today. I think we are due for a bit of a buy the rumor, sell the fact type situation. We've had some of the further comments from Iran saying they're not willing to talk, but it's now from all parties on either side. It's very much every action you take from here needs to be very strategic.
Right? Yeah, 100%.
So it's not going to be just missiles being fired everywhere, and everyone's very informed on what's going on, potential risks, everything. We had a full weekend to sort of really digest this stuff.
Yeah,
I was actually quite impressed overall for how, because we had that, I guess the market did take things in its stride. To be fair, particularly stock markets, they're only down about 1.5%, which is not too bad considering overall.
Yeah, someone was just asking about Euro JPY. Oh, yo, Dirk, what's good, man?
Hey, mates, how is it? Welcome to the New World Order.
Yeah, that's it.
But isn't that something, the way the stock markets are reacting? I went long about an hour ago in Nasdaq.
I was going to say,
nice.
That's what we were just saying, like a buy the rumor, sell the fact.
Yeah, really.
Type situation for now.
Seems like the crypto market took the grunt. Actually lost over the weekend there 2% because I chickened out.
Down, up,
yeah. I chickened out, and actually at that moment I said to my community, I wrote okay, I'm going to take a loss here of 2% of that position. So I closed it, my Bitcoin long at around 64,100. And then I wrote somehow I feel like we are going to bounce back to 67, but I don't want to expose to this kind of risk, because capital preservation always is the most important, especially if I know, in the community there are people following my trades. So it's the markets are surprisingly resilient, I have to say. It's nothing can shock them anymore.
Yeah, that's what I was just saying about stock markets in particular.
Yeah.
Very, very robust. But we had the whole weekend to digest. Sorry, Will.
I was just going to say, I think the markets are taking that much of a hammering recently. People are just prepared for something along these lines anyway. So a bit like what you just mentioned, LJ, we've had the whole weekend to prepare, but in all honesty, we probably had a lot longer to prepare because
we definitely did.
Forecasted this. Not necessarily. Look, you can't predict to the exact date or to the exact momentum on what is happening, but you can forecast something of an around about area of what could potentially turn out. And therefore, when it does happen, especially like on a weekend or like just prior to the weekend, we have all weekend to be like, right, okay, I wasn't quite right, but I was kind of right. So this, that, and the other, slight adjustments, and boom, we go. So it's almost like we kind of expected something.
And kind of a setting, it's nicer to have a market actually, that has the time to digest it prior to opening. Like you saw.
Dude,
on crypto, you saw like when I woke up Saturday morning, it's like, oh, come on, not on a Saturday morning, Like, let me have a day off really with my family. But anyway, so it's kind of it's nice to see. I think beyond that also, there's like, because for me, I mean, I don't know anything about military. I've never served, I'm like a total pacifist. But if I compare like these operations to at least what I read about operations before that in the media, they're kind of surgical. We saw that in Venezuela. We saw that now in Iran. It's like, wow, how precise are these guys? Which ties a little bit into, what was going on with Anthropic and the US military last week. Makes you wonder, like, how much is already, backed up, targeted by AI, to be able to pull something like this off with hopefully minimal casualties on the population side.
Yeah.
Anyway, just before we open this absolute fantastic can of worms, I'm going to shoot off. So, guys, thank you very much for joining. Guys, there's like 240 odd of you right now, which is incredible. So, guys, thank you very much for joining me when I was solo this morning. Big thank you to LJ for joining me also. So, no, that's fine. That's fine. I'll do it on my own, LJ. Fine. So no, guys, thank you very much for joining and being fantastic participators in chat. But I'm going to head off. Thank you very much. Big welcome to Dirk and LJ, and I shall see you in 2 hours.
You will. Take care, Will. How come my screen is like gone? When I go over to my, it's like, hey, did you do that?
Should be there.
Yeah.
No,
Nice.
not me.
Okay.
Not me, but I think it's just Remy shifting.
Okay, nice. Thank you, Remy.
Yeah.
As I said earlier, I took the opportunity this morning to get into this trade here because that's exactly what I'm looking for, and it kind of feels always a little bit scary to do when it really happens. But we were at -2 sigma in the Nasdaq based on my Renko chart so I got in not exactly at the close, I got in a little bit higher at 4.525 to be more precise still. I mean, that's a solid trade already, up there 100 points. And it's like a sentiment like this actually makes me positive, as cynical as it always is to say something like this, with everything going on. But by the end of the day, we are traders, sometimes we have to, put aside the moral high ground, we have personally, of course, and trade, what is there, what is seen. And for me, the reaction like this now we see on a Monday morning is very positive. That shows me like the market is really very much intact and still wants to strive higher. That, of course, under the assumption, that there is not much more as point going down the road, but it seems like pretty much contained to my amateur eyes at the moment, the situation there. So I don't see, why we shouldn't continue as usual,
Yeah, there's a few risks on the board, definitely, but I think it is much more contained than, say, what do you want to call it? I guess popular media would communicate as though it's World War III.
Because that's what sells. This is what people click on.
We're not there. Stop the clickbait, that kind of stuff. Like, come on. So we're traders here. I will just have to say, Dirk, before we get into this, because I do have a bunch of stuff.
Go over it, please.
I haven't been home the whole weekend, so I've got a couple of things I've been running up. I will just need to dip out now for probably like 5 minutes.
No problem.
Back in 2 seconds. So if you want to run over charts levels? What are you seeing? Maybe Bitcoin?
I run over a bunch of things that kind of
because
struck
Bitcoin
my
was very interesting.
Absolutely.
Specifically since it was the only open, or crypto in general was the only open market over the weekend. I'll be back right quick. So
sure.
Right.
See you in a while. Yeah, let's go over some stuff here. Actually, let me pull my my crypto trading charts, the one I mainly look up here. I hope you guys can see this better. If not, I'll maybe just make this one a bit bigger. The intricacies of trading view cannot do this. So I hope you can see the one top right here. Yeah, which basically is Renko-based Bitcoin. Maybe we should look at it also on candlesticks later, but for now, let's go with this one, where you can see we really just bounced down quite heavily. And then I got a bunch of these ultra buy signals, which I didn't trade because I said I exited the positions actually to kind of preserve the capital there. But it's a bounce back, and I'm not sure if we would have the Nasdaq, the forex markets open also on the weekend, we kind of would have seen the same picture, but they weren't. And since everything calmed down a little bit again, we are seeing the reaction we are seeing this morning, specifically in Nasdaq. Let's have a look here at euro dollar. Also not much of a reaction, guys, here. So we're not trading far away from what I see as the middle ground at the moment, around 118.20. So my strategy really is, I think you can do two things actually right now. I mean, look at this. We have a nice confluence level here between this blue line, which is the 200 EMA, 200 Renko blocks EMA, that is. And this lines perfectly up with a -1 sigma at the moment. So one could argue now again, and this also feeds into a little bit of risk on, right? That we might see rather quickly a bounce back to the 0 sigma line. So somewhere into this area between 118.15 to 118.35. That actually would be my preferred trade this to today. Honestly speaking, I must say, I think that's the trade I'm going to take right now because that one looks quite good. Just got to see a little bit how we pull this up from a risk-reward kind of standpoint. So if we pull... That's too far away already. I actually would pull my stop underneath this last red Renko block. So somewhere, let's say at 116.83 here. Where does it put us in terms of risk reward? If we go up here, 119.05, my target. That's a nice one. It's a 2.9 risk reward almost. Let me quickly punch that into my MetaTrader here. Let's see what that means for this position. Somehow I never can share my MetaTrader here on this software, but I'll walk you through this. So stop loss, as I said, for this position, 116.80. 116.80. And if we want to risk 0.5% on this one, okay, here we go, trade. Good. That means we are long, or I'm long now at 117.35.9. Stop loss is at 116.80. Take profit for this one, 119.05. Going to set this to 118.99 though. So just underneath the large number, 118.99. Perfect. That feeds good into the Nasdaq trade I already have opened. As I said, guys, this we have to be a little bit careful, of course, since I'm long Nasdaq now already and long euro dollar. These are trades that point into the same direction, meaning like, of course, it's nice, if you take profit when it's reached, because it's kind of going to leverage my profit here. But I don't want to have too many trades going into the same direction here, obviously, as well. I mean, look at this here, cable. this is the same picture as Nasdaq. Might actually be the nicer trade than euro dollar also, but that's what we often see from cable. Since I'm now long already euro dollar, I don't want to go into this trade anymore. But again, this is a good solid setup here, in my opinion, for a long position. A little bit late already into this trade, but okay, whatever. Let's get rid of this one. Stop loss just under the last low, so maybe around 133. And I mean, even if we just go back to 0 sigma, that's a 3.5 R trade. You only need these, like one of these every now and then to go. So this is actually maybe even the better trade than euro dollar. But anyway, I executed euro dollar now already. I have my Nasdaq long already, so that one is pretty much set already. When it comes to dollar yen, I rather would wait until we are up at around 157.20. Again, would be the same trade into the same direction. So we are well positioned there already. Let's quickly go to Bitcoin, for example, here. I want to go down to the hourly chart. Get a bit rid of these ones here. Yeah. I mean, look at this here. Just like purely based on standard deviation now. If somebody presents a chart like this to you, what would your first impulse would be? How to trade this? Going to wait a little bit for your answer here. Yeah, Scotty, that's the one, it's like, I think it's more like gold safety than the US dollar safety right now. Of course, yeah, gold also measured in US dollar. So if we see a weak US dollar, that's going to push the gold price, of course, higher since it's measured in US dollar. But there doesn't seem to be much urge really to flee to safety. I have a hard time remembering if we ever had something like this where, we had a war escalating, where we had like military operations in very strategically important areas of this world, and Iran is one of those, with the Strait of Hormuz, with all the oil reserves being there, not only for the US, also for China, of course, who just signed contracts, I think, for oil deliveries for the next 25 or 30 years or something like this, but also for Russia. So if we would go back like 15, 20 years, this would have been a dramatic risk-off scenario. But nowadays, it's not so much anymore. And of course, we can argue kind of like, why is that the case? My guess, or my best guess, would be actually because the markets have kind of gotten used to a new crazy. We're kind of used to that Donald Trump tweets a lot unfiltered things, and that the markets have to react to this. So it's kind of a new crazy. It's kind of like the new normal. It's nothing that surprises the markets anymore, and that's a bit concerning in my opinion. But as we said here earlier, before when I joined this live stream, it's also something, we kind of have to accept that it's the new normal right now. So if I look at Bitcoin here, yeah, I mean, we are in a downtrend on the hourly chart. I don't think there's any reason right now really to buy, at least if you try to scalp this, if you try to swing trade Bitcoin. If we go onto the higher time frames, it's a different picture. As I said, for example, last week, if we look at where we are now, historically speaking, it's a whole different story for Bitcoin, obviously. But right now, if Bitcoin wants to catch on to what's going on the stock markets, and it has detached recently a little bit from them. By the way, sorry guys, I'm sounding a little bit nasal because I'm still struggling a little bit with the flu. But if we want to play a little bit catching up, then I wouldn't be surprised to see Bitcoin, for example, pulling up to the 8 weeks moving average, which is, bear with me. Here we go. Which would be also a move of 16%. So that means we would pull up from 66,000 now to almost 78,000 US dollars. And that still wouldn't mean that the bear market is over. The same, we have all the space to pull up if we want to pull up until the mid of a support bull markets or bear market support bands. In this case, that would be a price swing up to 87,000 US dollars. You remember me talking a lot about these bull market support bands. So the ribbon of the moving average is you see up here. As it is in the bull market, that very often price will retrace to those areas. So, for example, here we saw this here, we saw it here going under it, we saw it here going under it. It's the same in the bear market. So, where you will see pullbacks to either the 8 weeks moving average or the bull market support bands, and these are areas when you can short it. And we're talking about a pullback possible here of 16 to 30% somehow. Is that going to happen this week? Probably not, because the sentiment is still very, very fragile. So if you're trading your funded account, if you're trading your evaluation accounts with the fivers, I wouldn't too much focus on Bitcoin or crypto in general there anyway. So go with a Nasdaq, go with euro dollar and so on. Welcome back, LJ. I just opened a position euro dollar a little long because it looks for me like we are pretty good supported here. I have the 200 EMA. I have the -1 sigma. I can put my stop loss pretty tight. There's a lot of leeway to the upside. Actually, I just discovered this after I entered the euro dollar trade. The setup on cable looks a little bit better, even in my opinion. I think there could be a 3.5 risk reward ratio trade, our trade. So the way it looks to me, really, I think these are good entry points maybe for this week. If we don't see like things escalating more, going more crazy out of a direction that we cannot anticipate yet. But I'm pretty happy with finding something like this on a Monday morning. I wouldn't go, I said it just to the audience, although I see a lot of pullback potential for Bitcoin or for crypto in general, something between 16 and 30%. It's not the long trade where I would like go at the moment as a swing trade, at least. It's like long term, something else. I'm building up position there again, but as a swing trade, not because we are seeing crypto, of course, massively underperforming other risk on assets. And I want to choose the ones that are performing, which are euro dollar to the upside, which is cable to the upside, which is Nasdaq S&P 500 to the upside.
I agree. I think I would potentially use the Bitcoin dips if you have the idea of dollar cost averaging after the original fall, to keep using that. I would not recommend buying the rallies just yet.
Yes, because we are in a bear market, crypto bear market. Buy the dip, don't buy the FOMO.
I think we will come out of it, and when we do, it will be somewhat not quite sudden, but we'll just start heating up, and then it will just run very heavily, and it will seem as sudden, even though it was quite slow. Really, like we'll just go 65, 70, 75, 80. Oh, now we're at 90. And we didn't dip back down, and we kept going.
And when the sentiment flips like to the total opposite again, when people get greedy again, FOMO, and when you can play that game to the downside probably again.
I think that might be 3 to 4 months in the current conditions that we have. So, I wouldn't try trading the volatility around Bitcoin. Obviously, a lot of that volatility comes in from, there's currency differentials over the weekend, and people imply that, because my certain countries' currencies got hit pretty hard, they're going to shift into Bitcoin instead to secure purchasing power, all sorts of things. There's all sort of random types of ideas why people jump into this for the weekend. But we've seen it come off. I think just like you were saying, I think the more traditional assets are probably a better play. Now, from where we left off, before I had to jump out for a sec, sorry, like I said, I've been away the whole weekend this week. So I've had to deal with a couple personal things today as well. But you were saying that because basically it comes down to, if we want to try and put it in a binary situation, right? People are wondering if this is going to be very Venezuela-like, or does it end up more prolonged? Now, the initial strikes, once again, very Venezuela-like. And obviously, like you mentioned, we had the Claude type stuff and then wanting to use it, all this kind of thing, which it kind of sound like, hey, we've got potential operations later. Who knows, whatever the exact information is. We don't get everything, obviously. But in the prolonged version, obviously, Venezuela and Iran are a bit different. So there is definitely a much higher probability for this to be a bit more prolonged, per se. Now, I think once you start talking about that, you also get into, or even looking at this in general, you can see it's much more of a, there's certain regional players that have their own agenda, and then there's, say if we want to say US centric, right? The US ultimately is still mainly concerned with China. And
Of course, yeah.
so these kind of things happening are ultimately advantageous for the US against China, once again, just like Venezuela.
I heard actually that I'm not too sure if I'm telling the truth now, if that whole article, news headline was true, that China has like deals with Iran about oil delivery for like 25 or 30 years into the future. So, of course, as you know, this is something that's hitting them quite hard. But at the meantime, are China and the USA going to escalate? I don't think so.
And so the other thing is, yeah, they're not going to escalate, but we have seen comments coming out from China, even in like soft things, where they put out that piece publicly about all of the US military bases everywhere. Which, if you spend a little bit of time, plodding away, you can find this. It's not like some secretive thing, right? But the fact that they did that publicly, openly, trying to present it, is definitely a nod of the cap type thing.
True.
Right, so just like the Venezuela situation is more to hamstring or handicap China in a potential hot war if somehow things got to the extremes, that's being quelled. The final portions are obviously places like Iran, and particularly where you have like India in the middle. So the current barrels, I think, they were 1.8 million barrels through India. Now it's gone down to 1.1. And the thing is, people are wondering if, because of what's going on, will India pick up the back end barrels, since they've been kind of playing all sides. They've been playing US, China, and Russia all together. They have each of their defense systems from all three countries located there. India seems too afraid of potential egregious sanctions from the US. So the trajectory right now seems as though that 1.1, it was 1.8, come down to 1.1, will probably go down to like 600,000 barrels. Right? So it seems very much a collected attack, and ultimately more directed to China. So hence I do then agree, like with what you're saying, that is it's a more of a flash in the pan situation with Iran itself, and that kicking off into the broader UAE, Middle East in general, other countries getting involved. Same with some of the initial attacks. They were very strategic, even from Iran, which we've had this playbook before. The last time we had this, where we had the missiles thrown the other way, thrown to certain facilities that had no one there. They weren't really operational, but you get the tagline that we hit them back, right? And it's kind of seemed somewhat the same way, but with a slight pickup. So I don't know. It's this time has been a bit more mixed, to be fair. So I think right now we are fair in what you're saying as far as trades to probably buy the rumor, sell the fact.
Yeah.
Type of situation. It's basically the next question of, is this a one and done type thing and we won't be talking about it in 3 days? Or is this going to be something we'll be talking about for the next 3, 4, 5 weeks?
I kind of like the thesis you just said, that it's like Venezuela, Iran, and so on. It's like the USA preparing to kind of throw sticks into the legs of China a little bit, playing the long term game, because this is what I actually think China is doing, like playing in competition to the US the long term game, because they might be thinking, it's just me putting out the thesis now, of course, a hypothesis, might be playing something like, well, we have grown since, what was that, I think 10% of the US GDP in 2000 to now being at around 65 to 70%, depends on who you're asking right now. So we are on this trajectory going to outgrow the USA anyway. And we're not going to do this in terms of economic power. We are also going to do this in terms of technology, which we are already seeing. I mean, probably you guys have seen like the robot dancing stuff on the news. And
that was pretty cool.
That was pretty cool.
That was pretty cool.
1 year ago, that was not possible. So I mean, this is quite dramatic.
Dude, I want one of these China robots. Honestly.
Me too. Yeah.
I would love to have one. That'd be so cool.
I have a China robot at home, which is a little vacuum from Xiaomi, who always goes through my house and hopefully cleans everything.
Same with one of the dogs, right?
Yeah. My daughter absolutely would love one of those, I tell you.
Yeah. My partner is like, she's like, no, we're not getting a robot ever. I'm like, it's fine. They're cool. It's right. Dude, it's all good. It's all good. It's not Terminator. And if anything,
Skynet controlling them.
We'll be one of the first adopters. We'll be kind to them, and they will remember that.
Yeah.
And
this is why you say,
won't kill us.
If you use Claude or ChatGPT,
maybe they will.
Always say please and thank you. But back to China now. The one thing they can do better than the USA on a political scale is they really can have those long-term plans. Say what you want, of course, about like a kind of dictatorship or one-party system. We see that in Singapore. We've seen that in Singapore. Also, they have those 10, 20, 30, 50 years plans. I have seen in Singapore, for example, their town planning is taking things into account for the next 50 years. This is something you cannot do in a democracy where you have, for example, especially a two-party system like we are seeing in the USA. Same here in Germany, of course. Maybe in Australia, it's the same, where it always, kind of switches back and forth between left and right. No?
I will say in Australia, we basically have a one-party system now.
Okay, that kind of sucks then, Matthew.
We actually have the good party in, so that's fine.
Okay.
The party literally has basically their own demise, and it's actually kind of awkward. Yeah. We're kind of like, because we're coming up close to the next election.
Okay,
I'm saying they should call it now because they had a landslide win last time.
Okay,
they'd have the same thing now. So, but yeah, very, very interesting times. We might actually get a new party altogether.
That
in
might be
Australia.
not a bad thing, actually, you know, to fresh winds in there.
Yeah, which would the other thing that actually has like globally systemic is that every system that has tried to move away from a two-party system has had a very hard time getting like a third party to come in and challenge. But this might be, if it actually comes through, the sort of stumbling block for other countries to try and use that as like something to build off, right? You know, and set like the precedent. So
Yeah.
very interesting times, I must say. Very interesting.
Yeah. Let me maybe quickly finish like my chain of thought about China.
Yeah.
And so one thing, of course, you know, is I mean, you can have long-term plans. It doesn't matter if you don't have a demographics for actually, you know,
Yes.
committing to and to these long-term plans. This is really a problem in China, and primarily China, even more worse than the USA or Europe, or I don't know how the demographics
Any country on the
looks.
planet,
You know,
frankly.
they're basically a dying race, you know. When I say that, I mean in terms of far more older people than younger people getting children, kind of the same like we see in Japan.
Japan, yeah.
Obviously, yeah. So they need to find a solution for this. I had to kind of, you know, think last week when I read the following headline, like that some Chinese company invented an artificial womb now. So basically, a robot, an artificial machine that can, you know, fertilize babies and fully grow them out to majority there. So mother and papa, they both can continue to work, you know, and mother doesn't need to take time off work. So who knows? That could be a solution to the problem. Bringing there, it's kind of a cyberpunk solution, of course, very futuristic
Yeah.
solution. Again, I don't know if that's true, but that shows, you know, that this is a problem that's actively being worked on.
But that's the thing. So definitely, like you're saying, they definitely have a long-term vision. They always have for quite some time. It's always been a China 2045
Yeah, exactly.
view, right? That's what they've had for ages. They're still committed to that, and that is definitely the strength they have against the US, where US is still the, you know, every couple of years political cycle, right? And then, I mean, the longevity of that is wiped out pretty quick. Like we saw Obama into Trump, and then everything's changed. It's like on its head immediately. And then we still did get Biden in, but it didn't really flip. So that is definitely one thing that they have. Now, just like you're talking about, it does come down to the demographics where either way, even if they're doing this, they don't have now the demographics on their side.
Yeah.
And it was all built originally off that demographic profile. And they have since basically data has come out or semi-admitted or otherwise that they have much fewer births than they originally calculated, based on fewer females being born and having progeny, that kind of thing.
Having more males in the population, you know, from a one-child policy back then.
Yeah, exactly. So, exactly. It all comes out of that. Now, I mean, you can do some basic math, and the thing is, the math that they present is way worse, and it's mathematically impossible for what they are presenting, what it is, versus what it actually is. And this is not some. It's just math, right? You can't have X people. There's a certain incubation period, blah blah blah, that kind of thing. So yes, they are putting in certain policies, even giving credits to people having more kids and stuff. But that will come at a much later time now than when it's actually needed for them to take a have that kind of power on the world stage per se, from a economic, political type standpoint. And they will have a lot of pressures along the way before they get there. So that is almost somewhat where we saw the China-US stuff escalating, and China has sort of pulled back, knowing that they need to scrap that date and kind of go, maybe we look more at like 2090, 2100, right? It almost seems very, very like that, which is interesting in the prospect of everything going on now, where other players are being very aggressive and they're ultimately looking way out rather than just now. So it comes back to the same thing with the Taiwan situation, where people are wondering if you get whatever invasion. I don't think so at all. Would not make sense in their broad targeting of things.
Yeah, I agree. It's like, for what? Is it like for ideology? Yeah, some countries would do that, but not China. They are very, very fact-driven, beyond the curtain of ideology, communist ideology that you might sometimes see on the outside. They are very nationalist people, which not necessarily is a bad thing. That coming from a German, sorry, that's a special flavor. Sorry. I hope you guys know
Dirk.
what I mean.
Calm down.
Calm down, Dirk. That's not how I mean it, but I agree with you. If it comes down to, are we going to invade Taiwan now, or what are kind of the economical consequences of that? I'm sure maybe things actually would be different if they wouldn't have seen what we're seeing with Russia and Ukraine right now, where everybody also thought, like, this is like a 2-3 day operation. They're going to basically overwhelm them and it's over. And there are some similarities between, at least in my opinion, between Russia and China too, when it comes to former corruption. More in Russia, of course, where like generals seem to have overstated towards Putin how many modern tanks there really are.
Of course.
China has been fighting this for the last 20 years now, corruption, but it's still there. So some say, like, they might overinflate actually their capabilities also, which I doubt that. Everything you see nowadays from China looks like very futuristic. But of course, that can also follow a political agenda, like what is shown to the outside world. I don't want to get too philosophical yet. Quickly to the trades also. So we are seeing Nasdaq moving here. Actually put my my stop loss to break even on this one right now. Let's see if we hit my target, starting the week with a nice 2.8 R would be something very nice. Euro dollar, not much going on. Cable, as I said, in hindsight, that should have been my preferred trade. We can see it moving already a little bit more, but still, this is probably going to take the week to kind of play out. But this is actually, just if these trades I have now open, Euro dollar, Nasdaq, if they play out, I'm already in very good shape for the month of March. Are you currently in anything?
Not quite. So I did take. Let me jump over to my screen. So if we go over to the Aussie, I got to check which chart because some of these weren't working today. So this is the only trade I've taken today. So after we had the dip, I waited for basically Asia to sort of digest of the information, see where we started trading rather than trying to anticipate that. And obviously at the same time, we're still having headlines coming out across the board.
The classic
Aussie dollar did. Yeah, Aussie dollar did have a further retracement beyond some of the other majors. Like, so Euro dollar, we didn't get anywhere near the gap. Same with things like the pound. And then we got, is that the right dollar yen chart? No, it would be this one. So dollar yen rallying. So we didn't get the yen safe haven play at all. So once I saw Aussie dollar coming right up through here, though, up to those levels, obviously Aussie dollar kind of benefits a bit better than some of these other countries in this aspect. Obviously, we have all the commodities. We're kind of outside of the picture altogether. We're in between everyone. Everyone wants to be friends with us. As far as the energy sector, if we need to corral things back in, we're pumping out a bunch of all of this stuff. Both with natural gas, basically we send 95+% of it overseas. So if stuff really became poor, obviously the government could corral that in and say, you need to stop selling it overseas. We've got to keep some here. And the same with oil as well. We do actually have a bit of oil, not massive in terms of some of the other countries, but definitely enough to sustain our own country, put it that way. So this is one of those weird times where normally you get the Aussie dollar being very heavily sold off as like a high beta, high risk currency. So very much sensitive to those flows, but we've seen it correct. This was off the initial headlines that Iran was potentially willing to talk to the US. Then we got the headlines coming out that no, they don't want to at all. So we saw the comeback back lower. But yeah, that's basically all I've been in at the moment. I've been sort of waiting to see how we play out through the day.
That was a massive trade, no? What was that, like a 5 hour? Did I see
Yeah, no, it was still a massive trade. That was a really good trade. So let me go back to it. Let's go to 15.
That means you basically can retire for the week already.
Yeah, exactly. I can chill. Right, that was a good trade. So we started to stall out here. I was waiting for us to actually hit those tops, but this was also obviously a prior level in general. So once I saw us sort of falling off through here, I took that short and we continued on.
I really think I need to focus a little bit more on the Aussie dollar as well. It's like something I've not been trading
it's
a lot.
But it captures everything. It's probably not just because I happen to live here, obviously, but it really does capture the US dollar, the general majors picture, plus the risk on, risk off sentiment, things like even stocks just coming off. You get opportunities because the Aussie dollar comes off just by proxy, whilst the majors are like, say, the euro or the pound are sort of gradually still inclining. So it basically just presents opportunities for you to get in when it's just going to rise after, or vice versa.
Yeah. The thing was like the last time, back like 15 years ago, I used to trade Aussie dollar options quite a lot, and it was always like when you want
options would be hard, to be honest.
Yeah, no, but back then, you know, what you usually would hear if you ask for an option price in Aussies, like from investment banks, you would hear something like, you know, we're not going to give you a good price on this. If you want to trade for Aussie, why not trading the yen, you know, or any other dollar pair, you know? It's like, was a little bit like the unwanted stepchild of the major pairs.
Was that pre-2010, 2008 kind of pre-then? Yeah, of course. Yeah.
It was like there was no real reason, you know, but it has been catching up. It has been more and more also becoming the proxy trade for when you want to get China in the picture. I mean, it always was, you know, but over the last 10 years, gradually.
It was since the commodity cycle around the GFC. And obviously, it's a very hard window to actually get access, like proper access to China.
Yeah, exactly.
And not just access, but you need liquidity, especially if you're a large, either a family office or like some kind of firm, hedge fund, whatever. It's very hard to get that liquidity at the same time as exposure to China. So hence the Aussie dollar does.
And you cannot just go, I don't know, to Julius Baer or Morgan Stanley or Goldman Sachs or whatever and say like, you know, I want to trade like yuan or yuan options or something like this, because usually they'll have that packaged into something that's called a non-deliverable forward. Something you see with a Korean won, for example, that's an example of this. And this is it's always a bit
into trash, basically. Some confusing piece of trash that they they'll move the goalposts later somehow, and you're like, hang on, I thought this was in the contract. They're like, oh no, there was a couple extra lines. Maybe you didn't see it.
It's kind of a situation where you think like, oh, you know, this guy from this investment bank met up with the other, and then they discussed over a beer where the price is going to be tomorrow.
Yeah, precisely. Yeah. So, Scott was saying, so do you feel, so this was something I highlighted, sorry, I know you asked this a while ago, but highlight it anyway. So do you feel that there will not be a rush into the dollar for safety?
I answered this one earlier already when you were away, but
Did you?
I want to hear your answer on this one.
To be honest, I'm not sure. So I think the majority of I was trying to find a piece from Reuters earlier with the positioning data as well, which I thought I screenshotted, but I didn't with the exact numbers. But basically, traders have been pretty much short dollar. So part of what's happened today is where people have actually had to pile into dollar forcibly because they're being short dollar overall. So that's kind of what we've seen. So unless somehow the situation develops into a larger ongoing hot war type, something every day, nothing sort of chills out at all, then no, I think most of that knee-jerk reaction has already happened. Right? That was very much today. We saw that in Asia, and we saw the recovery. And then the same way that Dirk is now looking at some of the recovery in both the euro, and you'd see the same in the pound as well, right? I think that's very on mark. Everyone was heavily positioned the other way. So this is why positioning is always good to look at, and you're going to figure out where people are and figure out whether that's actually a true move or just because of positioning. So just like I've talked about a number of times in the past couple of weeks prior, when we had the big fall-offs in the stock market, didn't have a major escalation. We had the SAS thing with Claude and that kind of stuff. Problem was, everyone was already fully invested.
Yeah.
So there's no buyers left. So we had the mass spectre for the market to come off, right? Just because of positioning, whether right or wrong, just that's where people are. So we've kind of had a similar situation here. You can see these are the at-the-money volatilities for options. Obviously, we're very much hiked up across the board. Funny enough, silver, which is a weird one.
Yeah, I think that trade is done, really.
So yeah, no, I know we've talked about this before. I think silver trade is cooked.
And exactly, just from a volatility standpoint now, the implied volatilities, if you see something like gold, the at-the-money volatility is going up, but in the correlated asset, the highest correlated asset, which obviously should be silver, going down, that will tell you something. That is a sign that the focus is shifting away from silver.
Yeah, exactly, and that's what we've said. Like, I still like gold, 100%. Gold is great. I sound like Trump now. Like, gold is
Gold
great.
is great. I've always said gold is great. Ask
yeah.
all the traders, they said Trump, gold.
Yes. But yeah, gold will basically have legs. Silver, it's not like it won't gradually come up, right? But from here, with the aggression of the peaks, valleys that we've had, it will be much more volatile, much more erratic. At the end of the day, it's not a precious metal. It does primarily have industrial links.
Yeah.
So that's why we keep aggregating back to that industrial level right now, regardless of these new developments that keep happening. And that's a very important signal when you've actually got developments that potentially should imply runs higher, and we're kind of struggling in some form to actually get up and get on. So if you guys are interested in investing in metals in general, so gold is very good. Platinum will probably be very good. Things like copper and that kind of stuff still kicking on. All the traditional players. Silver has massively overcooked its run in general. Looking at the 25 delta risk reversals, so dollar yen pretty much flat. That was very interesting to see that we didn't get any safe haven flows to the yen at all today. Euro dollar, touch higher from there. This basically screams, if we look at the whole thing, very much indecision. So we'll look at this again tomorrow when we come through. This wouldn't have updated just yet to the current hour. I think this is towards the end of Asia, the last updated. But you can see Euro franc in terms of volume index very high. Now, that comes back to, like I was talking about with the euro dollar and the pound dollar, the main concern will be how gas moves. So nat gas, right? Almost the same way that we had back in 2022 with Ukraine, Russia. Like the main problem with the euro and the UK was euro and the pound was natural gas prices pumping, right? So even though oil had calmed down in Europe, it was natural gas popping off. Just catching up on chat as well for you guys. There were some older ones that I was meant to pick up before, but we got talking. So I liked your recent trading content, very clear and practical. I'm a thumbnail designer and noticed a small improvement that could help increase your video click. I'd love to redesign your thumbnail. Well, if you're a Fivers trader, you can at least look. I'll throw you a bone. You can at least. I can't guarantee anything, but you can at least send me a draft. Let's say, probably find myself in the Discord, and I'll see how it is. You can throw me that. All right. So you can find myself, LJ, in the Discord. If you're actually a Fivers trader, I'll definitely have a look. Definitely have a look, man. So.
No, we only take designers who have passed at least one evaluation phase on their accounts.
Yeah. Like I said, I just want to clarify. Can't guarantee anything, but I respect the hustle per se. If you're trying to, step up with things, and I'll definitely have a look. Put it that way, but no guarantees.
That's fair, but because hustle, it's like always you want to sell your services and.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think that's very respectable. Right?
Exactly.
People doing stuff like you gotta, right? So, Scotty's saying UK news cable is going up on its own. I mean, we did have the PMI.
I don't think it's really going up on its own, It has.
Yeah, I was going to say the PMI was kind of terrible, and that was some time ago. So you can see even now
exaggerating to the downside a little bit more than the euro dollar has.
Yeah. So I think this is literally just a buy the rumor, sell the fact type situation. So a bunch of you guys, funnily enough, for any of you guys that were here last week, I don't know if you guys remember this trade.
Oh, man.
If you do.
I got stopped out at the bottom with my gold trade last week. Really, super unfortunate. After this, it just went to the upside.
You weren't here, were you? With Goldie Blocks on Thursday?
No. With who? Goldilocks?
Goldie Blocks.
Who's that? Never heard.
Did you watch the stream at all?
No, I didn't. No.
So we had a good old Goldie Blocks. I'm sure a bunch of you guys remember. This was basically the trade he was talking about to target all-time highs from here last Thursday. And funnily enough, Goldie Blocks has been pretty on it. This is a major trade.
Wow. He called that one. Nice. That's a major trade. Wow.
So we actually had Mike turning up kind of trolling per se, right? With a little he came on screen with little avatar being like a gold bar, like a talking mouth, right? And it was Goldie Blocks. They're saying like, I never short gold, only long, and I'm looking for the all-time highs. All-time highs. That's it. Only long. I hate these bears. No, we're long only. Long only. These bears, they keep trying to come and take my lunch, but I'm trying to go long. And now we were talking about it. I was like, oh, so what should we do? Like, we go long from here and just target the all-time highs? And he's like, yeah. What do you do? I was like, what if I go a little bit short just to, capture the profit? And he's like, oh, that's a bit sad. But we could have gone right long from there. And he'd be on the money.
So Goldie Blocks is Michael, or did I get this right now?
Yeah, Goldilocks is Mike. So eventually he did reveal himself. So he's just trolling. Now, obviously, on the day, gold was actually having a bit of a sad.
He was pulling in.
We had some deep lows, right? Put it that way. But funnily enough, we did recover, and then since the weekend,
I see he wanted to pump his own position.
yeah, we've kicked on. So it was actually quite a position to take. So the thing is, funnily enough, even though we were kind of having a bit of fun, I mean, I did actually go long from here in general on gold.
Of course you did.
But I took profit up here. So it was, if we can just drag this over to here, you guys can see where we started dipping a bit further through here. Right, and I took it on the peak of there. I was like, I think we got some more downside. And we did have that downside. I didn't short it. And I was looking to go long, but yeah, no. I jumped out because we had some negative sentiment. And now, if you took a swing trade, that would have been very nice. Very nice. So shout out to Goldie Blocks. I don't know if any of you guys took his trade, but mate, you've been doing well right now.
The myth, the legend.
Exactly.
Blocks. Yeah, I heard you guys chatting about it in our WhatsApp group. But I was like, okay, what did I miss? Actually, was like thinking maybe I should watch this stream, but yeah, then it kind of.
Dirk, I think you actually would have, like, genuinely, you would have had a good laugh. Honestly, it was good fun.
Yeah, I love Mike, man.
Oh, of course, dude. Everyone loves Mike. What are we talking about? Yeah. All right. So, NQ
long.
Yeah, I was going to say. So NQ guys. So I did have a couple of the charts. This is some of the stuff. So first of all, NQ. This is the Mag 7 Premium. We're kind of back down now after all this negative sentiment, back to essentially normal pricing. Normal, per se, for stocks. If you, depending how you look at things, from what era, I guess, you came up in markets, you might consider 23 times expensive or not. But I would definitely say, since where we've been, probably not. And depending how you quantify AI with potentially infinite margins, this may be some of the cheapest times you ever see any of these stocks.
That is such an interesting chart, man. Really, way to look, because this is the argument. You always see like from those crash profits out there. So like bubble. Well, you would have said the same in 2015 already, and I understand it's without Tesla, which righteously so it should be. Yeah, and this looks like, what is the bottom? Consumer staples forward burning. So that means we have, like, traditional stocks are getting more expensive than the Mag 7 stocks, right?
Yes.
Well, that's a reason to buy them. Not the traditional, the Mag 7 ones.
Yes. Yeah. So basically, it's saying that the Mag 7 are coming back in line with traditional stock markets, right? So I think that's one of the other things that people haven't quite understood, that especially if you look at on a percentage basis, right? Even blue chip type stocks have started to come up as far as a PE, which are not directly, but very slowly integrating a bunch of these benefits and becoming more efficient per se or whatever. And we've also seen that from the hiring, firing type aspect. Companies aren't really firing. And a bunch of that becomes, even because like you've worked, it's like a social thing. You've worked with certain people for ages. Like, you're not going to just scrap them all. But you're not really hiring anyone else, you know?
Yeah.
And so we seem to be seeing that across the board. But as far as Mag 7, like, this is cheap as anything.
Especially ex Tesla, because Tesla for me, I mean, I'm not going to say I'm a hater of Elon Musk, but I don't like them. I think he's the most overhyped person in the world, due to numerous facts, due to especially the fact he's the type of guy always saying, I can fix this because I'm the best. He's like the tech Trump, like having an overhyped ego, in my opinion. But that put aside, Tesla, also a company who, if there's like one Mag 7 stock I want to short, it's Tesla. I think they are going bankrupt.
Really?
I really think so. I don't think they can turn it around. I mean, Elon Musk is now trying to rebuild them a little bit away from automobile manufacturing to this service robot, household robot kind of industry that's like slowly starting to appear now. But the projections again he made in terms of revenues, like he said they can earn $1 trillion every year just from this, which is it's like the pure insanity.
I think they will.
The
but
way
just
I
the
actually,
time frame is off.
there's an
right?
actionable, the time frame is off, exactly. There's an
Yeah.
action hidden in this chart for me. If I see a chart like this, I haven't seen this chart. Maybe you could tell from my reaction just now, but that tells me that I'm now going to shift from, I have like a monthly amount of money that I put into US stocks. I just started with this again. And I usually go for ETFs, a little bit more conservative, but I think I'm going to put some of that money directly into the Mag 7 stocks now again.
I was going to say, so that was one of my concerns, which like we've talked about a number of times, of where stock market is going in general. And then obviously where that goes, hence for the rest of you guys, depends where dollar rates, bond market, the whole thing goes in general, right? They're all very interlinked. There's high correlation between everything. And obviously Trump himself is very connected to this. So just to put that out there. Now, that was my thing when you were saying you want to wait till potentially the end of the year to start reinvesting. I think the time is now.
As I said, I have a little amount every month anyway that I'm investing,
Yeah,
and
of course.
why not use that one, to, I don't know, say like, instead of buying 1,000 a month into this ETF, I'm going to buy Nvidia or whatever, or Apple or Microsoft. Not so much. I would prefer something like Nvidia or Apple because Copilot sucks.
Basically, I put it this way, Dirk. I can see the most incentives, both from the government and from AI companies in general, between now and the next 6 months. Maybe 9 months, whatever, plus minus, right?
That is.
But I can see less after. I think after that, there'll be some kind of winners and losers starting to drop off. And same with the government as well, right? You've kind of gone through the midterms. You've probably spent a lot of capital. I think Trump might overspend certain capital on the midterms versus what he probably should be spending on the overall election for Republicans.
Yeah.
And then they could mess it up, per se. Plus, you've got AI now coming to an actual proclivity where they're really dangerous, where certain companies like Anthropic or whatever can actually influence the government per se. And you can already see the government trying to put their grip, their stronghold on saying, hey, nah, you're not going to move us around. We're going to move you around, and we're going to implement certain, legal avenues or something to do that. I think by that time you'll see multiple companies being in the position to do it, and then there'll be some that will be susceptible to government influence. One probably being OpenAI, Sam Altman. I think he'll just bend the knee. But then there'll be others that will repel and push back. And then, so I think that's when we kind of get this chaos of all of that. Plus, if you think about the progression of the models themselves, which will already create further disruption, just like we've seen with the SaaS companies, by that time, the liquidity aspect from the TGA will probably be depleted. And then we just get a hammering coming into 2028. So that's my...
Yeah, that so could be. Yeah.
It's like we're in 2006-7, but you get that final 20-30% rip, and then you got to get out. It's kind of like that. Yeah.
The thing is,
you either say you just stay out altogether, or you... Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. The thing
but
is,
it might go in another year or two as well. Sorry.
No, all good. Yeah. Like the thing is, especially when it comes to Anthropic, I'm a big fan of that company anyway. I'm a big fan of a CEO as well, because it's probably one of the last human beings at this level left that follows kind of ethical code. I mean, imagine you have a company who says, no, we are not going to remove the safeguard rails of our product just so that the U.S. Government, that the U.S. defense sector can use this to do surveillance on people, to have like autonomous drones targeting people, and so on and so forth. And we're talking about a $200 million per year contract here, where he just basically said like, no, screw you. That's like a super shat move. But in this interview he was giving, there were two things that were kind of eye-opening for me. The first one was that at the Pentagon level, in AI is operating like on autonomous servers. So they have a whole infrastructure which is not connected to any outside world, and the models that are operating on this infrastructure are 2 generations ahead of what we are publicly using. So if you're using Opus 4.6 on Claude, for example, which is an super good, excellent model when it comes to basically anything coding and software engineering. And now think like 2 generations ahead. 2 generations ahead is like you compare Claude 4.6 to what was the best one back then, Sonnet 4.0, which was good already, but by far not as effective as what we're seeing right now. And then the second thing he says, and at this level, the computational power doubles every 4 months, which is crazy. That is like, Murphy's Law, and not Murphy's Law. What was the law on the computational power, like doubling every... Moore's Law.
Moore's Law. Yeah, Moore's Law.
And that was like, I think every year or every 3 or 4 years or whatever. Now we are down to every 4 months. So you can see the type of money that is pouring into the sector. And there's no way in the world that companies like NVIDIA and potentially other chip manufacturers, I know China are doing their own thing right now, are not going to profit from this. This is the reason also when you want to build your gaming PC at the moment, that it probably is like double the cost it was a year ago. Because there's just no RAM, there are no GPU units anymore. It's all needed for somebody rendering cat pictures. And it's insane, and that's so much the difference. Also, what we saw in the .com bubble, back then there was just no revenue stream. It was just trust me, bro, we are going to have this in the future. And by the way, I think the USA also with especially Trump tweeting like left wokest companies like Anthropic, and we are going to pursue them and so on. That could be one of the greatest mistakes if they actually pull through with this any human in any of history has made, because that means you're pushing the company that has arguably the best AI at the moment, out of your country. And you can think, of course, also about Altman what you want. I also think he's like a crook and a wannabe. Yeah, exactly.
That's what I mean. When you talk about Elon, I think Altman makes Elon look like a chill guy.
Yeah, that's true.
Comparatively,
because Altman says like one thing and then does another thing. At least Elon, he pulls
he's
kind of
transparent, and you know what he's going to do, and he's going to say it, and maybe has some different ideas. He's definitely different kind of a person before to where he is now, but at least you know what he's actually doing, and he will literally be like, "This is what I'm doing."
Yeah,
and he puts it full out in the open.
Yeah,
which I have to say, respect. To be fair, Altman is much more of a slippery snake in the grass, like hiding underneath.
He's like in the Lord of the Rings, that weird guy that always whispered into the ear of a king.
Yes. To the what are they called? The harem?
I don't know.
Oh no! Oh, the
snake.
Rohan.
Yeah.
The riders of Rohan. The harem are the guys on the elephants. So riders of Rohan. But I forget what was the king's name.
I don't remember, but I remember he had this like slivery guy next to him, that whispered in his ear.
Yeah, it was a snake. Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
this reminds me of Altman, that guy, not the king, the snake.
Yes, yeah, definitely. So I think I agree with you. So it kind of comes down to this, like you're saying with the geopolitical risk. So right now, as you guys are probably watching the charts, like you can see, markets are not really moving too much. They're just moving within a certain retracement, up and down, and then small things. So the next question is, where are we going? Right? Is this going to be a flash in the pan? We ignore it. So hence the technical drawdowns, all that kind of stuff that you guys have seen. Do we kind of delete that as like a aberration of price that wasn't really important? You know what I mean? And then we continue back into the regular price action. So we can see here through a bunch of the prior major incidences, right?
How come Nixon?
At the end of the day, we end up
was like the worst.
Yeah, there's so many, right? Yeah. But at the end of the day, up a median of 5% 6 months later. And now these are the more extreme incidences, not just like the random ones that happen here and there and this and that, right? So overall, this will be a point to move higher. Right now we probably will get a bit of a mix through the headlines where we have right now. I must say it's pretty interesting that it's been fairly quiet for the past number of hours.
Yeah. I said this also when you were away earlier. I said, like, I cannot remember, like, in this situation like this, if this would happen like 10 years ago or 15 years ago, we would have had a very volatile Monday morning. And now it's just like, I'm used to crazy. This is not out of line when it comes to crazy. So buying opportunity. And
you'd have dollar yen up and down 400 points every 3 hours, back and forth, and eventually hitting some kind of midpoint. You'd have like, okay, let's go to 1 hour.
Excuse me for 5 minutes. I need to go to the door here quickly.
That's right. Yeah, so in the past, guys, we used to have stuff like this with having, certain currencies going absolutely ballistic back and forth every couple hours when we had some of these kind of events going on. So given what we've had, this is actually pretty tame overall. This is, I think there's definitely an expectation that things will calm down. Now, whether they actually calm down fully is another question, but calm down in the sense of it's not going to potentially escalate aggressively. So it looks like we may not quite get the same situation here as Venezuela. It was very one and done, in and out, and then that's it. And no one cared 24 hours later, basically. Probably very unlikely. Like we'll still be talking about this through the week, into next week, probably over the next 3, 4, 5, 6 weeks at least. But at least for today, we've probably absorbed the majority of flows, etc. So with that said, this is where we get some trades coming in. And now for any of you guys, hopefully you have waited for this to actually take some trades, or you got some earlier with some of these tops being taken out, just like I did with the Aussie through here. It's always better to sort of let the market work itself out and then find the aftermath after. It's almost like an NFP event where instead of trading the actual number prior or just after, wait for it to peak, see if we actually peak and then start coming off. Often we see the 15 minutes after we get that retrace, you can buy the retracement and then we continue higher. Or sometimes we don't get that retracement and we keep going up, which signals you just buy the upside, depending on how egregious the difference in the data is. So with this, we've had a bunch digested all through today. We've had the gap lower, we had the move higher, we've now moved lower again, the slight move higher after that, this is basically a dead cat bounce. The original move up through here was after Iran saying they'd be chill. Iran then said they won't be chill. We came off. Right now, we're waiting for next moves. So you can definitely buy into some of these support kind of areas and see that we get another move higher. Now, I would not quite be targeting the full gap just yet. I would say be targeting something like this as like a T1, T2, T3. This is my scrappy drawings on the chart, so forgive that, but you guys get the idea. Basically, we're looking at about 118.10 at the tops to actually close the gap. The midpoint is going to be just by these top areas and pretty much where we peaked after the gap lower through here, and plus this underside that we had from this prior price action from last week. So I'll be targeting just a bit lower than there, just to make sure you actually get tapped in on the trade as far as take profit. It's about 117.80 or so. And we've also had that as a longer term price action target. If you guys have been following for a bit. Now this guy as well, you can see we're right here by this lower basket. That's very much your clear first point of call for a TP. It's about just under 117.60. Now, depending whether you buy on here with the 10 moving average coming down or you wait a bit longer to see if we get a further dip, probably to that candle on the 15-minute mark, which we may well do. So I'd probably prefer to enter in here. It gives you a nice risk reward, and I would as much as you could pull that down and go below the lows, I think if we get another headline, I prefer to go buy this candle here where we picked up. Right, so below 117, 12, 13 is here. That's probably something I'll be looking at as a pickup.
Euro dollar looking
Welcome
for.
back, Doug.
Yeah, thank you. Looking for a long or what? Euro dollar?
Yeah, so I was just going over some of the long potentials. So through here, I think we're now getting this further dip. So it's either going to be down to this roughly 10 moving average through here. This will be, the underside of the morning's cluster through Asia, basically. And then the next point, 2, just below here to make sure you actually get tapped in. And then the top side, obviously, these are my rough drawings, is the full positioning of the gap to the tops. Right, so that's basically what I'm looking at. So ideally, I'd probably, given where and how we're driving right now, look for something just a bit lower, somewhere about 117.15 to 20, and then be taking a long from there.
Which would be typical because at 117.28 I would be taken out of my position. So that would be gold last week all over again for me.
No.
It's I was a bit earlier. Like I said, in the hindsight, which is always easy to say, of course, the cable trade would have been the better one. But the Nasdaq trade really feels very comfortable.
Let me jump over to your chart.
So that one might have been a bit. Let's see, if we get the dip down, okay. But at least I follow my risk management strategy here, which is more important than winning or losing one trade in a series of trade. This one would.
How's your more short-term trading been going?
Horrible.
No,
not really.
Really
Not good. I still am a very bad scalper, and this is not due to the fact. Actually, I think that I don't have like what it takes in terms of handiwork. It's more that I need to free time to do that. I'm not like somebody nowadays that's like a full-time trader glued to his screens 15 hours a day. I have other business ventures, especially this year too, that I entered, where I'm not only an investor, but I'm also like kind of helping the guys who actually take charge of the daily business to get up to speed. That eats in startups up a lot of time. And I can see that, whenever I have like an hour, like, I should see if I can scalp the markets. It's just not going anywhere. And I hope you appreciate that I'm that open with you. It shows two things again. You must stick to your guns, meaning like you have to adjust your trading to what you are able in terms of spending time with, which for me is like swing trading, which for me is especially long-term trading. So it doesn't stand in the way of that. And secondly, there is a huge difference also between scalping the market, day trading the market, and doing more the midterm, long-term investing, swing trading that I'm doing. That's a whole different skill set. You wouldn't think that. Maybe for some people it's the same skill set, but for me, it's totally different. I have my problems, funny enough, on the more traditional markets to kind of get a hang of what is going on 1 minute, 5 minute, 15 minute time frames. In cryptocurrencies, funny enough, I don't have that. It's like that is like totally different. Where I day trade, but I just I get a signal. I look at where is that one in terms of confluence, and then I take it or don't take it, and put my stop loss in, put my take profit in. Go about. When it comes to euro dollar, gold, forex in general, I really have my difficulties there.
I was going to say, with those, you probably have to be more active in general, obviously. Crypto, once it starts gaining momentum, it tends to run, right? So it's often very erratic and then just runs, right? So it's almost like a stock per se, where there's this indiscriminate chop,
Yeah.
and then it goes.
It's kind of like, what I see you very often doing on forex or stocks like Nasdaq, for example, very often, where you say like, this is probably happen, and then we're going to see the bounce back to this one, where you cannot, like, at a scientific mathematical level, pinpoint like, this is why I come to this conclusion. There's a lot of discretion in it, so to say.
Yeah.
And I notice I have a discretion when it comes to Bitcoin. Like I said earlier today, I took a loss on the long there on Saturday morning, but I said like, we're probably going to see the bounce back to 67 US dollars on it. Somehow it worked for me when I analyze Bitcoin, maybe because it's the market. I spend so much time looking also at and analyzing it and kind of getting a feel for it. Whenever I open TradingView on my mobile phone, the first thing I look at is Bitcoin and the chart. On a shorter time frame, I'm saying longer time frame, 3 months or something, where I trade options, it's a whole different story. But I don't want to get into this because it's simply not a product we are offering here at the Fivers. Maybe we do in the future. That would be awesome. And but it's for me, it's like crazy. You have like different markets, and one thing works for you, the other thing doesn't work for you. Like somebody earlier was asking about my opinion on oil, where I didn't tell that. I've told that many times before. Don't ask me about oil. I'm the worst oil trader in the world. I always lose money when I trade oil. So
I was going to say, oil is probably the main one right now. So we will get to oil in a sec. Whether you like it or not, Dirk, we'll get your further opinion on oil.
Maybe one day in the future you'll get my opinion about it at the time when I'm not riding my bicycle to my office anymore.
But yeah, no, I know what you mean. So like, if you're doing the shorter term time frame trades, like obviously you're going to be more on the charts. So if you've got other obligations, that kind of thing, that will impact that, or conflict, etc., does make it more difficult. But by the same accord, I think you would have no problem doing it, obviously, if you had that time application, which is pretty clear. Like, where you're like, I just missed this because I had to go and spend time with my family or something.
It's a luxury.
You didn't miss it because exactly, it's a luxury. So you can't always spend 100 hours on the charts all the time.
You can, but at this point in my career, I'm not willing to do that anymore. I did this like 15 years ago. I did this.
Yes.
Now it's for me, it's like, no, I don't want to do this anymore because I'm getting older. And let's say if I die in 5 years, hopefully not, I don't want to be on my deathbed saying like, it was a good life looking at charts 100 days, 100 hours a week.
I was about to say, I'm also kind of at that same point, where spending hours on the charts is great and you can do really well. But I want to reduce that and ideally step away a bit from 100 hours a week on the charts per se. But you also miss stuff. So it becomes a thing of, do I go hard for the time I still have and try and front run that and then layer that into like a step off, or
it's an addiction. Like last week, I was discussing like a sales onboarding, client onboarding process with one of the startups that I'm backing. And during this, it was so hideous, It's like during that discussion, I was thinking like, oh my God, why can't I just go back to my charts? Things are more clear there, It's like either you win, either you lose. It's not this whole gray area of things that might work or might not work. And I miss it when, of course, but at the other hand, I also think like sometimes like, why not enjoy the fruits of your labor a little bit? Do a little bit layback. For example, this summer, I'm going to plan like a 3-week long holiday with my family where we want to do an extensive road trip through Europe, enjoy a little bit. And I promised my wife, I'm not going, at least not every day, look at charts and stuff and all the things that are going on, to kind of force myself into enjoying the fruits of my labor. But it's hard. It's really hard, and I know it's like an arrogant thing to say. It's like super first world luxury entrepreneur success problems. But I also think this is what makes a good trader. This what makes a good businessman in general. When you are really, in this zone where you feel like this is my life's work. This is
Yeah.
why I did this. This is what I have to do it all over again in my life with all the mistakes I made in my life, all the bad decisions. This is the one decision I would do again. Becoming a trader, becoming an entrepreneur, becoming a businessman.
Yeah. Definitely. Same deal, not to get into some long spiel, but to consolidate that into the simplest terms. Same deal as end of last year. I think the first break I had was basically over Christmas, with you guys as well. That I had sort of a couple of days off. Now, I ended up being very busy outside of on stream and trading. Unfortunately, which I hope to have an actual break, I didn't. But the exact same thing. So for 13 years, like I've not, taken a step aside, and plus other business type stuff you're doing, whatever, etc. So it all comes together. And even now, like I'm still, last week I was sick. I'm still sick now. I'm still here, turning up, whatever. My voice is still rubbish.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think that's also a good thing when you find that you actually want to do that and you have the will to do that. So any of you guys are trading and you feel like it's actually really something you want to do, and the same way that sometimes you might have failed a number of evaluations or trying to, make money, produce profits, whether you're trading paper accounts or something else. If you really feel that there's something you want to do and you can do, keep going. That's what I would say. Because if you have that mentality, you will get there. You will run through it. Same deal if you have a business on the side. Maybe you're doing both, trading and a business or something. Do them both. Run through it. You'll do well.
Remember John F. Kennedy back then announcing the NASA space program? We are not going to the moon because it's easy. We are going to the moon because it's hard. I probably cannot quote it like directly anymore, but it's like,
Dude,
you do things because they're hard.
On my phone that I listen to almost every day.
Yeah.
Every day.
And
that speech.
This is something that applies to trading as well. And for me, I actually said to myself, as long as I have on a Sunday evening, not the feeling that I say that, oh, tomorrow I have to go back to office and do this or do that, or trade, something like this, then I'm on the right track. Because whenever I talk to my close friends, none of them are entrepreneurs, by the way. None of them are businessmen. They are all employed somewhere. Some of them happy, some of them not so happy, And I hear things like, 3 more weeks when I can go 1 week on holiday or 2 weeks on holiday. I always think like, my God, what a sad life, And it's like really, I've been at that point. I've been employed for a long period of my career as well. And I've been there that I said, I don't want to go back to doing this shit anymore, being in meetings all the time. I want to be my own boss. And ever since I was, although there are hard times being your own boss as well, and being a businessman, because it
Of
all
course, of
falls
course.
back to you. It's not a straight road. You're not going to earn a lot of money every week and or every month, especially in the beginning when you're new to this and you suddenly have a month where you lost money. You're like, am I doing this right? If this continues for X amount of time, I'm not going to be able to buy food anymore or pay my mortgages or whatever. But really, if I hear from my friends like on a Sunday evening, like, oh my God, tomorrow back to work, the grind starts again. I'm sitting there thinking like, oh, finally the weekend is over. I can go back to work, and do stuff and get things done. And that shows me always, that maybe I made the right decision.
And I think that's a good like point exactly to say, because most people start trading, especially prop and that kind of stuff, like to try and potentially leave their job, for instance.
Yeah.
Right?
I
That's
think
going to be
that's
the
the goal
exact
for
same
many,
picture. That is the goal, to ultimately trade for yourself and make that a full-time thing. And it's always very hard to give. I don't even want to say recommendations or advice, right? For that reason.
Yeah,
But,
because everybody's different also,
yeah, and there's very much a monetary aspect involved where some people, like, you don't want to. Point is, I would say, first and foremost, don't bankrupt yourself.
Yeah.
Don't put yourself in the position where you can't pay your rent or buy food. At least not at first. Some people, there might be the time where they want to push that, and you'll know, but you will know, right?
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
same with any startup business or anything where you're like, yeah, you're all in. You're like, yeah, this is it. So, but yeah, so to any of you guys out there doing that and trying to push on, maybe haven't had progress, that kind of stuff, you definitely can get there. It's just a point of progress, literally just progress, and you will get there in whatever manner. So I don't know. I feel very cautious in trying to tell people yes or no. It's like, it's kind of,
we don't want to. I think what you just said, when the time is right, you will know it. That's exactly the point, and it's interesting. Like, if you're looking for outside capital, outside of prop trading now, for example, you approach like people, let's say in a show like Lion's Den or something. I think they have this format probably worldwide now. And one of the questions you will always hear from people that think of investing into your company is that they'll ask you, what's your stake? How much are you invested? Are you all in? If you're not all in, if you didn't take that mortgage on your house or whatever, exaggerating now a little bit, then the question is like, why not? So you don't believe in your idea, really. Of course, they are coming from a more like business kind of negotiation tactic perspective there. But it's a point being made, it's like we cannot play, like, if you want to get into this at one point where you see like it's working, I can do this, I can be a trader, I'm earning money from trading, you really have to, jump into the cold water. But please do it with, in a situation where you have some cash on the side already, that you can kind of survive maybe for 6 months or a year at least. Because I can promise you, once you do that, jump into the cold water, it's going to be a hard one. At least for me, it was like I said earlier in the beginning, it's like a bit like this feeling of uneasiness. Now that I've done this for like, what is that now, 8 years or whatever, being my own boss, it's like when I have a bad month, it's like, oh, yeah, okay, it was a bad month, whatever. I'll continue doing the same. Back then, it was like, oh my God, it was a bad month. What if I have another 4 or 5 bad months? Which is, of course, unrealistic. It's like this primal fear in ourselves, especially if you have responsibility for a family as well. If you're not like, if it's not just you, that kind of hinders you often in making the decisions that you should make.
Yeah, exactly. Especially when you've jumped into it at first and potentially had a good time, it doesn't guarantee that that's going to continue. You come up to a bad portion. I feel like this is a lot of people that I know that obviously I started trading earlier and then crypto really popped off. And people came to me saying, oh, wow, the crypto thing, Bitcoin, this, that, and then they got into altcoins. I know some people that made, sort of lifetime money, like 4 or 5 mil, and they could have just cashed out.
But they didn't. No?
I told them to, and they didn't, because they were trying to get 50 mil. And then now they have about 30 grand, which is still money, right? But when you're about 4 or 5 mil and went to 30 grand, mate, you could have just cut it there. What are you doing? Like, that's where people don't realize that they get delusional on this like master of the universe type thing. It's like, I'm like, dude, I've been doing this for fucking 10 years. That's why you came and asked me. And I told you to cash out.
Yeah.
And they're like, no. Oh, I think I could go to 50. I was like, oh, yeah.
But that's the thing, no? This is the difference also to what we are doing here, because on every trade we have kind of an exit plan. Not kind of, we have an exit plan because we have a stop loss. We know this is when we are going to stop out. And I've been, when it comes to altcoins, I've been delusional as well. I remember the first time, 2015, I came in contact with Bitcoin. It's like, this train has run too far already. I'm going to buy this altcoin. So I bought it like for 10K, just to be in the game. And it went up to 100K. And also, I was already thinking like, oh yeah, this one is going to 1 million, 5 million, 10 million. But it didn't. And after it didn't, and I eventually swapped it when it was worth like 1,000 to Bitcoin, which still was a good deal in hindsight then, back then. I was thinking like, why are you doing things here so differently than you would do with your normal trading and investing? What is this? It's very, especially when it comes to crypto, it's very easy to get caught up in these hype cycles and NFTs we are celebrating and we are like all the chats and all the,
because there is a hypothetical potential, like euro, dollar yen, Nasdaq, gold, whatever. There's it's not going to go from 4,000 to $30,000 an ounce. It's impossible. Crypto, per the market cap, it's more like a stock, right? You can look at a certain stock and be like, ooh, baby. Like, oh, come on. And people just lose their minds with that. So the same thing, like you said, with a certain stop loss. And this comes back to the risk management type aspect where, mate, if you're up 5 mil, have a stop at 3.5. Is that not good enough? Right?
exactly.
Yeah.
It's still going to be money, in many parts of this world, there's going to be enough for the rest of your life. Probably.
Some people just can't be satisfied, right? And that's what I mean. I've watched some of these guys do that, and then after that, they pumped every dollar they have and taken on debt to try and chase that same aspect.
And you don't come back from something like this.
Yeah, and now
I mean, like mentally come back from something like this,
Both,
I don't think so.
Both.
Yeah,
because mentally and also, mentally, financially, and also trading wise, they didn't really have trading skills to begin with that they could recover. Right place, right time. And then so now they're in a very difficult position. So I feel like you don't want to do that. But we did have some other questions. FOMO futures. Question. I've been failing at trading for 5 years. I've lost a lot, been very depressed, but something tells me to keep going. But this life is brutal. I'm more alone than I was in prison. Like, this is very somewhat relevant to what we're saying.
Yeah.
Do you have a input?
Yes. So first of all,
one sec. Sorry, guys. I know
Yes.
this is a terrible point to jump up, but I'm being called. I'll be back in literally 30 seconds.
Sure. So first of all, I'm sorry that you feel this way. Second of all, it's probably a point a lot of traders out there feel at one point. And I think you are making a point. I'm trying to find like the original comment you said here. Oh, thank you for putting that up again. So especially this point where you're saying you're feeling more alone now as a trader than you felt in prison. I cannot relate to being in prison, so cut me some slack maybe on that. But I can definitely relate to this feeling of feeling alone as a trader, because by the end of the day, it's a profession where it's us as an individual trader against the markets. And before I did things like this, streaming with the Fivers, before I put up my YouTube channel, for example, as kind of a hobby, I kind of felt the same, honestly speaking, because it's like you being locked into a room, maybe staring at charts for 8, 10, 12, 14, 18 hours a day, making trading decisions, and you kind of don't get any feedback. You don't get anything to share with us. So it's important to also include this into your life as a trader, to find people that are like you, that are traders, get together with them, maybe, on Discord or Telegram or whatever, on some kind of social media, so you can communicate. It's not about, checking like, am I doing the right trade at the moment? It's more like sharing, being social, communicating. Now, I'm a person, you probably wouldn't believe that, but it's normally, very shy, not very outgoing. I like to be actually by myself a lot of times. But I noticed a couple of days ago, that I got like very lonely. I didn't have anybody, that was a trader by themselves, also self-sustainable trader that was, doing the same things I was doing. This is why I was so happy to find, for example, something like the traders. Or do my own YouTube channel, because you interact
Like
with
me?
people. Yeah, like you, for example, like
Me?
LJ.
Me? Yeah, it was
like
definitely
you.
me.
Yeah,
That was
definitely
it.
you. Yeah. I remember like 5 years ago, I was streaming with Jonathan, 6 years ago, actually, with and this has become a part of my life. Not because, I want to talk about, "Ooh, I'm such a great trader," as I showed you earlier. I'm, at least when it comes to day trading, I'm absolutely not, but it's important to share yourself, to kind of have somebody who can relate to you, to share with you, guys, I screwed up today, I made this mistakes, and then you get like a feedback. And if the feedback is like, yeah, guy, I can relate to this because I've been in your shoes as well, this is something good. It's good to share your pain sometimes. It's as good, of course, to share, the times where you are successful and you make profit. It's same side of a medal, or different side of a medal, but same story by the end of the day. I think this is very important. The second part that is important, in my opinion, I'm seeing this here, I burned through 100K in 5 years, got about 35K left. You need to find something first that works for you. And I'm not a super big fan now of something like demo accounts, because I've seen a lot of times demo account millionaires who then cannot translate that to real life trading because there's money on the stake. But why do you put your own money on the line? Why not buy a prop trading account, for example, and then try yourself out? Because what's the worst that can happen there? That's the worst is you lose a couple of bucks on that prop trading evaluation account. The best thing that can happen is that you actually manage to do that. You pass the evaluation phase, you get funded, and then without risking your own money, you're earning your profit share up to 100%. Not saying this to advertise the Fivers now, but don't risk your own money really if you're not 100% sure that your strategy is up to it and that you're mentally also up to it.
Yeah, this man's got a lot of comments. So, yeah, I think like Dirk was saying, like from what I hear you saying, dude, like if you've got that kind of money and you've still got, I'm still running through them, like I'm scrolling up a bit, but it sounds like probably take the cash you have left and use that to learn and develop. Because if you can, your upside is potentially infinite, right? And even if not infinite, obviously, in the mass hypothetical arena, you will be able to be very effective, right? You'll make the money that you need to live, the money you need to progress for your future as well, not just to get by and pay your bills, pay your taxes, pay everything. You're able to put some aside to potentially buy a house in the future, maybe have a partner, go out on dates, have a nice time, potentially in the future you have a child, or you do or don't, whatever it is, doesn't matter. Point is, if you learn this skill, yes, you'll be able to secure yourself in the future. You've clearly done well in whatever capacity. We'll say that. And from what I'm seeing, got a bunch of comments from here, but I could bring them all up. I haven't read them all. I'm trying to scroll through them without wasting
one thing
time.
I want to answer this one here. I've asked every guru online to train me in person. I don't need to. I read the rest, but we don't need to read the rest. Do not rely on gurus. You need to find your own edge in the markets because you are different from anybody else. The way you perceive the markets, the way you especially perceive risk management is different from anybody else. And I can tell you this because I've made this experience myself. I'm going circling back to oil now. Earlier I said like I'm the worst oil trader in the world. I just cannot make profit trading or even swing trading oil. I have a friend who's a very successful oil trader, and he tried to teach me his strategy, and I still ended up losing money because somehow I cannot get it. It's not completely mechanical. Of course, there's a lot of kind of feeling that goes into the strategy, but he really tried to teach me it. And I couldn't understand it. I'm still losing money with oil if I use the same strategy. This guy is doing what he's earning a fortune with. And this is like, for me, always the thing I have to remind myself to, yeah, I can get inspired by other traders. I can get inspired by somebody like LJ, for example, which I did with the
yeah, of course. But at the same time, Dirk, like we're not trying to sell each other.
Yeah,
something.
exactly. We are trying to like, hey, this works for him. Maybe I should see if I can incorporate this into my strategy.
Yeah.
Oh, I cannot. Well, okay, then I discard it. Doesn't mean it doesn't work, And the other way around. This is like very important because I always have a feeling, not just for you, FOMO futures, please don't misunderstand this, but that this is a challenge a lot of beginner traders face, that they kind of try to outsource responsibility. Like, oh, but I learned this from this guru. It doesn't work, so it's the guru's fault. No, it's your fault. You need to put in your own sweet hours, days, and hundreds and thousands of hours to find your own strategy that works for you. And then you're going to exploit it to the max.
Yeah, dude. So I want to keep addressing this because assuming you're being for real, like this is a good chunk of money that you potentially lost.
Yeah.
Right. So regardless, and I'm sure there's other people out there that, haven't necessarily spoken up about it, because I know there's definitely people out there that have lost the same kind of money that potentially they've worked a regular job or otherwise or something for a long time, and then maybe put a bit of money in, had some good results, and then decided to put more in, and then just got wiped out, and then now just in shell shock. Like, what do I do? Right? So first and foremost, like you were saying, Dirk, with the I don't know. I hate the courses thing, to be honest. Generally, anyone, there's going to be okay. It's not all the time, and this is what I want to say. It's not all the time. There are some people that genuinely want to help people, that kind of stuff. There's plenty of stuff on YouTube with like business things, completely other jurisdictions, that kind of thing. Like Alex Hormozy is a good example, where he actually wants to like help people, and by virtue of him helping people, actually also does help his business, that kind of thing. It's like everything links together. In trading, however, typically it's a very solo thing. The person trying to sell you a course is not really trying to help you, typically trying to help themselves. And they're trying to sell you like a vision of something, or whatever the new age thing of, it used to be, Amazon FBA or a SaaS business or this and that. It's like, if you guys can't see that these things keep repeating themselves across the board, if they were doing one of the others and now they've jumped onto this, probably it's BS. If they've been doing the same thing for like 10 years on Instagram since 2013, 14, 15, and they're doing the same thing, probably legit. If they started talking about something in the past year or 2 years or something like that, probably rubbish. So especially with trading, which is why it hurts me, because a lot of people put up a lot of money that they've actually sacrificed, worked for, and potentially people have families or otherwise, whether if you're a young individual, it's not going to hurt as much. Yes, it hurts in terms of you lost what you have, and it's going to be difficult. But there's also a number of people that aren't that young, and they're older and potentially have kids, and they're just looking for something more to actually provide for their kids or their family, and then they get swept up by these kind of charlatans in general, which I gotta say is pretty nasty, right? So if people are trying to do that and offer you some kind of course or whatever, and it's very publicized and they're advertising for it, if they're advertising for it in particular, they're advertising because they're making money from it on the other end. And if they're really making enough money from trading, they probably wouldn't ultimately be doing it. If they were making enough money from trading and they wanted to share their thoughts, typically they would make it very clear, very transparent. They would show all of that. And they might charge a little bit, because they might say they want to retire from trading, but I'll give you guys everything that I've learned, and I've made bajillion dollars, whatever. And now I want to go retire on the beach in Italy or something else. But they'll be very clear, because it's pretty obvious, right? And normally that's more of a split thing of allows them to exist beyond what they've already spent, and also giving back in a way. So the same thing here with you guys. You guys can come in here. Any of us here could rope up a trading strat or course or something. Same with Dirk, right? He's worked for family offices, right? trading billions of dollars. Right? This is not a hypothetical. He's done this. He could run that or that, and he could charge massively for hypothetical trading courses. But instead, he's here doing what he's doing, trades normally. He makes plenty of money himself trading, as do we all. And then we try give that information, etc., to you guys out of the goodness of our hearts, etc. Not from trying to be charlatans or something else, which you will get a lot in the trading sphere in general. And like I said, not everyone is like that. But that should be your base expectation if you guys ever do decide to jump into one of their courses or something. Just have that skepticism, right? And there's nothing wrong with actually selling something if you have something to sell. But if it's that public, that aggressive, often might be something
if
a bit wrong.
It sounds too good to be true, it's probably not true. And
Indeed.
that being said, welcome Richard, welcome William, welcome back.
Hello. How's everybody?
Hello.
Not too bad.
How's this volatile markets treating us?
This volatile markets. It's like the most lean back markets we've seen like ever when things escalate militarily throughout the world.
Yeah, with all considerations, it's actually been pretty chill, right?
Yeah.
To be honest, yeah.
That's why I was like, how's the volatile markets treating you?
Yeah.
You know? I haven't had an opportunity to look at the market, so I will be doing that the moment I open up my my screen. I see, Dirk, you're in a trade. What is this?
I'm long Nasdaq since this morning. And it's so far performing beautifully. The stop loss is now to break even plus a little bit. So I'm not going to trade this. I'm in euro dollar, which became a little bit scary because of LJ manipulating euro dollar, as he always does. It's like always against me.
No.
It's all LJ's fault. No, just kidding, of course. And but still,
I'm in euro dollar. I'm not in the NAS right now.
Oh, you are in euro. Yeah, see, this is why NAS is outperforming euro dollar right now.
And what are you buying euro dollar?
Yeah, I bought euro dollar. Let me quickly check here at 117.36. So sitting on that one. After I bought this one, I saw that actually cable would have been a much, much nicer trade. But, in the hindsight, of course, always easy to set. But since I'm already long Nasdaq with a risk of 0.25% and euro dollar with 0.25% of risk, I didn't want to add into the same direction with cable still. So 0.5% risk on two trades, that's also almost a lot for my old heart.
I'm pretty sure that heart of yours is not old. That heart of yours is young.
Yeah, what are you talking about? How old are you, Dirk?
I'm turning 49 this year.
That's not old, dude.
Yes, it is.
Chicken.
26 years of training. You see what it did to my hair, right?
I know. But still.
No, just kidding, of course. I feel like sometimes on the markets, I feel like I'm still 14 years old and I have no idea what I'm doing.
I feel like that regularly. Not just in the trading markets, just in life.
Yeah, but I mean, Will, that's because Will actively doesn't know what he's doing.
I was watching like the Olympic Winter Games, and I was thinking to myself back then when I was like 9 or 10 years old, I always thought like, oh my God, those athletes, they are like so old, already like so mature adults. And now I'm looking at like some 17-year or 16-year or 15-year-old guy or girl winning the half pipe or whatever, and winning a gold medal. And I thought like, my God, you were born when I had my first kid. It's like,
Yeah.
Yeah, fair. Yeah,
it could have been your
fair,
daughter,
like,
mate.
it could have been my daughter, yeah.
Yeah, that's the
But
number of
for,
like
for
songs.
whatever
from the
reason, my daughter
2000s.
is also fascinated by the financial markets.
She is.
Yeah, she is already. Yeah.
Hey,
And it's
yes.
a bit scary whenever there's like this discussion at school
She might
where
be a bit too
where
late.
they have to say like, what is your papa or your mama doing as a job? She always says, my papa is in Bitcoin.
Papa's in Bitcoin.
oh dear.
Oh man.
And then the rest of the school is like either you're a billionaire or you're bankrupt.
Yeah,
Yeah, I was going to say you either broke
Yeah, that's usually the duality. It's either one or
So,
the other one.
yeah, every other like family,
school of crypto.
like all the kids, like a family, like the parents are like, oh,
we
this
have a
guy's
Bitcoin
either-
class, then we have an altcoin class.
Yeah.
Yeah, just put the XRP
Yeah, so,
over there. They can just go somewhere else.
It's the same with trading forex, man. Or just trading anything, any form of like online trading. I've used this story so many times on the rugby pitch. Like people will come up to me knowing that they are failing traders. They're like, "Oh, Will, I'm trying trading. I've given trading a bash, but I'm broke. I keep losing money. You're doing well. You're obviously a multi-millionaire." It's like, well,
Yeah.
people do it and earn just like a standard wage, right? It is an actual career. Like yes, okay, you have multi-millionaires and yes, you have broke people, but there's also a middle section no one talks about. It's just so boring.
Yeah, you can just earn a normal wage from trading. Like you don't have to be Lambos and Rolexes and you go from Rolexes to Pateks or whatever. Like that's the next level, and you go to a Bugatti and like whatever. Like come on, like that's not normal. It's not normal. Right? It's possible, not normal.
My favorite question always is like when I get to know new people and they hear like, oh, this guy is a trader, investor, has like multiple startups and so on, knows his way around the block. And when they ask you something like, if I give you like 500 quid now, how long does it take you to double it?
What a strange thing to ask someone.
3 days.
But I wish I could tell you like this was only like one time in my life that I got this question, but no, at least 10 times.
Dirk, you have no idea. 10 times? I'm sure it's more than that, Dirk.
Okay, but here's the real question.
This is because you are the guru of day trading, LJ.
I've probably had it 50 times myself. Right, so I'm sure
because you're going outside of your apartment and you're like with your Aussie dollars.
He's just standing on the balcony throwing cash over.
I did a good trade.
Here's the real question. When you ask people how long does it take you to double this 500 quid, why do they never ask that question to a bank?
Exactly
when you go to the bank to go and put your money into a bank account, you ask the teller, how long is it going to take to double this? You don't ask them that. They give you 6% per annum, and then you're like, I'm happy with that. Why that question?
These are already those elevated South African, deposit rates.
I always say it could be 5 days or it could be 50 weeks. Yeah. That's my general answer. And then they get kind of confused, like,
how long does it take to get to $1 million US? It's very easy if you start with 2 million. So,
I say I can double it straight away. I can either turn it from 500 to 1,000, or I can turn it from 500 to nothing. But I'll do it almost straight away. Because
and then they get real confused when you're like 1,000 to 2,000 easy. If you want to go from like 200 to 400, that's more difficult. And you go like 4 mil to 16 mil, that's even more difficult. And they're like, hang on, 4 to 16 is just a 4x. You tell me 10x the other times. Now this is 4 mil to 16. Why don't I go to 40 mil? Like, Yeah, that's kind of the point. It gets more difficult as you go up the total.
literally.
It's like
So funny.
What's the saying? What's the quickest way to become a millionaire?
I don't know, buy the South African rand.
No, be a billionaire and go into trading.
Yeah.
That's
Exactly.
fair.
Or buy South African rand or Turkish lira.
What's up with everybody in the South African rand at the moment?
I like
Come
Dirk was on my same plane. He's like, yeah. Dude, we're millionaires instantly. So
Yeah.
or Brazil,
like,
Brazil real,
whatever you have times 16, you're golden, mate. You're golden.
It's all in this currency, where it always sounds like so dramatic. Like if you're into Korean won, for example, Korea, and somebody tells you, or Vietnam, the price of a sandwich is 1 million won.
I'm a millionaire. Oh my god.
50 cents.
Yeah, and then every other person in the country looks at you and goes like, yeah, so what?
So what?
We're all millionaires.
This is a millionaire.
Yeah, that's when they go out to like Vietnam expecting a sandwich is going to cost them like 2 or 3 won, but their exchange rate is like $1 to like 1 million won. But like they seem to think that the price range that you're going to buy things for the same, even though the exchange rate is extortionately different.
Please pay in US dollars also.
Yeah.
That's not how that works.
That's why everybody's got a reference amount.
That was you before the euro, right, Dirk?
With a D-mark, yeah. The strong D-mark.
D-mark, yeah.
The national currency of Europe.
You're a billionaire.
And then what happened? Yeah, and then what happened?
I was working at a bank at that time, and I was physically exchanging D-mark to euro. And then the exchange rate back then was 1.95833. I still remember this because my boss back then, he got me a glass of Nutella because he knew I liked Nutella with 1.95883 kilograms of Nutella inside there. And I ate them all.
Holy crap! That is so much Nutella.
That is so much Nutella.
What happened when you said
what happened? What?
He needs to deliver like 1 billion of Nutella. What happened then? Yeah.
Well, then I got fat, obviously, and I lost my hair. So. Okay, guys. That being said, I have some nice, not Nutella-related lunch waiting for me, so I'm going to go offline now. Thanks for having me again, and see you again on Wednesday. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much for what you've done today. We appreciate you.
How are we doing, guys? I'll hang around for a bit longer because we did have some questions going on. Dude, FOMO futures is still going off, dude.
I haven't even looked at chat. Sorry.
I haven't had a chance to catch up yet.
Hang on, brother. What are you talking about? You're now talking about NVIDIA and some other stuff? Like, dude, we will definitely, if you got actual further questions, definitely answer it because that's what we were getting into the depth of. And with actual, questions of people that pump a bunch of money into prop potentially and then don't have a good time. Like, obviously, you don't want to wreck yourself. So I only brought it up as like, you don't want to people to hurt themselves. No, dude, don't say you'll shut up, dude. If this is like from what you were saying, this is actually important. It actually affects your life, that kind of thing, dude. Keep talking. But if you have like a succinct question in totality of all your commentary that you want to ask, that like, what is your next best option or something like that you can think of, and we will try and help you out with that. So I can definitely see you're like trying all that kind of stuff. And if what you're saying is true of what you've been doing, then I mean, yeah, fair, man. Like, I don't want you to further hurt yourself per se, financially, that kind of stuff. So if you can come up with like a succinct small band, maybe you can put in one comment, maybe a second comment, follow up to put it all together. We'll definitely try and help you out, dude. So that's all I wanted to say. So you guys can go on, but I thought it was kind of important. I'm sure it's
I didn't
something
get the
there that
full
a lot of
picture.
people, a lot of people don't talk about, right? A lot of people aren't willing to say certain things, in public, that kind of stuff, which I can definitely understand. Like, that's fair enough.
I mean, I didn't get the full picture of what was going on in chat. So let me just have a little look here at what FOMO Futures was referring to. Because I don't want to like just jump into something that I have no context for. Let's put it like that.
That's fine.
Okay, so let's see. Where did this start?
Have you traded anything, Will?
No, I was literally just looking at EU and GU now. GU clearly bullish, but I hadn't had the consolidation I wanted. So we've got an area. Did I say confirmation? I meant confirmation if I didn't say that. So we didn't quite get the confirmation. We got the nice consolidation here, but we didn't get that sort of pull back into a consolidation range and then continuation higher. So we haven't actually put in much of a higher low at all. So technically, this is all just one big higher low up here. Lower high. So the structure isn't quite what I want right now. Maybe a pullback back into this area and continuation higher. EU looks kind of nice, but again, kind of waiting for confirmation. We are consolidating exactly where I wanted to, in all fairness. So I'm kind of just waiting now for that break of this high up here. If I can get a break of this high up here, pull back, and then look at a continuation higher, maybe that would be pretty cool. Gold ended up moving down after consolidating. We just missed what would have been the TP one. Actually, I suppose I probably would have taken that. No, I think I just missed it. However, it has reacted off of this area here, which is quite interesting as well. But just given the price range at the moment, I'm not interested in getting in. There's not been much for me. Yeah. What about yourself? Are you in something?
No, I've been very waiting for now until New York. So I took one trade. I don't know if I showed you before you tipped out before. I'll show you now. Took one trade on the Aussie through here, which is basically after we had the gap down, climb higher. We didn't quite meet the full gap top, but good enough that we started to see price coming down. That was obviously after a bunch of the headlines came back the other way. So right now, to be honest, going into New York, I'm trying to wait to see where we actually end up with that overall. So same with dollar yen has been higher overall. We've seen sustained movement in dollar yen. Pound and euro, like we were talking about, haven't quite reached their retracement points overall. So if we get another dip lower, I might be curious buying the move higher. Question is, I'm starting to think we won't get quite a calm inference for this, the Iran situation, to be honest. It might be a bit more difficult and ongoing overall. So I think for the time being, I would want to long euro dollar, would want to long pound dollar, but it will be very tentatively, right? So overall, you still have Aussie dollar, same pocket, but outside of that risk per the actual country itself, that I prefer to long Aussie dollar on a basis like that. So there you go. Did you finish reading, Rich?
Yeah, I've kind of like skimmed from the top all the way down, and what I can see is from FOMO futures is that there's desperation, first and foremost. So
Yeah.
stuff has happened in his life that has led to unfortunate circumstances, let's put it like that have led to him being reliant on potentially trading. Trading is not going well for him at the moment. There is a lot of emotion there. There is a lot of struggle. But there's at least one thing that I can see that's, one or two things that I can see that's pretty good is his viewpoint on money. He seems to not really care too much about it and is really more focused on the idea of percentage gains. And then also at the same time, he's willing to stick with it. But there's one problem, and there's a big problem. And this big problem is the idea that, where was it? Let me just, I want to get the wording correct. I choose to use real money to feel emotions, but I let it get out of control. 100% giving the 100K, I lost 50K of it. It was one money. Okay. You're saying, yeah, no problem. He's saying that he wants, or he's trading real money so that he can feel an emotion, and then it gets out of control. Why would you want to do that? Why would you want to feel an emotion while trading? The idea is actually that you would like to remove emotion from trading and not be impacted by emotion all that much. I think this is one of the biggest issues, is this. The wanting to feel an emotion, wanting to feel alive while trading. You want it to be exciting. You want it to be something outside of the norm. You like the idea of what trading can provide you. So what you've seen from gurus is this amazing lifestyle, cars, money, women, holidays, the whole lot. But the reality of the matter is that is fractional. That is a fractional, and it's a very, very tiny fraction of the traders that are actually successful live that kind of life. In general, people that live that kind of life within trading, you'll see a lot of it on social media, and it's generally fake. It is.
Usually it's fabricated.
It's very fabricated. It's very staged, let's rather say. The thing about social media is that I can show you what I want to show you. I control the narrative completely when it comes to social media. So if I show you a car, it's with intention that I'm showing you this car. And if I'm telling you, listen, if you follow me and do what I do, you too could have this car. It's with reason. It's generally the idea that I'm trying to sell you something. I'm trying to get you onto something to enrich myself rather than yourself. So here's where it comes down to. When it comes to trading, you need to be very realistic about your expectation. Yes, it is plausible that you can have that lifestyle, but that is not the norm. That lifestyle is not normal. It's if you look at it at a scale of all of the people that are profitable, all of the people that are not profitable, everybody within trading, 0.0000 whatever percentage is actually going to live that lifestyle based on trading alone. If they do have a lifestyle like that, it is generally because they have substantial extra capital from other ventures, business ventures, trading courses, whatever, family money, inherited money, whatever it may be. Those lifestyles are not created with trading. Okay. It's not to say it cannot happen, it's just unlikely, based on the sheer amount of people within trading and then the sheer amount of probabilities in trading as well. It's not impossible, just improbable. So, how do you get to that point? How do you get to a point where you can say, okay, I can have a livable wage that I'm making with trading. I have a comfortable enough life that I can go on holidays, or I can buy myself the finer things in life. It doesn't necessarily have to be a Bugatti or a Lamborghini and whatever color it might be. You can have a life and say, you know what, I would like to at least have a new car, and it can be a reasonably priced new car, and you can afford it, and you cannot feel like you're breaking the bank to go and do this. With
Who's
trading
driving
alone.
it, though?
No, your wife, girlfriend, your mother, you yourself.
Oh, so we haven't got
No. Don't say the wife or the girlfriend. That's going to be an expensive venture. Like, Jesus Christ.
Well, the point still stands.
Apparently, we got now like 3 fucking G-Wagons right here, and it's like, no. Come on.
Yeah. I mean, I wish I could tell you that I had a G-Wagon. I wish I could tell you.
Will they be happy with 2018 variant? Or 2026? You tell me,
I
Will.
mean, yeah, Will might know. He's a little bit closer to the subject than we are.
2018 or 2026 G-Wagon variant? What will they
I haven't seen the
be happy
2020.
with?
Well, that's going to be the newest model in it.
Of course, even though they look the same. You go back to 2012, it's the same thing. The only thing with like 2012, like you put in. Wow, now
it was the new interior. That's the only thing G-Wagon have done different is the new interior.
Yes, it's Apple CarPlay interior, whatever.
Yeah,
done.
Literally. Some nice little leather and some neon lights in it, and that's about it.
Yeah. So if you want a G-Wagon, the new one with the new colored, I don't know, like side panels and nice leather interior and all that kind of like stuff, you're gonna have to do more than just trading.
Yeah.
It's as simple as that. So here's the thing. All right. Can you do it with your own money? Probably not. How much does a G-Wagon cost, LJ? How much is a G-Wagon?
It depends what country you're in.
2026 with the latest trimmings out of the box, brand new Australian dollar.
So Australia, you take any car, it costs whatever, you double it. That's what it costs here. So if it's 400k, £400, the UK, cross currency would be double, which would be 800. But then you got to take double from here, so it'd be 1.2 mil roughly.
All right. Okay.
Between 2 and 1.5x.
Okay. So
that's why there's like no cars, supercars, anything here in Australia. They're very expensive because we have supercar tax or luxury car tax. That's what it's called. But that's over cars called.
So 1.2 mil. 1.2 mil Australian dollar. Okay. There's a number. Now ask yourself, if you are a trader that is just beginning with trading, or you have less than 2 years experience, you don't have consistency, you're failing accounts, how are you going to afford a $1.2 million car? You're just not. It's as plain and simple. You're just not.
Even on a lease or something else, not going to.
How much is it on a lease? How much are you buying that car for? Let's say you buy it over 6 years.
Oh, I can give you this in GBP because I actually
give us in GBP. Give it in GBP.
So with an 11k down, you can get one with a balloon at the end for $999 a month.
So £1,000 a month.
£1,000 a month, and you've got
I think
how
long?
3 years, and I think there's like a 50 or 60k balloon at the end.
For 3 years. How much does
3 or 4
does a G-Wagon cost in pounds?
I think this one was about 100. But you're usually a newer one, you're looking about 150.
Yeah, so a G-Wagon here, 2 years old, is about 600. Brand new one is 800K. So if we're
All right.
looking
Yeah.
per week, if you took it on a lease, you didn't buy it outright, it'd be a 1,100 a week
1,100.
Yeah.
So
at
4
least. It's probably a
at the
bit
end
more.
every month.
Like that's
So-
to be honest, probably a conservative.
Okay. All right. Okay. So let's crunch some numbers here quickly. So 4,400 Australian dollars per month for a car.
Yeah.
This is now excluding insurance and whatever levies that you need to pay and fees and whatnot for licensing and all of this stuff. We're not talking about maintenance. We're not talking about even the fuel costs. This is just 100%. The vehicle is standing in your garage. You're paying 4,400 Australian dollars. Now,
Yeah.
what work do you need to do in order to go and lease a vehicle, to be able to afford to lease a vehicle for 4,400 Australian dollars per month? If
You're
you go
gonna earn
and
about 400 grand a year.
okay,
It's about
all right,
100x whatever the cost is
all right,
of your living costs, expenses, that kind of stuff. So it's about 100x whatever vehicle cost you have. To be
Okay.
realistic, if you don't want to be in distress per se.
okay,
Right.
fair enough. But like, what's the lowest amount that you can earn to go to the bank and say, do I qualify to buy this vehicle?
I mean, that gets very hard because it depends on most banks wouldn't believe that you're spending that little on your living costs, like you're eating
No,
bananas
okay, but
for breakfast.
what
and
would
that's it,
realistically,
you know?
what realistically is
Right.
the minimum? What is realistically the minimum? I'm trying to get to a number to kind of like say, you need to earn this amount of money, realistically, not inflated, not below average, like on average, in order for this to make sense.
Okay, probably 180 grand, but you'd also have to prove that you're not spending
All right, fair.
much at all.
All right, so
Which means
so
you're
180K.
pretty much eating noodles every day.
Yeah,
Or
that's like
potentially
what, 15K a month?
Or you live like further out, that your rent is very low. Right?
Yeah, okay,
Or
but
you're-
we're not
You're, like,
talking about
way out,
every day.
right?
yeah, we're not talking about the reality of like how do you get to that number. It's kind of like just the average, and then people's individual lives will take. So let's say on average you need to earn 15,000 Australian dollars per month in order for you to realistically, bar every other contextual thing, be able to go and lease a G-Wagon from a reasonable bank. All right.
At least I don't think you get there at all.
No.
because
Okay,
I
we're
think people-
using it as a baseline. We're using it as a baseline. 15K.
use
All right.
25 at least.
All right.
dude.
Fine. All
Like
right. All right.
15 has no chance. I'm gonna tell you, 15 has no chance.
All right. All right.
A month.
So, but
No
this
chance.
is all hypothetical. This is all hypothetical.
Yeah.
25K a month. How many traders do you know, LJ, personally, that is clearing 25K every month consistently?
I know personal traders overseas, sure, but
Okay.
friend wise, zero. To be honest.
All right. So, and that's kind of like the thing that I'm trying to get to is the fact that you will know of some people that have these like really crazy numbers. It looks good. It looks amazing. But the reality of the matter is that when you look closely around yourself and you like really go do a bit of a deep dive, you'll realize that in general it's not really a thing. So how do you get to that point? How do you get to a point where you can do those things? It's generally not going to be on your own. It's generally not going to be your own capital unless you have a job that you've got and you can save, or you've won the lottery or whatever. Like you have some sort of
Most do, yeah.
capital that's sitting around. So most people will go over to a prop firm and then they will try and get that level of capital with the prop firm because they've already reached that point where they have X amount of capital available. You can participate for a lower fee, and then there you go. And that's why prop firms, I feel like, is the easiest for people to get into to get to that end point. It's very difficult if you're taking your own capital to do that, unless you have substantial starting capital.
Yeah, so I was going to say, like, there's certain people I do know, but they're high net worth individuals, so 89s.
Already.
Which already, where they've got 3, 4, 5 mil in disposable liquid capital that they can trade that kind of stuff.
Exactly.
Through other aspects, which is completely different.
Yeah, I mean, like I'm starting as a trader with very little.
Yeah, in terms of friends, I know. Hence, I was saying in terms of personal people I know, starting sort of more on the base ground, I don't know anyone.
All right. Okay.
Only people I do know are overseas, like a bunch of you guys, that kind of stuff that I've met, or through Fivers, that kind of thing. I must say, it is very rare for people to actually be making that kind of money. And I think that's the point. It's not like you can't, because I've had a bunch of people here that, so there's probably 2 or 3 guys that I know that since I've started trading, they have asked me, like, I want to learn what you're doing. And they've actually taken on properly. And they've now made a lot of money. Right? I've probably got 30, 40, probably 50 others of the like friends of friends that have wanted to join in that just haven't done it.
Okay, but how did like they do
3 core friends that have.
How did they approach that? How did they go about that? Doing that specific thing? Like if you know, let's say 20 people, you already know a bunch of people that fall within this category. So how did they approach it?
Do you mean in terms of the 50, 60 plus that didn't make it, and then the 3 that did? Because that's basically the average.
Yeah. So what did they do different?
First and foremost, they took it slower. They didn't try to make $1 million today, but they did set out to make $1 million in a year or 2 years or 3 years or whatever their personal ideology of the world in general was, right? I don't know, however you put that. They're more slow, just pretty much like that. Like they know that trading world is going to continue, and you don't have to win necessarily today, tomorrow, next month, 6 months from now, but you need to win gradually in potentially 18 months from now. It's a very slow, progressive type aspect. And I will say, these guys were all day trading, not like a investment type thing. They did have investment
retail stuff, retail guys,
which I told them, I was like, oh yeah, here you can do this, and they made a lot of money through there. But I said, like, the main money you will make is from trading. If you can do it, the main money you'll make is from trading, and they did. So yeah, it's I don't know. Some people have the discipline, that kind of thing. They want to stick to it. And again, none of them, I think the main thing that none of them got caught up in is emotional aspects overall, to be honest.
Yeah, I was literally about to...
They didn't crash on to that at all. Even a bunch of times where there were, some of them even took, when there was like a objective aspect, but they potentially viewed it as more emotional because it was to, the market had been beat down too much, and they saw, even though it's very objective, like, nah, it's too emotional. It's like, it's clearly not. Like, it beat the hell down. Like, you need to now buy this. Like, nah, oh, it's all right. And they did the thing, and they lost initially. The other guys won, but then they came back, and everyone's sort of come out roughly equal, to be honest. So it's not like there's a right or wrong in that aspect, but
So sorry, LJ. So the idea is that basically every person that you know that did end up becoming successful within trading, what they did was they had the emotional detachment from trading.
yes,
They also did not over leverage and over try and risk their trading. They tried to do the long haul, trying to make it last a little bit longer, shorter attempts at gains instead of getting these massive $1 million, hell, not even 10K payouts every single month. They started at one point and they slowly worked their way up onto the second level. And then from there on, they built on again and again and so on and so forth. They got used to the idea that there will be losses. They did not try and win every trade that they took. They had, in my opinion, realistic expectation of what is available from the market as well as what is available from an individual's abilities and capabilities in trading.
correct, 100%.
So sorry, guys. I need to hop out for 5 minutes. If you guys don't mind, just give me
Of course. Yeah,
5
no
minutes.
problem. You did. Sweet.
Yes.
Yeah, I was. Go on.
No, you go, Rich. Yeah, sorry, Will. Sorry, what am I talking about?
I was just gonna say, man.
Oh, Rich.
You know, Reg.
Go on.
Thanks, Jonathan.
Sorry, no, I was trying to say bye. Yeah, go on.
Fair. No, I was just saying, you know, there's a lot of cases where, yeah, of course, people will make it happen. However, you know, like more cases than not, you'll find that people actually make it happen external to trading because they've got less pressure. So they'll have a side hustle, they'll have something going on in their life where they can actually focus onto trading. Yeah.
Oh. Do you hear that?
What? Hear what?
Good. Answer my call. 1 sec. Give me a sec.
Okay. What just happened? We've gone from 3 to just me. Anyway, cool. Yeah, so guys, it does happen, but you got to remember that you got to take your time in the market. There's been several cases I've actually watched people on social media, and I've actually sort of looked at them and thought, wow, like I'm nowhere near as good as them. Why am I not making 10K days? Why am I not doing 10K months? And I sort of looked at it and I was like, what am I doing wrong? But what I started to understand and make peace with was the fact that they are on their own journey. Like some of them were in like early 20s, some of them were younger than me, some of them were a lot older than me. But then what I started realizing was the people who I wanted to be listening to on social media were those who are actually describing what they should be doing as far as mentality and psychology is sort of involved. And they were actually talking about taking your time, understanding that, you know, it's a slow horse for a long race. You know, it's not a sprint. It's not necessarily P&L. It's, you know, it's percentage driven. So, you know, once you start to understand the people who understand trading and understand the potential of trading, they aren't talking about P&Ls. They're not showing off how much they're earning on social media. Yes, they may have a flash life. You know, they're not going to hide their life because they're ashamed of it. They're proud of their life, so they're going to show it off. But what they're not doing is shoving P&L in your face every single day. What they are doing instead is trying to get you and help you to get to a stage of understanding your psychological progress and what is that going to do for your trading journey.
He's actually 100% right. Sorry, I just
LJ,
had
give me
my,
2 seconds, mate. I've just left the fridge door open.
That's all good. That's all right. They're all dipping out. Just had to let my partner in. Sorry, guys. So, what do you guys have as far as direct questions for us? Shoot it at us. I know we were talking about a long trail of the prior questions from you guys, which hopefully you guys got some value from, because I think it is not always something that people want to talk about, you know what I mean? So, but we can go into some actual charts, that kind of stuff if you want. Come on, unbiased Trey. All right, yeah, you know better than that. You know better than that than trying to comment this kind of stuff. Come on, bro. Come on. Frank Yen. Dude, why are you trading Frank Yen right now, to be honest? All right? Really? Frank Yen? God damn.
Yen. Unbiased trader. Today's session is popping. Dude, that's the thing, you know, when you make a YouTube video and then you watch YouTubers on YouTube just on a video, you're like, oh, their life is perfect. The minute you get them to stream, you realize that, oh, they're real life people with real life things going on. You know,
I was about to say, Monday to Friday, we're here, right? And Friday, we have the Discord, that kind of stuff. Saturday, Sunday,
yeah.
I was away, not only here at my home of semblance.
Yeah, like I think a lot of people when they start.
Yeah, my partner's grandma's birthday, and then a bunch of stuff, and then had a baby shower on
Nice.
Sunday as well. So, and I've been majorly underslept all the way since Friday, so I'm still here for you guys.
Oh, nice. Love that. LJ, time to take the plunge and give your partner a spare set of keys. Courage.
Oath, dude. Oath. Bloody hell.
Oh,
Mate,
man. No, yeah.
Slept already. We already know this. Jesus Christ. That's fine.
Dude, there's nothing worse than coming to the market when you've underslept and where you feel like you're underperforming. Like, I don't know what it is. Like, maybe it's the humidity. Maybe my body's just not used to the humidity. But, dude, I've not managed to properly get into a sleep routine since living in Hong Kong. And I didn't realize how much of a negative psychological impact that's actually putting on me. It's getting to the point now where I have to force my body into a minimum of a 5-mile run just to tire it out, just so I'm super tired. And even then, I'm falling asleep at like 3-4 in the morning.
Fair. That's probably me for the past 6 months. So,
dude,
we're still going. It's fun.
We're
doing it. We're doing it, guys. We're doing it. It's all good. Dude, I feel bad.
Talk about consolidation.
Features is like.
So again.
No, I was just talking about FOMO futures comments. I think we mostly got through that. I think Rich had some more comments about that, so we'll wait till he comes back.
Yes. Indeed. Going back to gold, guys, by the way, talk about consolidation. You know, we've had our entry point in this area here. and then we've not hit TP. We've had our entry point here, and yet, well, not hit T. We've not even broke above the highs. It's pure consolidation. I kind of expected this today. I thought we'd have something early on in the session, but EU's drop in mind continuing. Like I said, we hadn't put in a higher low. We hadn't broken and continued into a higher high. So for as far as I'm aware right now, it's still in a downtrend. This here is just one massive lower high. What I don't even know what that is meant to be. Gold consolidating, Euro JPY again consolidating, but trying its hardest to push up. GU again, we haven't moved above this zone here and created a higher high. Although here we are now officially putting in our first higher low. So if we want to put in a lower high, we've got to continue and break below this point here without pulling back. I think GU's looking a little bit nicer, a little bit more promising for New York session. I really don't like the look of EU at the moment.
I was going to say, where did you get in though?
Where would I get in?
Yeah.
Preferably, I'd like this area here to hold. Start moving up. Break above this area here as a minimum. Break it above this area here as a nice area. Potentially pull back into this zone here and then continue higher. I'd like, in an ideal world, if I could literally draw the momentum of the market, that's what I'd want to see. Doesn't mean we're going to see it.
Okay, interesting.
What about you?
Are you just going euro or pound as well?
I truth be told, I prefer pound than euro. I'm not actually keen on the euro right now. It's too heavily bearish.
Really?
I think so. If we go back down, if we go back down now and check this out, if we go up onto the 15, that was all on the 5 minute, by the way, guys. If we pull back up onto the 15 minute, we can literally see basic order flow. So we need to break and so now we're in this zone here. We need to break above this zone to continue highs, or break below this zone to reverse into buys, or continue below this zone, pull back to continue our sells. That's what I'm anticipating on EU. So EU right now, I have no idea what it wants to do. GU, however, seems like it could be. Okay, I know we're still technically in this range here. However, it is looking a little bit nicer. We've got this pull up here, push back down, pull back up. We're currently in a zone. So this could happen, or this could happen. That's my thoughts on GU. But I don't know. We'll see.
All right. Will, so give me 1 sec. My partner's outside.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah. Sweet, on. Didn't problem. And there was one again. This really, it's like music. It's like musical. What do you call it? Like musical cameras. Let's have a look. Took a hit on GJ this morning. Anyone take? Oh, okay. Shadrach saying anyone trading GJ? Honestly, no. I can take a look at GJ though. GBP, JPY. Let's go up onto the 1 hour. Just see what price is doing. So we've had this consolidation here, which we broke out from. Pulling back in, we've actually filled the gap, which is nice. Got this high here, low here, broken above. If we drop back down to the 15 minute, maybe a pullback continuation, but the way, I don't know. it is bearish. Clearly, you know, you don't have to be a genius to mark that out, but what we can do is get a trend line and just basically use it for what a trend line is used for, and it's an identifier trend. So we can literally identify now that if you put a ball on top here, it's just drawing out. There you go. You put a ball on top there, it's going to roll down. So therefore, you're in a downtrend. Simplest way. It's an idiot's guide to determining, to helping yourself determine whether we're in a bull or a bearish market. Right now, we have finally broken above and created a higher high. So that's a nice momentum shift. However, look at the candlestick characteristics of this. It's not the prettiest. However, if we can pull back maybe down to this zone here, or maybe this zone here, so either here or here, and then a continuation higher, or certainly a break and a further higher high. So right now we've got our first higher high. If we can put in one more higher high, I feel like there'll be a confirmation of trend to the upside. But other than that, right now, I'm not massively keen on GJ. Okay, EU is dropping. It's interesting. Gold dropping also. Euro JPY is not doing much. GU is also dropping. Okay, so what's the Dixie doing? Damn, Dixie looking bullish. Bullish, son. What about gold, bro? Let's check gold out quick, man. Gold's not really doing much. It's just consolidating. It's trying its hardest to do something, but it's literally just consolidating within a range. You know, this isn't tradable price action. It could have been tradable price action here. There was an opportunity to get in on sells, but the minute you started having this price action, I instantly would have taken out around here somewhere.
I was going to say, did you see the Goldie Blocks trade last week?
No, I didn't see that.
You didn't jump in. You didn't jump in. No?
No, I didn't. Was it good?
I will.
Waff! Screamer. Dude, what a trade.
Goldie Blocks right here. This was the Goldie Blocks trade, if you guys remember, from last Thursday. This is honestly,
wasn't his whole strategy just buy gold?
Surplus was just below these lows, a bit further. So, mate.
To be fair, I mean that's a hell of a buy.
Goldie Blocks took you to another level. This is a big dog trade, right?
Oof. Absolute OG trading strategy.
Dude, he's outperforming Astro right now, for sure. Easy. Goldie Blocks has had one trade and he's outperformed Astro altogether. What do we have to say about that? I mean, where's Astro? He needs to come in and...
I'd say, where's Astro gone? He's
what are we doing?
He's gone into hibernation. Run into his cave with his...
Come on, Astro. Come on. Got a bit of competitive trading to do right here. Come on. Let's go. Yeah, exactly. I'm biased trader. Astro. Where is he? Come on. Come on, lads. All right. Will, do you know if Rich is coming back? Because I'll hang around.
I was just thinking that.
Fine.
I was thinking, I wonder if Rich is coming back.
Because I would happily hang around for a longer time, but I am also still a bit sick from last week as well.
Yeah, dim problem, man. Dude, if you want to shoot off, that's absolutely fine. I don't.
No. I already. I had like it wasn't too long, but this morning I had to leave you alone. I feel bad.
Oh, ain't you cute? See, that's what real friends do. They don't ditch you.
Yeah, I'm not gonna leave you alone. That's fine. course. What are you seeing right now? All right, guys, give us. So I will say, I think we haven't really talked about oil. Even when Dirk was here, we didn't get to talk about oil at all.
I was gonna say, have you checked out oil at all? It's pumping.
I was about to say this carry trade that I've had, big dog. This has been
Woof.
a big dog right here for you guys. If any of you guys, I hope someone did. I hope someone did. If anyone did take this trade through here on oil, you'll be very happy. This is back
I
in
do know a few people
October.
who were holding oil over the weekend, to be fair.
October.
A couple of the guys messaged.
Last year, dude.
Whoa. Dude,
So
that's
private
a
accounts.
hell of a haul.
Yes. Oh, this is positive carry the
What
whole
the
way.
swap fees on that, though? Because I wouldn't be positive swaps, I don't think.
Yes, it is. That's the whole point. It's a positive swap trade.
Wow. Fair.
That's the entire point. Yeah.
Oh, you would have made
Yes.
a killing.
Yeah.
You would have made a fortune on that. Real question is, LJ, did you take that trade?
Yes, I did. That was the whole point why we have this trade. Yes, this is very, very juicy trade the whole way through. So
Bias trader. I can take the hot seat if it helps.
yeah, so to be honest with this, guys, as far as the entire situation going on, if we go out to the daily, obviously you have roughly this rubbish, and we're going to very specifically call it a rubbish triangle coming through here. We've had the breakout. We've seen in futures. So on the CFD price, we've seen about 75. Futures have seen about $83, right, per barrel. We've now kicked down. Pretty much this level through here is what I would use as the baseline for upside, downside, if you're trading technically overall or oil in general. So we go down to a 1 hour. I have to go to a 4 hour just so I can get rid of this rubbish position. So yeah. So anything from here, I think would be a reasonable, at least near-term pickup. I would not consider drawdown from there. So I think for the near term, for the next couple of weeks, potentially we have this top going through here is probably the top side. Any guys that were either long oil before, like we're talking about, see this as the base. I would not be trying to short oil beyond that for the time being. Have very much a likelihood that the situation will erupt and we go much higher near term. So between now and then, I'll buy bottoms.
Question is,
Very
do
good
you have
idea.
a prediction for gold price over the next couple of months?
Gold price or oil?
So, sorry, oil. Yeah, gold. 1 minute.
So,
Oil
yeah,
price.
I mean, gold price higher, oil price also higher in general. Question is, from here where we are in terms of positioning, I do like this right now. It's the same thing as I took this positioning on oil in general. I think we'll have that continue through there. I think you would prefer to buy, depending on how long you want to hold. If this is like a position trade or like a carry trade. If it's a carry trade, you want to wait for a bit longer, just like I have right here. A position trade, you're probably looking to inverse the current expanse from here. So you even look to trade it lower and then go higher after that, right? Now, if we do go lower, if you're taking a position stance, I would say all the way down to about 65.30 or so. The Saudis are definitely looking to increase oil production, the rest, to make up the difference from what we're missing from the Strait of Hormuz. So we definitely have a bunch of pickup through there. So we already talked about this when Dirk was here with a bunch of the major implications of certain aspects. If we go to here with the Strait of Hormuz, right, that 20% will likely be picked up. Now, it will be a point of concern for us over the next couple of weeks. Thing is, the Saudis and everything have been very much aware of this for some time. So there seems to be enough oil to flow overall, which is exactly why we have seen oil have this pump higher, dip right lower. And we
There's a
have
pump
not
coming on gold now, if anyone's seen
yet
it.
picked up. What's up?
I was just saying there's a nice pump coming on gold now, if anyone's seen it. So this was the
Gold.
trades, like I said, I drew up earlier. You know, consolidation, came back down to here. You know, again, it sort of tapped into the area that I wanted to see entries from, but I wouldn't have entered from this because, again, we had no sort of nice structure to like help me determine buys. However, you know, we are now starting to finally gain some momentum, which is quite nice. So these, I don't know what that was. Try again. There we go. So this area here is a really nice sort of area. You know, we got this consolidation, we got a consolidation break, nice 3-candle push, starting to show out or turn out to be quite a nice textbook gold long position, but sorry, a gold long sort of momentum from here up. But everything else after this zone here today has just been garbage. It's been, in my opinion, untradeable. But you know, I don't know. This still could be valid trade ideas as we go into New York session. You know, we have got news out today, a little bit later on, but I don't know. We'll just have to see how it goes. I think it's just going to consolidate into.
I'm gonna say, yeah, trading every hour right now is pretty much news oriented.
Yeah.
Like whatever fundamental stuff is coming out doesn't really matter. Like I say, side piece to what is going on right now. So as soon as we get a certain headline around the current geopolitics, right, it's going to dwarf whatever fundamental headlines come out.
Speaking of fundamentals, we got a good question here. Offie saying, how about silver? Will the meeting between Trump and Xi Jinping in April have an effect on silver prices? As far as fundamentally speaking, I have zero idea.
Go on, Will.
You know,
Come on, Will.
What's your thoughts?
Come on, Will. You're in the relative territory. That answer that. Come on.
I'm in some form of
Informed.
radius of China, I suppose. Yeah. I mean, technically, I suppose I'm in China. All I know is that they like gold. I don't know about silver, but they do like gold. There's gold everywhere here.
Yeah, so I will
Whenever I
echo
go
the same thing that, to be honest, silver is pretty done. Both with the futures, safety, whatever, however you wanted to calculate the
Price.
price sell version of silver, regardless, in whatever manner, it's been overbought for a long time. Right, put it that way.
Yeah.
So silver is, at the end of the day, like we've talked about, it is not a precious metal. It's still industrial. It has gone over and above its value per that, which was on the back of the gold expansion. Yeah, right now we've seen, since gold coming off, since silver coming off, silver hasn't quite picked up the same way at certain points where gold has picked up, right? So I think that's very perfect example where they are not the same asset, right?
Yeah.
We've seen gold run higher, silver kind of being like, maybe not, right? And that's what this comes down to. So especially when we have this heightened geopolitics, right? Further and foremost, that silver will be very much in the background. That's for like energies, that kind of stuff. It's a very long-standing aspect. It's still important. It still is wrapped up in the commodity aspect that will go higher because of geopolitics, but not to the same degree as gold at all. And that would be ridiculous to think so.
Sorry, guys,
Yeah,
for me having to hop out like that.
That's right.
Man, today, what a busy day.
Right.
The markets might not be super busy.
Are you in for good?
I'm in for good. I'm in for the long haul.
LJ, if you would like to go sort your partner out, let your partner in. I don't want to strand you
Yeah,
outside.
I would. Good. In particular, I have had little sleep since last Friday.
Yeah.
So.
All right, mate. Thank you to LJ for joining us, mate. Like, we really appreciate your time, mate. We'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely.
See you tomorrow. Ciao, guys. See you later.
Peace.
Thanks, LJ, mate.
Sleep well, LJ. See you, bro.
Sorry about that. Whew, what a day.
That's no problem.
Yeah,
Okay.
there's a bunch of stuff happening in the background that was a little unexpected, but here we are. We're ready to carry on. I wanted to mention, I wanted to mention this with this little thing over here. Yes, everybody in chat, we do have a very juicy giveaway that we will be doing on the 11th of March, which is for our 100K subscribers giveaway. So this is to thank everybody for being a part of the Fivers community, for rocking up every day and being a part of this journey with us. You started when we had 0 subscribers. You are now with us for 101,000 subscribers already. So we're very thankful to every one of you that has joined us, and it keeps pitching up. So once again, on the 11th of March, please save the date, we will have a giveaway. The giveaway will be between LJ's section and Sol's section. So on a Wednesday, every second Wednesday of the month, Sol joins us for live scalping. So just before his segment, you'll see my face and this guy's face on Wednesday the 11th, and we will do a giveaway. So please come and join us. Everybody in chat, you are all welcome. There will be a link on the day in the description as well as in the chat where you can go and participate in that giveaway on the day. I'm not going to say any more because it's not just a giveaway. There's some other stuff as well, but I cannot mention it right now because I don't have the authority to. But just so that you are all aware. What is this I'm seeing? What's going on here? Unbiased, why are you angry? Why are you angry, mate? Oh, that's why you're angry. I think you're muted, mate. I think you're muted, Will. This day, mate. If
when you just say something, I know it's
drop in, drop out, mic mutes. Oh, mate, what a day!
When you say something, I've done it with my brother before, where I've sent him a voice note and it's been a long voice note, and then I just can't be asked because then it's somehow like deleted or not worked, and then I just can't be asked to send him the voice note again.
Do you not want to say what you were busy saying?
No, I don't. Basically, Unbiased Trader, his wife took a silver long and dip, and now she thinks that he's a better trader. She's a better trader than him.
She probably is.
Long
a better
story
trader
short,
than you are, Unbiased.
There's also a study out there by Louise Bedford. I think.
Oh yeah.
Don't quote me wrong. Or don't quote me because I could be wrong. But Louise has done studies and she's written books, I believe, on this on some sort of matter. She's psychology and trading. So she loves all things psychological, and she's actually come up with the theory that women are actually better traders than men. Women do make better traders for a number of reasons as well, which again I'm not going to go into because I can't think of I can't remember them 100%. I don't want to articulate them incorrectly.
I mean, all you have to do is just look at Anastasia, and then you realize, yep, better trader.
Yeah, fair. Yeah, fair.
So, just straight up. You get really good male traders, obviously, but like the number is the numbers are skewed because it's an incredibly heavily male-dominated field. So yes, obviously exactly. You'll see a lot of profitable men, and you'll be like, yeah, well, men are better traders. Well, larger sample size. So if you look at the percentage of sample, then the percentage of profitable women is higher than that of men.
Speaking of profitable women, I actually had a fantastic interview, which is...
I watched that. I watched that interview.
Did you watch it? Yeah. I haven't watched.
Is it just me, or is Will breaking up
for
everybody in chat? I haven't had a chance to
watch it yet, so I'm trying to watch it.
So
it is.
Can anybody or everybody in chat just tell me whether or not it's myself or Will that's breaking up? Because I can't hear Will. Just Will. Okay. All right. So Will has seems like some internet issues. Yeah. Okay. Will's internet is breaking up. Anyway, while we wait for Will to see if he can sort out his internet, let's have a little good look here. Doctor Strange. Oh, I'm Doctor Strange. What is the plan in gold? I'll have a look for you just now. Jim Donnelly is saying they are more disciplined. Yeah. It's funny when people say women are more emotional. I feel like they are also more accustomed to emotions. So they know how to handle emotions. Kind of like when you're in the market and you're having an emotional reaction, they're not going to have that impact them that much. Where I think with men, we're not very good at handling our emotions, and we kind of get overwhelmed by it.
Yeah.
Or what we do, and I think most men do this, is we bottle up our emotions and then we deal with it later. And then when we want to deal with it later, it explodes, and then we don't know how to deal with it in that
Yeah,
moment. So
that's I
but
think what she talks about. Can you hear me? Okay.
yeah, I can hear you now, mate.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, my phone was going to die, so I had to run up and grab my charger quick. I think what she talks about in the book, or I think what she talks about is mostly how, women are emotionally intelligent creatures, whereas we're not. And it goes back to the whole hunter-gatherer stage and the, genetics and, how we've evolved. We are very physical beings as men. We want to break stuff, to build stuff, to use our physical mind and use logistics and use our physical hands to build, break, and destroy and kill and eat, and we want to do all that sort of stuff. So when the markets aren't going how we want them to go, we just want to throw a computer at the wall. We just want to smash something. We want to punch someone. We want to use our monkey brain, our chimp brain, our prehistoric brain, and just get physical. But we can't do that with the markets. And like what you said regarding bottling things up, as men, we don't sort of release our emotion and discuss our emotion either with our significant other or in a journal, or a pride is a massive thing as well. Whereas women are a lot more emotionally intelligent, even since stereotypically as kids they'd carry a dear journal, a dear diary. They'd talk about their emotions, they'd express their emotions. They're a lot more emotionally fluid. And even prehistorically, they're a lot more emotionally driven, and they can understand the room and they can understand what goes on with different people, like different emotions, and how that can potentially affect them. And what that helps with in trading is, instead of taking a massive loss and wanting to get physical and revenge trade, usually that's where their emotional brain will kick in better than a man's brain will kick in, because a man's brain will want to revenge. What happens when someone upsets you back when you're in school? You want to revenge them. Well, look at these movies where there's always an evil guy and the superhero. The guy is evil because he wants revenge on someone who took his childhood love, for example. The man's emotion is always vengeful, and same goes, and that portrays in the market. Whereas a woman is a lot more emotionally connected, where they can actually understand that the markets aren't there to be avenged. We can't revenge against the markets. They can journal a lot easier. They can understand their emotions a lot easier, which makes them more intelligent going forward in the markets. I think that's very much what she talks about.
Yeah, so I think when it comes to emotions, obviously you cannot shy away from it. I think that it's not just the fact that they are better equipped at emotional control, but they also know how to do everything else. Mathematical side, the analytical side, the logical thinking, everything. So I think you're correct in saying that maybe men tend to, not always, but we do tend more towards the revengeful comeback, basically, instead of saying, okay, I understand this thing went against me. We're like, I have to get my money back. I cannot end on a losing day, that kind of like stuff. I think we are less equipped in that regard than I would say that the average male trader, and you guys in chat, you might get like triggered by this, but I think on average, the average male trader is worse than the average female trader. I think the average female trader is better equipped to do this. However, I'm not saying that you cannot learn how to do this. This is something you can learn how to eventually get to the point where you have some semblance of control over your emotions, or at least have some semblance of control over what that emotion is going to instill in you. Is it going to instill a certain decision? Are you going to want to suddenly revenge trade like crazy because your trade didn't go in your way? That is for you to practice. Yeah. And that's a nice thing. That's a nice thing of having a deficit in something, is that you can work in making this deficit no longer be a deficit. So positively, you can look at this whole situation and say, you know what? Yes, statistically, women tend to be better traders on average, but it doesn't mean that you as a man don't have the ability to, you know, put into place certain steps to get to that point where you yourself are also, on average, a better trader.
Yeah, of
Sorry,
course. Look, no one's born a good trader. Like, so
no.
go on.
No. Sorry, like
Yeah,
I was like,
exactly. Like, no one's born a good trader.
I think there's a delay.
You know, when it comes. Oh, I was gonna say every time.
I think there's a delay. Anyway, you
Okay,
go
so,
ahead, mate.
I think it's. Okay, thank you. Yeah, so when it comes to, you know, women in trading, you know, men theoretically are more logical and potentially women are more emotional. So no one's a perfect trader. So when women are having a more emotional reaction to the market, that's where they've got to be better at being logical, and us men have got to be better at being emotional. You know, so we're literally opposite when it comes to us as a species. So we've got to improve on what the women are fantastic at when it comes to trading, and then the women have got to excel at and try and be better at what the men are good at in what they excel at in trading. You know, usually you find it's easier for a woman to get for a female to become better in trading due to the fact that they accept a lot easier that they've got to be more logical, and they can teach themselves easier, you know, and they can accept that, which is a stepping forward into progression in trading. Whereas a man stereotypically doesn't want to accept certain things. So what they do instead is they refuse to accept it, revenge trade, and then try and get frustrated and angry. You know, those successful male traders who can acknowledge that usually find that they go on to being very passionate about psychology, because they feel like a massive breakthrough has happened in their surroundings and their world of acknowledgement. You know, so for a man, it's like the holy grail has just opened up. It's like, oh my god, what is all this? Whereas to a woman, it's like, well, yeah, obviously. Like sometimes it's more of a common sense to the female brain than it is to a male brain. And you know, for that exact reason, the probability or the percentage success rate for men and women are higher for women, because there's so many men trying to get into trading, but none of them want to accept the idea behind psychology, revenge trading, and accepting accountability due to getting frustrated.
Free BD saying, I think being philosophical about trading on a Monday morning after war is declared is a lack of encouragement with your audience, guys. I mean, that might be true, but we just kind of like go where the conversation goes. So obviously somebody earlier asked about some inputs, and we are more than happy to discuss those kind of like stuff. So free BD, what would you like for us to discuss? And then, because if we're going to be talking about war, the reality is war in the framework of trading is going to cause volatility. It's going to cause uncertainty, and it's going to cause potential massive movements very suddenly, very unexpectedly. And I don't think that there is a lot of people that would actively want to just continuously talk about war, because that in of itself is also, it's a lack of engagement as well. So if you have some pointers for us to talk about, then we're more than willing to have a look at that. FOMO futures. So I wanted to say this earlier before I had to like very quickly jump off. When it comes to trading, when it comes to the understanding of your decision making in trading, it takes time. All right. And I think ultimately, at the end of the day, when you want to be a successful trader, you first and foremost need to understand how your decisions that you are making is impacting your trading. If you choose to have an emotional response while trading, every time you take a trade, you're going to be governed by that emotion. It's hard. It's not an easy thing to do, but you need to learn to adapt in the moment and push aside that emotional feeling and then move on. Okay. So if you have any issues with trading, the Fivers itself has free of charge. You don't need to pay for this. You can go onto the Fivers website, and you can go and join any one of their academy videos that they have, and it will range from psychology all the way through risk management to trading styles, understanding the market. Some of it basic stuff, but some of it a little bit more in depth, and you can go and have a look there. If there's other things that you want to add more as well, you can go onto our YouTube stream, the YouTube stream that we are on right now, but also there are webinars that come out every so often, and you can go and have a look at like some of Jonathan's stuff that he's posted, which is really good. Understanding alpha, understanding risk management, that's all really good things. So you can get a balance of everything to help you in your trading journey. But ultimately, none of that stuff makes any difference if the individual, the person, in this case yourself, doesn't implement the new habits, doesn't implement change. What's the definition of insanity? It's doing the same thing over and over and over again, expecting different results. So if you want a different result, you're going to have to start changing some of your habits. Okay. I see here Alexa San Raymond is asking, can someone show CTrader live? I don't have a CTrader account. Do you have one, Will?
No, I much prefer MetaTrader.
Yeah, I don't have a CTrader account. The Fivers does have CTrader as a platform for you to trade from. I don't have CTrader at all. I never learned how to use CTrader. I always used MetaTrader, and it's just what I'm comfortable with. LJ has got CTrader. We can ask LJ tomorrow. So if you want to come back again tomorrow, Alexis, I can ask LJ to take you through CTrader to do some live trading there if you would like that. So I can ask him for that. My thoughts on Nasdaq. First I was busy with gold first, so I'll do gold first, and then we can go to Nasdaq. So the thing about gold is right now we just came into this bearish order block on the hourly. We just wicked it right here just before the London session, and we did not have this volumetric push down that we had previously. Let me just go back all the way to here. This was the 30th of January. We had this order block pushing price on the hourly down. So if I go into the hourly, you'll see the order block quite nicely as well. So we wicked above the high of the previous candle. We swept it. We closed lower than the body of the previous candle. So a very nice push down, I think, on this one. However, this movement that we had here on that day, which was all-time high and then a volumetric push down, you would expect if price were to come back to this order block that you would have a similar reaction. Now, bear in mind that we don't have the same market circumstances today as we had on that specific day when price started pushing lower. So the potential for this movement to be similar to that one is a lot less. The idea, I think, is that even though we have a gap over here on the day, we have not really shown any willingness to try and push price lower. I do think that gold is going to try and reach all-time highs again. I'm going to say that I do think that it's going to be this week that we're definitely going to test it. Yeah, I cannot see us just coming down now suddenly to come and fill this gap or even try and go lower We do have a little bit of consolidation in this area over here. That's why I marked it up with this gray block. But I'm actually going to change it to that. So we did have this consolidation here. It's actually not that bad. Let's say it's something like this. I don't think that gold is going to potentially just come all the way down here. And I do think that we're going to carry on pushing bullishly on gold. So for me, for me, if we do come down, I don't think it should be much further than this gap that we had this morning. And if it does go back even more than that, then I think that potentially hitting off of this consolidation zone and then potentially starting to push up might also be a potential area of interest. And this is just purely from the fact that even though we wicked into this order block, we are not seeing that follow through pushing lower. So that's what I'm seeing. Gold to me quite bullish, and it's actually been pretty decent. Yeah, I mean, this low that we had on the 2nd of February was the last time that we tried to push gold lower, and since then it was higher lows, even though it was slightly even highs and then slightly higher. The lows that we're having is higher every single time. So good price action to potentially push price higher. If you're looking for a potential trade point, I do like the potential for a pullback to this area. So 5367 to 5340 as a potential pullback on the hourly. On the 15-minute, it does look a little bit better. Actually, it looks okay. It's not horrible. It's not the greatest. It looks okay for a potential area to pull back to before pushing higher. Where we are right now, currently, does look good as well for a potential support point, a lower time frame support point. So 5383 to 5374 doesn't look bad, because the way that I'm seeing it is that we had a rally, we had a base, and then another rally that wicked into this order block. We've been consolidating ever so slightly, and we have not pushed lower than this base area at all. So we'll see if the New York session, which is opening up in about an hour or so, can push price higher. Maybe have a bit of a pullback. And then a pickup and then a continuation higher from somewhere over here, or from the gap that we had this morning. Nasdaq. Same thing with Nasdaq. Last week we had this support/resistance zone that was teetered with, that was played with on Wednesday. It was broken through on Wednesday as well, reacted off, came back again on Thursday, broke through, and then we reacted off of it multiple times on Thursday, as well as going into Friday as well, and then starting to push lower. So I do feel like we are a little bit bearish on Nasdaq from Thursday. So we plateaued over here on Thursday, this section. I can see us potentially pulling back, trying to fill this gap, and then trying to push a little bit lower. One thing to remember about volatile markets, like the one that generally comes into play when we have something like war or geopolitical strife or geopolitical unrest, the volatility impacts stocks quite a bit. Gold is impacted, Bitcoin is impacted, and there's a lot of uncertainty. There's a lot of fear when it comes to trading as well, but there's also a lot of opportunity. There's also the opportunity for you to potentially get in early on something. So don't think of volatility as a negative thing. I think of volatility as more of it's something to be cautious of, but it's also something that can be utilized in order to make some proper gains. But you have to be smart about it.
Yeah.
Don't just go willy-nilly and say, because it's volatile, I'm just going to enter. No, think about it clearly. Think about looking for structures to be broken. Make sure that when you risk a lot less because it's more volatile. Give it time to play through as well. So I wouldn't be going full margining on anything right now.
Most people look for volatility to come into the market. Like, most people want to see volatility. Those people who tend to risk a little bit more tend not to like volatility too much. Just remember, volatility is actually a massive, massive positive when it comes to the market. No one likes trading when there's lack in volatility because it's just pure consolidation. Volatility is when the markets move in a direction. We can optimize on this.
I see Sam is saying that's not the definition of insanity. That's the definition of stupidity, repeating the same thing over and over and expecting different results. And no proof Einstein ever said that. Okay, I didn't say that Einstein ever said that. And I was being sarcastic with the quote. I wasn't being very serious with it, Sam.
Either way, it is a quote.
Anyway, so for...
Yo, Victor.
Hello, Victor.
Am I
Hello,
getting
everyone.
am I still getting issues with my Wi-Fi?
A little bit. I think you have more of a delay than any of us do.
Okay, right. I'm gonna pop off. I'm gonna try and sort my Wi-Fi out, and then hopefully I'm gonna try and get it better for tomorrow. Because I thought it was my phone being dead, but now it's got 50% charge and it doesn't seem to help. So I'm gonna love you guys and leave you. I'm gonna have to pop off slightly early now because, like I said, I want to try and fix this Wi-Fi.
All right, no problem, mate.
Awesome stuff. Nice one, guys. Thank you very much for joining. Nearly 300 of you in right now. So please, guys, make sure you smash that like button. Make sure you subscribe to the channel and click that bell notification, because in 9 days' time we have got the 100,000 subscriber celebration. There we go. That was a mouthful. Anyway, guys, thank you very much. Love you and leave you. Catch you all Monday.
Shotwell.
Hello, guys.
Hello, Samir. How are you?
I'm good, guys. How are you?
Thank you, William. Take care.
Hopefully today I'm not lagging.
No.
Yes,
You sound crystal
I don't think
clear.
you are. Yes. Your
We got some 50-50 kind of advice here, or
with regards to?
like you mentioned is crystal clear, and Victor mentioned it's not.
Oh, I said it is. It is.
All right, guys. So what we are looking at today as big news here, war and everything. So so what you guys are looking at for today?
Victor, do you want to go first?
Sure. Well, it depends on. Yeah, you're asking me personally, Sam, and on days that are volatile and days that are not so volatile, and today is the former, for sure. I plan to execute, guess what, my trade plan. So it doesn't really change what happens out there. I'm still going to be looking for those quasis and order blocks to be retested with alignment, and I do adjust a couple of things. Actually, I should say there are a couple of things that I do differently, but that is also according to the trade plan, because I watch the ATR, the daily ATR, to plan my trades and to look for the for the targets. But to me, it's price action is still going to use the same kind of patterns in a wide range day as well as in a low range day. Right. The only thing is, meaning high volatility, low volatility. The only difference is going to be that it's going to be much faster. The moves are going to be bigger, but the language through which price action talks to us is going to be basically the same words, the same sentences, just phrased differently, maybe longer, maybe shorter, and maybe a little bit more eloquent, or maybe not. Who knows? Um, but that's what I'm looking for. EU, maybe I should show my screen so people know what I'm talking about, if that's okay with everyone else. So we are on a higher time frames, uh, pushing deeper into these in this monthly bullish order block. We don't have anything on the weekly, so that tells us, will price be needing to reach that weekly below us before we get some reaction, or will we be creating new structures? That is the question, perhaps today and maybe this week. However, on the daily time frame, we can see that the market has reached very quickly a fresh order block on the quasi that we have been talking about for some time now, which is the following, right? So we do have this reversal pattern right here, and it pushes all the way up. This is the second time. This is the first time we had the quasi. We created one reversal entry order block or entry order block on the quasi, and now it extended the same pattern, telling us that it can go for a second round in this move. And we have two structures to look for. One is the current structure we're in, which we hit today, which was also a TP for a short we had a number of days ago. And the second structure, which is much lower, which is actually the beginning of that impulsive rocket-like trajectory that price EU had on since the 19th of January from this year. So the question is, will we got into the territory, right, of interest? Are we going to see the reversal coming up starting today, or from this area, or are we going to wait for, is price going to wait for maybe a further drop to about 130 pips lower, where the other structure is? I mean, if it is going to reverse, then these are the two areas that I would be looking to for price to react from, right? So that's the EU situation. What we also have is, actually I need to adjust this to a little bit higher. um, what we also have is the fact that today is the first day that we got into this area. So I don't expect, although it can happen, I don't expect, the reversal to be very, very acute in a near future. Why? Because we're still in a very bearish momentum or bearish impulse. If you look at it, we open much lower. We had a little retest, the closing of that gap, of that opening gap, that weekend gap, and then we just sold off constantly the whole day. And if you look at the hourly, you'll see, given an idea, that's the weekend gap right here, and you can see how the market just had no issue at all at the early hours of the London Open, or maybe even before that, to push through 100% of the daily ATR. That gives you some kind of reference as to what are we dealing with. I mean, this is an aggressive beast we have, under us here. So you have to deal with it. Be aware of that. Still trade your plan, but be aware that these are the days that the market can expand and expand and keep on expanding. And you don't want to be going against these movements very lightly. You can still go against them, but be very, very aware that you want to have a lot of confidence, a lot of indicators, not necessarily indicators on your chart, but I mean a lot of things to indicate that the move is, exhausted, and you can mean reverse it to some kind of level of which is considered a mean. So that's one thing. We just had a double retest of double bottom. If you look at the lower time frames right here, and yes, we could see, since this creates a sort of a demand zone, but I don't think it's long lived. At least if we look at the H4, there's nothing here still. I mean, it's too early. Nothing here that indicates that the market is ready to have a reversal at all. So, if anything, the market is already very extended. So, I don't want to be saying, this is a sure thing that it will keep on going lower. But the opposite is also not true. I think if anything, we can still see some a leg lower. And if the market is going to be reversing, then it better start showing. Look at this. Look at this candle right here. Right. If you're talking about price coming into some sort of a demand zone, whatever created these wicks that are going to react when price comes back. If you look at how price reacted when we got the second time around, that's not a market that is ready to push back to reverse. That's a market that is where the sellers are completely in control, closing very close to the lower level. And the next candle, as we are seeing here, which has, how long does this candle? 9 minutes to go. It had a full hour almost to mount its reversal, and it resulted in a plain
Stalemate.
failure, I would say, to reverse as of now. Still made in the sense that it's not going lower either, and it hasn't been able to produce the reversal. But I mean, in terms of the reversal being resulting, it failed on this candle in any case. So it is quite likely if we look at lower time frames. I don't want to go to get an entry on the lower time frame because the hourlies are not telling me that the market is ready for a reversal yet, and likely are not going to tell us that until we have the exhaustion move. I mean, there's so much uncertainty out there. I mean, geopolitically, I mean, all these conflicts, it's expanding, it's escalating, more countries getting involved. So I think the market is on the sidelines still and waiting to see whether or not this can be contained, and so forth. So I think the downside risk is still on EU, is absolutely not over. So if we go to lower time frames, you can see that the market had a sort of a that cat bounce here, right? Looking very bullishly, but really is that's all it is, just one bounce, and from that moment on, nowhere to be found were the buyers to react and catch the move for a second follow-up movement. And actually, you can see here the price action on right here, that they are actually just rolling over and giving themselves as defeated, at least for now. So it looks like the market is going to continue to go lower. At least that's what the market is telling us. And we can analyze some other pairs as well, like gold, perhaps oil. I'm pretty sure lots of people are watching these assets today because, I mean, those are the go-to assets when the market is, looking for cover. And so you're gonna see a lot of the volatility, especially in the Strait of Hormuz being closed. Oil is going to be the asset to be trading, to be watching today and actually coming weeks. LNG, as well as LNG was production, I believe it was in Qatar, has been suspended. I mean, these are the moments you want to be, as a trader, you want to be active, you want to be catching the bull or the bear by its ear or the bulls by its horn, because this is the moments you will see some significant movement in the market. And yeah. So Samir, are you ready for some Pamplona run today with with the markets later on as they open?
The problem is that I have already secured my payout, so I don't want to risk it. So, yes, I will be watching the markets, but I will not be actively trading. I do have one evaluation account. I can put trades on that. And I'm seeing US 30 and NAS 100 again, and little bit gold, but gold to me is not looking that interesting, as I cannot understand this in a better way. But NAS 100 and US 30 is on a decent area which I might can trade. All right, now we have my screen. So
Yes.
very
Sorry,
basic.
Samir. Sorry,
Yeah.
Samir. Before you start on your analysis, I am very sorry, guys. I'm gonna have to drop out. I did intend to spend a little bit time with you guys because I haven't been in stream, stuff in the background.
Yeah.
But I've got a meeting now, very urgent, sudden one. All right, I'm gonna have to drop out. I just wanted to say to everybody in chat, don't forget that we do have that the 11th of March, we have the 100K subscribers giveaway. So please join us there on the day. We will be sending out some social media information. It's going to be on the Discord. It'll be on your email. We're going to send it all out. So if you're not in right now and you're watching this video afterwards, this live stream afterwards, you will receive all of that information in due time. It's going to be very soon. All right. That's all I wanted to say. And then like, subscribe, share. And then if you're somebody like Vidamas, then how did I get onto the stream? You got onto the stream because it was suggested to you because it's the best stream on YouTube. Victor, Samir, I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Take
Cheers.
care, Rich, and yeah. See you
Take
tomorrow.
care. Take care, Rich. All right. So
All
go
right.
ahead, Samir. Go
Let's
ahead with
go to
your.
the yeah.
Yes,
Let's go
people
with
are
the analysis.
watching and asking for US 30. I think
Yes,
that
buddy,
will
yeah.
be certainly something you want to be answering. And I think I saw as well someone asking for oil and as well as the NDX. I
Which is
suppose
NAS
they're
100, yeah.
yeah, which yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Go ahead.
All right, right now we are on US 30, and right now I have the support marked out. And how I mark the support, we have some rejections here and look quite strong support to me. We already have liquidated this area, so I think this can be a good area, and I will mark out this area also in case we impulse to the upside. Maybe we get a shorting opportunity, or we impulse to the downside. Maybe we again can long from here. Just in case, we have to see where the volume comes, but I do have some areas here based on previous history that we have. So let's go to the smaller time frame and let's see what price is trying to do right here. So price didn't reject it from here, it closed above this area. So let's go to the smaller time frame now. Let's go to the 15-minute. So now we have to see how NYSE brings us some kind of pattern. So let's go to the smaller time frame. So how we can trade this NYSE? I think if we break to the downside and we retest this, we can go on the smaller time frame and we can look for some selling opportunity. And how do I trade? I just wait for some trend line breakouts. So if we get a breakout, then I will love to short this pair. But again, if the volume is so huge, if we just straight dump to the downside, then I will just wait for some regain of the zone, then we can look for shorts. This is another concept that I have. And the kind of thought process regarding this buy will be, price is way too above, in this case it is below EMA, so I can take a long in this particular scenario. So these are two scenarios that I have. Let's draw some more scenarios that we potentially can get. So let's say NYSE open and we print huge volume and then we pause for a bit and then we can take a longs from here. This is the third scenario. And the fourth scenario will be, let's say we had huge impulse to the upside and then we see some kind of rejections from here, then we can short this pair. And these are 4 or 5 scenarios that I have for you guys, and if anything change, then we are here only. So I will let you know. US 30, these three zones, let's see how price reacts from these zones. If price just completely melted down without anything, then we'll see. If again vice versa, if price just gone, if goes to the upside without any pause, then we again have to see what we can potentially do in that scenario. Then we have to draw some more areas so that we can take advantage of some kind of stop move or some kind of pullback move. Then we can trade that. This is US 30. Now let's go to the NAS 100. So NAS 100, we already are, we go to the daily. Look at this beautiful support that we have, and even if I extend this area, so we have a beautiful support right here. So if we go to the smaller time frame, let's go to the 1 hour. So we are just retesting this area. Now we go to the smaller time frame, 5 minute. We made some kind of double top, and I shorted somewhere around here on my futures account. I was testing here and there. So and right now I might be, yeah, I am up like a decent amount right here. So my TP is this. So let's see if we get here or not. I know this is different way of analyzing the charts. I am doing taking the trades before the market open, and I am aware about that risk. But the confidence, how I got the confidence, you might be wondering, because my payout is secured, I can risk some money. So that's how I do the things. I see what kind of cushion that I have behind me, and I act according to that. If you're a new trader and you want to test new things, I will not recommend you to test new things. First, build some cushion by sticking to some plan. You can take our advice from this live stream. I think that will be beneficial. So build some cushion again, I will say, and then you can test things here and there. And NAS 100, I'm short, but let's give you the plan what can happen. So I think we can go to the downside, and we can liquidate this area, and we can tap this support area. I would like, if we liquidate this also, then again we can regain this area. Then I will look for longs. I can place my stop loss somewhere around here, and this is my recent area. Then this can be the game plan for today on NAS 100. Let's say if I hit the stop loss on my futures account, and we can regain this area. And then same scenarios that I've drawn for you guys on US 30. But let's wait for some impulses, and let's wait for some pause, so that price can indicate us where price wants to go. Right now we are having the pause right here. So I think we are losing the momentum to the upside that we was having right here. So now sellers may can take over. Why? Because we have more momentum to the downside. We again maybe can continue this momentum before price goes to the upside. So that's just my thought process. Just some impulse correction and taking the sign from the market. So what is the sign right here? It is slowing down. This is the similar signs that I look for when the market is open, which is NYSE. And of course, I don't look for a 15-minute or anything. I can go for a smaller time frame and look for smaller consolidations. So that's just my thought process on both of the pairs. Just draw some areas and wait for price to react in that area. If it breaks, okay, it means volume is huge. Then you can maybe shift your bias, and just be a little bit fluid. So again, let's see how price react on to these areas. And lastly, let's take a look at gold. If we go to the, let's take a look at the daily. Okay, daily we gapped to the upside because many people was anticipating this thing. Why? You already know, you guys know that some war situation is going on. So that's why we got impulse to the upside, and we just opened with a decent amount of gap. Let's see what kind of how many points it is. It is like $22 gap. So right now we have first barrier, which is right here, which price may can react to on the daily time frame. Let's go to the 4 hour time frame. Onto the 4 hour time frame, we was having this wick which was never tested. Now price tested that area. Let's go to the smaller time frame, 30-minute. Price is way too extended from 200 EMA. This is one of the concept that I use when it comes to US 30. If you go to the 15-minute, 15-minute is also the same. So I think I might can take a breakout trade right here based on the concepts that I've seen in past. But again, this is gold. I don't have much experience trading gold, so I was just scalping, like I scalp US 30. It is not the scalping, to be honest, but the entry technique is somewhere like that. On the 1 minute, I see some impulse and corrections. So I think if we impulse to the downside, little bit of correction, that will be good and safer move to short gold, at least to this area, or maybe this 200 EMA. Then again you can look for longs. I'm just a technical trader. I know fundamentally wise it is way too strong, and war is going on, and we can impulse to the upside. But just based on some technicals, I'm just analyzing what I'm seeing right here. For the confirmations, for the entries, you have to wait. So for that, I have my entry pattern, which is simple: some impulses and corrections, then I get involved in the trade. So again, as 100, I am already in cells right here. If we get to this area, I think my challenge will be passed. I am facing some issues with position size calculation, as I am a CFD trader, so I am new to this future thing. But let's see how it goes. I will definitely share my experience or my journey with futures slowly, because I am also new. So let's see how it goes. but you can trade these pairs on the Fiverr's platform only. Also, it doesn't mean that you have to trade these pairs on futures. I trade same pairs on MT5 also, and the same strategy I follow. So you know it is a similar price action when it comes to future. So let's see how it goes. And j- uh, yeah, I do think we are, bearish right here. We can get a leg, but again, what I feel, price don't have to do that. Price can, either go to the upside or downside. I am in shorts based on my technicals. Now let's see what price is gonna do. So yeah,
Also, Samir, have you noticed the 200 EMA on the daily on the NAS was nicely touched? Actually, I
uh,
see it.
you mean
Let
this?
me dou- let me double check because on my screen, that is the case. Oh,
Maybe
you're
before.
looking at end on NAS. Could you check the NQ? Maybe that's the reason.
Yeah, on NQ we are close to this 200 period moving average, and definitely we can create some support. This is a big wick candle which never tapped. So this is the some kind of experience that I have no name for this concept. So when there is a huge wick which is never tested, price tends to test these kind of wicks. What do I mean by that? Look at this wick. So we never tested this wick. So price tested this wick here, and similarly these type of wicks. So let's see if we test this wick today. This is another confluence, that can take place when I am about to enter buys. I mean, I'm not gonna enter, but just for the analysis purposes. So on the daily, this is a very decent area for longs as well. So let's see what price does. And the 200 EMA also is aligning for the buys, but I'm just trading a small move which I anticipate that may can take place before a big move to the upside. So let's see how it goes.
Yes, I will show my chart in a little bit. Before I do so, I wanted to indicate a couple of things here. Let me adjust that. All right.
Yeah.
So what I was talking about on NQ was the following. I'm going to switch my chart. Apparently, the EMA indicator that we are using are apparently using slightly
Hmm.
different calculation because they are slightly different. Yours is a little
Oh,
bit lower.
I think your
Maybe,
is it is also
may
EMA. It is also
yeah.
EMA.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Probably there's some there obviously there's some differences in how it calculates and all of that, but that does not matter. What I meant to say is that we have been playing with this EMA for some time already on the 5th of February, and then again very nicely on the what is this, the 13th, no, the 17th of February, and now we are right there again, and that's where we had the initial, or not the initial, that's where we have this reversal, this v-shaped recovery or correction from the market intraday before the open. So that's quite interesting when you look at the daily time frame. The other thing that we can have an idea is, or look back to, is that we are currently in a bullish order block that is being retested. It's being very quiet, and it actually already had its move out, right? However, it never left actually the structure. It never left the order block. See, no candle was completely outside of the order block. So it had a search, but no, it hasn't never left it. Also, we had multiple structure being created within that bigger zone. And on the H4, I know it does not. This is typical of how I trade, right? I look for, maybe I should talk about this. So I look for these quasis as price comes back to them to indicate the possibility of that reversal. But it's a low probability, especially if the market is in a downtrend, and especially if the market is doing this leg, right? That leg, if the market is doing it very impulsively, it's a low probability trade. Um, And you might ask yourself, well, why do I trade it then? Why is it profitable if it's a low probability, event or a setup? It depends. It depends of how you frame it, right? So if you're going to take these trades, um, the trend is to the downside. If you go to the, if you zoom out a little bit, you'll see that the market came from above. So we're actually in a downtrend, as you can see here, on a day, on a 4 hourly market structure. You can see that the likely place is for the market to continue lower. That would mean the reversal pattern will fail. And actually, with the market being as it is today and reacting, um, uh, you know, reacting, retreating because of the what's happening in the Middle East. I would say yes, this reversal pattern is a low probability trade. However, that doesn't make it an unprofitable trade, right? Meaning that the probabilities can still be in your favor. Not that it's because it's higher than 50% chance, but because the combination of the probabilities of it reacting and a high risk reward ratio will still be able to give you and put you into profitable territory. Meaning you want to have very strict rules and very tight entries. And then if the market is going to reverse, you can, take advantage of that. And you don't I mean, for this reversal to be profitable, it only needs, in this case, I'm looking for something like, this is only an example. I'm not actually, these are not the numbers, but I only need the market to have like a 12.5, in this case, probability higher than 12.5 to be profitable, right? Because this is almost 1 to 8. So in this example, right, this is not the actual trade that I'm talking about, but I mean on the example here on the chart. And now the question is, I mean, even though the probability of the market going lower are, to me, are higher than 50% because of the market condition, the question then is, but is it lower than 12.5%? I'm not sure, but I think I don't think it's that low. So in my opinion, if the market does trigger, this can still be a nice trade to take. Meaning the reversal out of this H4 order block, I'm going to show you guys what I mean. There is a quasi actually in between. That's quite interesting for those who are trading the NAS. And it doesn't matter if you're trading from the CFD side of things, or you're already on the futures platform on the Fivers. You can still take advantage of these. So you have the established downtrend, which comes into the daily order block. It breaks that neckline, right, and then comes back to one of the two areas. We had the first one, price went through it just like that, and we are now in the lower time frame on the lowest order block, which is the last one for that possible reversal that could happen in NQ. So I'll be keen to see what market does in about 18 minutes or so, the first 30 minutes, the first hour, to give an idea if the market actually is going to mount a reverse from this area, or just going to break and continue lower during the session. I think it has a at least higher than 12.5% chance of a reversal, meaning it's a low probability. But if you capture this move, correctly with a high risk reward ratio profile, this can certainly be something that can be very, very profitable. Meaning getting in on that order block on the 12 on the H2, having your stop after the market took liquidity or not. If it doesn't, after it takes liquidity, um, to then position yourself for that possible reversal. And even though it's a low probability trade, it can be still very profitable. So if we continue the confluence, you'll have the H2, the alignment H2. Let me indicate it here. That's the H2 order block. So you're going to be watching. You want to be watching the market as it comes back to this on the lower time frame, how it handles this area. This whole area is the area of interest. And we do have on the 5 minute, two entry order block that you can be looking, trying to find out what the market really wants to do. Does it want to continue to go lower, which is the higher probability direction, or or is it going to have some kind of perhaps a reaction? Maybe it squeezes this but doesn't close below, has a wick but comes back, and then you can start looking possibly for a reversal, right? It's a low probability trade, but if you can catch this with a high risk reward ratio, you can see that the market has enough potential to make it a very profitable trade. That's something that I wanted to show, considering the 200 EMA that we are reacting upon right now on the daily time frame. So it's something you can also hold for a little bit longer, although on the future side of things, if you're on CFDs, you can hold these for multiple days, multiple weeks. If you're on the future side, you have to look for the rules on the fivers. Of course, you can hold it, but you need to anything above one contract is not allowed. So you have to only keep it with one contract. But it's still open, and you can still use it and take advantage of a possible move that NQ could have. That's on my side. Remy, could you? I'm having difficulty to remove Richard from the screen. Maybe you can give us a hand there. All right. Let's take a look on EU. As you can see, price has been on the H4, nothing inside for us to look for that possible reversal. This is the whole area. This is the whole area that I'm looking for possible reversal but it needs to come from the H4. It's not happening yet. If anything, it is telling us that the market is just getting ready for continuation down. We'll have to see. There is now a little bit of a bullishness reaction there on the H1, but it's too early to say anything. There's still 43 minutes to go, so there's nothing there for us to do. Yes, the reaction on EU is a little bit supportive here now, which wasn't the case 15 minutes ago or 30 minutes ago. However, it's too early to say anything. So let's take a look at unbiased trader telling us here last setup trade. Enjoy your whiskey, unbiased trader. Your single malt, I'm sure. Let's take a look at perhaps gold. So gold, we have on the higher time frame, we have actually a monthly gap, because today is the first on the CFDs, the first trading day for this month. Let me take that out, that little scribble. All right, so nothing here to trade on the hourly, on the monthly, the weekly, same thing. On there was a trade based on the very simple trade based on this daily order block that hit target. Today it actually gapped through it. So if you were in that trade, you would have positive slippage, because it opened beyond the DP. But there isn't anything here. It hasn't closed the gap yet, and we can go to the lower time frame to see. So at least you could be expecting price to be coming back and close that gap, which is, maybe I should just take out this trade. I mean, just for clarity's sake, we do have a gap here on the CFDs, and you can expect price to come back and close that gap. Because gaps, not always very quickly, but gaps tend to be close. So that's something that we could be looking for the next couple of days, see if that happens or not. Other than that, we could be looking for, let me take a look at this level. Even though the market reacted to it as a support level, it's not actually a support. It's just a projected target. So it's nothing, not a structure, not a level from the left, from historical prices. It's just a projected target that is. It seems like it's a support line, but it's not. Let's see on the H4. Nothing really. You do have the market coming back to this area, so that would be interesting, right? There's an outside bar there on the H2. That's something I want to be looking at. It also overlaps with the H1 order block right there that we see earlier. So I want to be seeing how the market reacts when price hits this level. That could be a good indication for what's coming for the rest of the day, right? Obviously, what's happening out there in the world, it's likely that in gold in the next couple of days, if things keep on being as uh, impactful and headlines keep coming up, you would tend to see that gold will continue to go higher. But in the interim, can still look for demand zones, even close that gap before we do so. So you want to be careful with the timing of the entry, right? The move was, the things happen over the weekend, and during this day, we already have at the beginning of the day some exaggeration. So prices coming back to some support, and that's what we're seeing here. And to give you an idea of what price is likely to be doing, I think we should be looking for the reaction or the absence of that reaction of this H2 order block, which is an outside bar, to see if price is ready for that continuation move on gold or not. Besides that, I don't think there's much for us to look for. Um, yeah, I don't think that's. I think that'll tell us. We have 10 minutes before the open, Samir. Um, are you looking
Yeah,
for? Are you ready
I'm
to
already in
pull the
the
trigger?
cells actually. As I mentioned, I'm just waiting for it. I know it is a little bit risky, but it is futures account. Let's see how it goes. I I am following my risk parameters here, and my risk is okay. And in futures, you don't get that slippage, I have heard. So let's see. I'm just testing this for the first time. So yeah, I'll just update you guys how my journey with futures are. So
Yeah, I do
yeah,
see the
yeah,
that
it is
that
9 minutes.
push.
Yeah.
I do see that push lower. I can see it continuing, and looking at the market structure, your trade is, I would say it looks to be. We need to. The open can change everything, but it looks to be
Yeah, exactly.
with the trade, with the trend, and a high probability trade. Price coming back, although it's coming back to a demand zone. It's
Hmm.
with the open, it can certainly push lower, since everything that's happening out there. This is These are the moments the market can continue to extend the market, even the range of today. That's something. If you go to the daily time frame, right? That's the ATR is currently at
Hmm.
458. However, days like these, the market can expand beyond that range. I would almost
I have
say
never
easily.
I have never understood this ATR thing. Can you explain me this?
Sure, no problem. The ATR is a very simple indicator. Everyone can. It's a default 80 indicator to be found in MT5 in Trading View. If you just the ATR, you look for the ATR, you will find it right here, the average true range, and you can apply it. And the way to use this is you will find a window indicator window that will come up on your screen, and if you hover it on the time frame that you are, that it's
Okay.
time frame specific. When you
Hmm.
hover over a any particular candle, it will give you what the range was, the true range, meaning it's taking into account the close of the previous day, not only the highest high and the lowest low of the last couple of. Actually, let me go back to the uh, to the to the settings, because I have it right now on 5, but
Okay.
the default setting is 14, right? So what it does
Okay.
is it looks to the last 14 candles or whatever value you put into the length,
Hmm.
and it will then calculate the average, right? The A in ATR, right? Average true range. and you have different indicators that will be looking for the highest high and the highest low of the last X number of candles and take you the average, right? But however, the average true range, what it does is it not only takes the high and the lowest low and the highest high, but also takes in comparison to the close of yesterday, right? And that's why it's called true, because those who
Yeah, yeah.
designed it thought it would be a better indicator if you took the close the close of the previous candle in the calculation as well. But the point is, it gives you um, a good indication of what you can expect on any given day, because it's taking the calculation. It's calculating the average of the n or the x number of candles in the past, what the range has been, and if today is going to be an average day, then it should have roughly the same range that it has have had
Hmm.
previously historically. So and that gives you, so if you put on you hover over the candle, which is on the daily time frame now, and if you reread this area here, you will see the value right now it's 458, meaning that the average range, the average true
Hmm.
range today, looking back 5 candles, has been 458 and 97. And it's not important to have it too precise, because it's just an average, right? It's just to give you an idea. Are
Hmm.
we above average? Are we below average? And if we're below average, chances are, and today is an average day, chances are we're going to reach closer to that 100%. And if we go beyond it, and today is an average day, then we're likely not to continue further, because like a rubber band, you expect more resistance the more we expand beyond what is average.
Hmm.
So but the key thing is today an average day or not? Because the ATR, assumes that today is going to be an average day compared to the last X number of candles you put in. And the truth is, today isn't an average day. So you can use this to indicate where 100% is, but it's likely, possible, very possible, that today, a day like this, that the equities, gold, EU, many assets out there will expand way more because of the volatility. Crude for sure. So you can expect price to be be go beyond and range beyond this 100% the ATR. Hopefully that explains it a little bit to you.
Yeah.
If there's if
Now I
there's
get
any
this.
question, okay. If there's any question for those who are yes, yes, that's
Gold is
true as
selling off.
well.
That breakout was really nice. That I explained to our viewers.
Gold, let's take a look at gold. Selling off. Ooh, I like that. Yes. Okay, so
I
we
think
did
now,
when the
as everybody know about these type of things, when war comes, gold is tends to go higher. I think the edge in this also is shifting.
the thing is, I think it's the timing, right? You have the first reaction, which is
Yeah,
the
yeah, yeah.
immediate reaction. When there's
Hmm.
the impact, the headlines comes out, you will have gold jumping a couple of percentage higher. But once it takes you know um the first wave of reaction is over, likely it has to come back. I mean, we all see that on all, when news gets out, the macroeconomic news releases get out, you have the initial move, and then it comes back, and then you have the actual move that will
Yeah,
or
yeah.
not come in and push over. So I think it's about that, right? This is the this move, right? This whole thing pushing higher is the initial move, and you can expect one or multiple of these pushes coming back, just like when we have order blocks being created, price comes back, and then you have the continuation move that is likely, but not always, doesn't really always happen. You have likely the continuation move later on that could be hours, days later, So I think there's still plenty of edge to be had in the direction of the move in gold. But you have to be aware of the timing, right? Are we, is it the first move or the second move?
Yeah, exactly. I think that explains you cannot do trading if you don't know about a particular thing. JUD Judzer. I'm not sure if I pronounced it in a right way, but you're welcome. US Open in 1 minute. Let's see what NAS 100 is gonna do in 1 minute. And I am in shorts, and my stop loss is in place. And I think I'm risking very less, like not even a percent, because I am testing the platform. I don't know how to calculate the position size. I'm taking the smallest position that I can take. It is MNQ. Yeah, I'm shorts on MNQ, and my stop loss is somewhere around here. Yeah, oh, it is your screen.
That's
Okay,
yours.
now it's mine. Okay, so my stop loss is here, and I'm anticipating this low is about to go, and my thought process is just based on some levels. We have this kind of support turning into a resistance, and we have this liquidity. And as I mentioned, the daily candle wick, which was never tested. So these type of wicks do get tested sometimes, not every time. So let's see if I lose like 50 bucks or something like that. I think my stop loss is close to that. Or I make like 100 bucks, I think. Okay, seems like,
Market.
yeah, today this level can get breached. Then I will look for longs then. If we do something like this, then I can shift my bias here. But let's take a look at US 30. I think US 30 wise also we was close to, yeah, we are at the support area, and we might can tap. Or now we are showing the levels. There might be some internet issues, but anyways, all right, we broke this trend line already. I think it's a very decent area where you can take buys right here, something like this. Let's place a stop loss below this area, because this type of consolidation, I do like a breakout of this. So this is just a paper trade. I'm not really taking this trade, just for the analysis purposes. I'm doing this, and 200 EMA also is way too far. So we definitely can take advantage of this type of scenario. If we go to the 30 minute, I think 30 minute is I don't know if my internet is, I think, okay. I did a just speed test anyways. Yeah, US 30, okay. So the 30 minute I was explaining, I don't know why it is lagging. There might be some issues. So okay, on the 30 minute as well, I think EMA 200 EMA is way too far from current price action. So I do think we can tap this area that I have right here. Again, I'm not trading my the fibers account. I'm already up a very decent amount on that account, so I don't want to risk that money. I want the withdraw, then I can resume my trading activity. And these are the concepts that I use. And I have introduced this level recently to just increase my win rate and to make my bias little bit better. Previously, I used to rely on 15-minute market structure and some kind of EMA, but now I have introduced this horizontal levels also, so that I can enhance my win rate or my bias. So this was a very beautiful trend line breakout we had. So I would have definitely taken this buy on my Fivers account. I think I can even place my stop loss here. I don't care if my risk to reward is a little bit smaller. I think it is okay. But NAS 100, I took a stop loss on this trade, lost like $50 on futures account. I think that is fine. It is manageable. So Yeah, now the focus can be US 30, NAS 100. We are, we broke this area. Now we don't know if we're gonna reject these areas that we have right here, and we are having like a lot of choppiness here. So I will just focus on US 30. But gold was really a massive, uh, like we got a beautiful breakout from here, and we never stopped. We just melted right away. But I don't know why my charts are not loading. Okay, now we are here on the 5 minute. We are about to fill this gap, and I think this is also a area right here that I've drawn. There might be some horizontal like area right here. So gap can be filled, and then again you can look for some slow momentum here, so that it indicates sellers are fading, and then you can anticipate some buys right here. But you have to wait for that slow momentum right here, or price slowing down and doing some kind of consolidations on smaller time frame. If it is a v-shaped recovery type of thing, then I cannot catch it. I have no strategy that is for v-shaped type of moves. I don't enter like aggressively in some kind of areas, so I do wait for some kind of price action. US 30, yeah, I like this breakout. This is a paper trade for me. So yeah, let's see if anything is there, then I will be taking trade on my futures account as well.
Beautiful. The U.S. Market is open. NQ is flying. Let's take a look at ES as well. Um, Market is very, very. I would have thought, the market will react bearishly to the news, right? But it's coming very strong, and we'll
ES
see.
is
We'll see.
SPX 500, right?
Yes.
Okay, let's see what it is doing. It is moving similar way as US 30 is moving, or NAS. Actually, both have different charts. So yeah, US little bit difference in charts, but let's see how this US 30 paper trade will do. NAS 100 we broke to the upside. Let's see if we have some area which we can draw. Okay, we have this area. This can be the next stop for NAS 100, and then we might can look for some patterns for shorts. Let's see how we react in this area. Once it gets to your area, just wait for some time. I think it can enhance your win rate. Care less about risk to reward. That is just uh, how I would do the things. So I'm just recommending the same thing to you guys here. Wait for some kind of reaction. You can go even on the 1 minute and see how price is behaving in this area. Then you can decide whether to take this trade or not. But US 30, a beautiful trade, man. Beautiful analysis. 4 hour price was above the support area, trying to retest that area. There was a trend line breakout right at the market open. We anticipated a push to the upside. I think this gap can be filled. So really good move on US 30. Yeah, this
Yes,
can be the area
definitely.
which can be target. Yeah. But again, guys, I'm not involved in this opportunity. Do I feel like entering here? No, not really, because as I mentioned, I'm already up decent amount. So I am not having a FOMO. Oh, it is just going up. I just felt left out, getting not involved in the trade. I am okay with that. Let's go to the 4 hour. Okay, this was the area which we might get some reactions from here. So if we are in longs, we have to close the trade before this area gets triggered. Can never lower down the risk to reward. Victor is really laser focused, as I can see, spotting some opportunities.
Yes, looking at the market after the equity is open is It's already doing something like 100, and NQ in any case. It's doing 100 and 110 points in the first 9 minutes. So very, very lots of very volatile, lots of movements. I'm checking. Let me switch to mine, if that's okay.
Hmm.
Let's see
Yep.
the you have the daily time frame. Let's see. We have the order block there. Now that the U.S. Open it has happened, you want to be seeing, does that change anything in EU as well, right? So let's take a look. Can we see on the H4 nothing yet, on H2 nothing yet, and there is about 20 minutes for the first order block to be created on the hourly. So it's very, very too early to say anything for a possible reversal. There's nothing really. There's very little indication that the market is going to reverse yet. Although you look at the lower time frame, you see, it could be that could be happening. Yes, but that's not enough, right? If I look at the quantities on the 5 minute, which is actually not even a good thing to do because the hourlies haven't closed yet. So if I do this and mark the quasi, you would see that we do have areas where if price comes back, they will offer us great entry areas for our entry, and this is where the market US Open happened on the equity. So let's mark that. These are the areas you want to be looking for the market for its reaction as we come back to, if we come back, because it seems like we are definitely, look at that big candle, definitely a lot of buying appetite for that possible push up, but it's not visible on the hourlies yet. But if in 18 minutes we do get something from the equities, then we can certainly be looking for an entry. That's not true. We still have we need the H4 to indicate us anything, and the H4, it's nowhere near. So I'm not going to be taking any trades. Yeah, but it does give you. I need the H4 to start showing bullish candlestick price action, but that's not happening. At least not here, not now. Maybe later on that could be the case, but I'm looking for that possible reversal in the context of the daily structure that we just talked about, right? This is how the market um, this is how you're able I am able to catch, and you're able to catch these moves as well. You start looking at different scenarios and you wait for them to actually materialize, right? You don't jump the gun, think, I think it might go up, I'm gonna go in with a long. No, you wait for the market that if it is going to reverse, going to reverse, yes, it needs to be start creating bullish structures on the H4, on the H1, and we might get on the H1 in about 70 minutes, but that's still too early to say anything. So we'll have to be patient and wait for all the necessary time frames to be aligning, and then we can look for that possible reversal
Hmm.
if it is going to happen. But there is, if the market comes back to this area, which is technically, let me double check. It is technically, yes, it is. So there is an H2 here, and that could be something. If the market comes back before the H4 is formed and cannot, continue higher, even if it squeezes, but is rejected from there, actually the possible reversal becomes a sell opportunity, because, the market is rejecting breaking out of this movement we've had so far, and is likely to be retesting the lows again, maybe today, maybe, tomorrow, but is likely then to be pushing for lower prices, most likely. So you want to be careful and not be too inflexible with your position, right? With your bias, with your expectation of where price is likely to be going. So far, this reaction on the minutes is very little to think of anything yet. We'll have to wait for the hourlies to start lining up as well, and hopefully it will not get here before that, and come back and then give us that reaction, possible reaction, and then we can take the trade based on those H1, H4, and so on. All right, let's take a look at some other pairs. Let's check the chat to see if we have who we have here. Someone asking for Shubham, asking for the city. He's in India. That's as far as we know. Sam
I'm in
is in
India,
India.
and stay tuned with our the Fibers India page. We do have some like events every month. We are planning for that. You can, if you're from that city, the event that we are planning, so you can be there, and we can meet. We can do a meetup. You can join us there. I think that will be lovely. So our Indian people, make sure you are tuned with our the Fibers India page, and you are tuned with our Telegram as well. You can find all the information of our future events there. So we can see each other, meet each other, and we can talk about trading. You can ask me questions, and I can know about you guys also. I think that is wonderful opportunity. So that's it. And city wise, I let's see if we plan the event in your city, then you can come to that event. And for that, you have to follow our Instagram page so that you receive every latest updates, which is the Fibers India.
Yes, we are. We're hesitant as in terms of the market condition. Let me check here. Um, do we have anything that we can use? Double checking here.
I'm just seeing Geo as well. Like we have a pretty wild candle.
Hmm.
Like today's candle is really wild. Let me see how many pips it is. It is like, I think, 1,000 or 100. Yeah, 100.
Hmm.
158 pips
If we
momentum we got. Yeah.
Yeah, if we have the if we mark the quasis as we always do here, um, you know, established downtrend, breaks the neckline, goes up, and you will see that the three entry order blocks that is available. There's one at daily here lower, but the three that are there were still open. You'll see that the market came and retested the lower one nicely, so that gives us already the area we want to be looking. Um, that reaction is very very nice. Beautiful reaction there. Okay, what else do we have? Can we start building a case here? That's my question. Is the hourlies switching over, yes or no? And there's nothing here that indicates it's too early to say anything. Um, Although on the H1 it does look promising with the structures being possibly created, or you still have to wait for the second one to close. But it does look interesting, especially if we close here as well as a bullish engulfing. That would be a nice indication that the reaction, the correction is holding up and could likely push for some higher levels. Um, I don't have on my side uh, any um, any setup because the H4 takes a couple of H4 candles to set up. So that could take maybe later on today, maybe tomorrow. That could give us an idea if we come back to retest one of these structures and then have some push for much higher level. Who knows? Something like that. That could be something for tomorrow. How is your what was it? US 30
It
trade?
was a big trade, but it triggers the TP if I was involved in the position. But again, I choose not to. Why again? As I mentioned, I'm already up like 3.9 or 7% on my account. So
Wow.
yeah.
That is after the payout of 7%. You took
Oh,
another
actually,
3 point.
I scaled up the account, and that profit got transferred to the new account, which was scaled up account. So I was like, let's risk 1% from it. So I was risking 1%, 1%, 1%. Then I made like 3.7% on top of that 7%. So in
Wow.
total, it is more payout, you know. So I'm really happy. I'm gonna be receiving, I think, five-figure payout, close to that. So that will be amazing. So guys, again, the fivers here, five-figure payouts, four-figure payouts, three-figure payouts. No matter where you are, five, the fivers will pay you. We have zero payout denials. So I'm not gonna be requesting live payout here. Why? Because it will show my address and all the things. But once I get that payout, I'll definitely will share with you guys. So yeah, when you are coming to the fivers, stay assured that you are not going to have any problem regarding your payout. Just follow the rules and you are going to get paid. I respected the rules, and I did risk my profits to make more profits. So this time the situation was in my favor. But I think last month, in the mid of the week, I was in a losing streak. I did blew a
Mhm.
couple of accounts here and there, but I didn't let that affected my performance. I was doing the same thing: trendline breakouts, EMA, some levels here and there. Levels I have introduced right now, as my performance was not the best. I was taking win loss. I was at the break even stage. So I was like, what can I do better so that I can have a good win rate, and maybe I can increase my risk to reward to, let's say, 0.2 r, so maybe I can make a little bit more profits. So I have introduced these horizontal levels, and my entry technique is still the same, which is trendline breakouts, consolidations, impulse corrections, and EMAs, these type of things that I use. So I followed the same thing, and I made like almost uh 10%, something like that, close to that. So yeah, I would have definitely taken this trade if I was, um, if my I would have requested the payout and account was fresh. But again, I don't want to risk the payout, so I'm not going to be taking the trade. I think this is the most important thing for me, and this is the only thing that has made me profitable when I stop trading, when I think it is enough for me. Back in the days,
Mhm.
even $500 was enough for me. Now, slowly I progressed. Slowly, the barrier I broke the barriers, and now, of course, 500 is not enough for me. So slowly I climbed up, like this. So I was at 500, then I reached broke out this level, then $1,000 was okay, I was okay with that. Then two $3,000 was okay with that. So now I am like, I broke that structure also. So now 10,000, I'm okay with that number also. So I don't once I hit like two three times, I think I will be okay with that. Right now, I didn't hit these five-figure payouts like daily. I had this in past, but it doesn't really happen often. So yeah, after this, I'm gonna be lowering my risk, following the same plan, and let's see how it goes. Okay, price is rejecting from this area. So I think these horizontal levels that I have incorporated with my current strategy, which is trend lines and all EMAs, market structure, it can put me little bit, above my current situation, which is I might be making little bit more than I used to make. NAS 100 wise, let's see what NAS 100 is doing, which is again, okay, we are still having some area left for this zone to get tapped. We are very choppy right here, I would rather choose US 30 for today's session. If we was impulsing to the downside, then I would have this price action would have made me interested. But for you guys, let's take a look at gold. Look at this wick. It just it acted like a magnet and then just melted right from here. So these type of wick concepts, it really works well. You can take some entries based on this model. But again, I will never recommend anyone to enter aggressively on any kind of areas that you use. The main thing is that wait for some confirmation, and the confirmations with us was right here. Once it taps our area, market started to lose the momentum, and then the confirmation was the breakout, and the move was in your favor. So I think if you incorporate or include this one thing in your trading, maybe you can get a little bit better results. Again, I will repeat, just once the price gets in your area, wait for the buyers or sellers wherever you are trying to enter fades and it turns into the opposite way by giving you some kind of consolidation, some kind of patterns, then act accordingly. I will not recommend to trade v-shaped recoveries type of thing. So that never gave me that confidence, if I get involved in that kind of position, so my heart is like, oh, I don't know what the price is going to do. I might can hit the stop loss, these type of things. I don't want you to be in that kind of position, because then your decisions are not good, your decision making is poor that way. So I think this thing can make your decision making a little bit better, which is just
Mm.
waiting. Once the price comes in your area, yes, you will get a little bit less risk to reward. So what, the chances of winning that trade will be more.
Yes, yes, indeed. Samir, there's someone I think who has a little bit too big of a position, long on gold.
I
I
used to
know
do
it's
that.
not. I know
I
it's
used
not
to
a
do that.
funny matter, but I mean,
I was
this is
like,
so
yeah,
recognizable. It looks good. They go almost all in, or they put on too big of a position, and now it's fingers crossed, and
please
doing
God,
all kinds of things.
make my price at
Exactly.
break even. I will not do the same mistake again.
Yes,
I've done this.
yes. It's
But
it's a very
yeah,
common thing. A lot of traders do that, especially at the beginning
yeah.
of their career. And you know, a lot of people can relate to that. Could you perhaps take a look at? Do you think? What can you say about that gap? Talking about the gap that is held by the gods of Ophi.
Okay, you want the price to get in this gap, right? So let's do some analysis for that. Let's take a look at daily candle. Okay, daily we have a gap. Weekly we just gapped up. Okay, going to the 2 hour. 2 hour is we have 1 hour left for the candle to close. 1 hour 3 minutes left for the candle to close. Based on the 1 hour momentum, good momentum, huge momentum. 30 minute. Okay, we are having a weak momentum. We are reacting from this area right here. EMA is still far. Going to the 15 minute. Okay, we are getting close to the EMA. 5 minute. Okay, we are below the EMA. Then there is a chance we can get a liquidity move, and then we may can get to the upside. So I do think we can tap that area, that which is gap area. Why? Because if the EMA is not in sync with every time frame, then there is a chance one time frame can take over, which is I think on the 5 minute. We 5 minute can take over, and then we might can get a move which is an actual move, which is in the trend, which is to the upside. And let's take a look at 1 minute. I think this kind of breakout structure was not enough for me to get involved in the buys. I would like if price break above the EMA, then the buys will make more sense. So until then, there is a 50-50 chance right now, because on the 15 minute EMA is bullish, on the 5 minute EMA is bearish. Normally, I will never enter in this kind of scenario. Either, I mean, it should be in sync with every time frame. Every time frame should make sense. Right now, 5 minute is showing bearish momentum, 15 is showing bullish. So right now it is 50-50, but I do think the gap can get filled, and we may can push to the upside after that, which is I think also the daily, today's daily low. Yeah, I
Yes,
do think we can do this, but only the problem is this correction type of thing. The If it breaks, it should act as a liquidity, but if it continues, closes above the EMA, I think you should close your position. Then you can just accept the loss, because then the probability of it coming to the downside decreases even more. If it is
Mhm.
closing above the EMA. Right now, your only hope is price maybe go a little bit up, come back in the trend line, and then continue the downside momentum. If it sustained this and if it goes more above, then I think you are not gonna see the downwards momentum. Then this play is in place, which is impulse and correction, and then price going up and shifting its momentum to the upside. Slowly look at that. To the we are shifting the momentum basically from lower lows, lower highs to higher highs, higher lows. Again, last thing, closing above price close above the EMA, just close the trade, accept the loss, come back tomorrow, do the same thing. I think you will get good results. But don't move your stop loss. If it is here, you move here, here, here. Don't do that, because then you are doing a very wrong thing, which can wipe your account. Hopefully, your stop loss is not here and you are full margin on the account. Then there is a different story.
And Ofi had a little explanation. It wasn't him that was in the position. It was another user who had some question bought at 5,405 and was talking about asking should they hold long term or
Yeah,
not.
now it is good.
Um, but thank you for that, Ofi and GRG17 for those great posts in the chat. We have reached the end of our show. Sadly, we did. Here at Fivers, we are very, very focused on your success, on you getting the funding you want, you getting the payouts you want. So join us again tomorrow at the same time, same place for more value giving hosts just like Samir and myself and all those who were here today, so we can you can profit and benefit from all of that sharing. So that's it for today. Samir, any last words before we uh, call it a day?
Last words will be follow the plan, and that's how you get profits. And somebody was asking which EMA is it? It is 200 EMA, and that's it from my side, guys. I will see you tomorrow, same time, same place, same energy. So yeah, see you tomorrow, guys. And again, thank you so much that you are here. Thank you to the Fibers also, and our co-host Victor. Thank you to you also, and I'll see you tomorrow.
Very kind, Samir. Don't forget to hit the like button or and subscribe if you found this to be helpful for your day, for your trading, and or if you simply just enjoy spending time with us. See you tomorrow. Bye bye.